It should be definitely. It should be definitely the open debt with these apologies listing them last week.
Okay, that's the one.
Yeah.
But where are the other reports? Where's the agenda? You've
We send it
collected
to-
all these things.
No, we
You
can
know
send
what,
it to your.
together, well, so I can't.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do that.
Wow. How much time do you have for this?
Yeah. Let's see what it is. I will receive
For what?
speakers if you see them. So they're not coming this morning.
So who's coming?
They say that the mayor's coming this way.
Okay.
The mayor is coming in the evening. But let me see what it is.
What's you still with me in Monday?
No, they
They've not been responding. Do you have any letter from them acknowledging all the previous sentences?
no just the email, but no phone.
No, your thing hasn't come through.
Is it? Is your Mr. Walsh anything?
It's slow. It's slow. It's slow. Level of this element. Okay, let me put my hotspot. We have the column, we can proceed.
Yeah.
Wait for Silva.
I'm gonna put this in the correct summary.
Make you watch.
Not yet.
Okay.
Inshallah, that we can check the correct email. Correct.
That's good. It's difficult to move from one to the other. You need to have all of them on the same drive. I can finish this program.
The post the families before the group.
From the,
Okay.
but this not for this one.
No, it's for the next one.
This is
Educated. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should quickly
It could be going on this too.
the agenda.
So it's the. Now I wanted to get some tea, but there's no honey, there's no lemon.
Okay. Now I'll sort them out.
Here's the key, I think. Send it to me. Okay, what is it?
Take the years and now.
Okay. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
No, how to,
No, you can just speak. It's unmuted.
I don't have the screen here.
Check for you.
Did you send me
The link. No,
the
I
link?
didn't. It's at the top.
Where's the link?
Send the conversation that you.
I need to open it here. Everything needs to be here. If I'm not, I can't control from there to control from here. Are you allowed Inkosi in?
I have allowed everybody in.
And Inkosi, you sent a message.
I'm in, Kabazela. Thank you.
Ngizwe ngani because because when you speak,
Ngiyasizwa phela isilungu nje.
of course. Ngicabanga ukuthi ngiyahleba la imicimbi ngiyicishe yonke imuphi lo khulumayo.
Inkosi ayihletshwa Kabazela.
Hey, ngangibeda. Benginovalo ngoba manje ngiyabuka lapha phansi ngiyabona ukuthi Inkosi iloku ingqongqozile.
Kuthokoza kakhulu xa sekuzokwangqongqozeka.
Siyabonga. We're trying to do a combination of a hybrid. There's got a bit of challenges. We have to align all these machines, and that's what's taking us a bit of time. And I'm speaking. So which
screen?
No, but just show me what a bit of a just to understand this. Which mic is working because is picked up from the system. Whose mic is working? Yours is on.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
I
so
see.
everybody can just.
So the problem is going to be you got to switch off your mic. I have to use this mic.
No, you just press your mic and then it feeds through the.
It's gonna echo. What?
Just check.
Okay. All right. Let me first. Let me see. It's not. Oh, I see.
Yeah. This
So,
one
so we don't have to guide anyone here because the issue is the echo I was worried about. But that's sorted. So the last thing that's remaining, I need to have the system in front of you. I can't get it yet. Okay, I think I'm getting them. So I have to be on. So go to let me in. It's sorted. Okay, so no. All right. So I have to switch off this one.
Yes.
I think okay, now I think we don't start. We have to be patient with us when we're born this thing didn't exist. Okay, I think we're ready to start. Pardon my sluggishness. We've got to try and balance this up. We've got 3 gadgets that we must work through, in fact 4. And so I have to try and align them so that I don't lose them. I think we are ready to start. We do have the quorum. From where I sit, we do have the quorum. So I think we should be ready to start. We're just preparing the apologies. Honorable members, I would like to start this meeting. May I ask that we take a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. I declare the meeting open, and I'd like us to focus on the agenda. We have the agenda tabled in front of us, and may I request that we have a mover for adoption. Colleagues on the virtual platform, you are allowed to participate as much as you wish. So I'm watching that there's any hand. Ukalipi, please proceed.
Good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to colleagues. Good morning to the delegation. I move for the agenda.
Thank you. Any seconder? Thank you, Labus Kahman.
Okay.
Thank you. Then we have the agenda in front of us. We have here the briefing by uThukela District Municipality. May we welcome Inkosi Shabalala Nabezita with your delegation. Please introduce your delegation and take us through your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, greetings to you and honorable members of the portfolio committee. I'm Inkosi Shabalala, the mayor of the District Municipality, Municipal Manager, Mr. Chair. The state of uThukela in the presentation I take from the court case at a all members join us because the registry to get through.
Okay. So what's the name of speaker? I missed him. Sorry. Please proceed.
The presentation that I'm going to present now, there is a table of contents. I will move straight to the opening statement. Honorable Chairperson, members of the portfolio committee, for the District Municipality, appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to present on the initial challenges facing the municipality and the measures being implemented to stabilize the municipality, which has faced financial challenges for over a decade. The municipality has then experienced a severe financial disruption following the execution of the order, which resulted in the attachment of the municipality in investment account. This development placed the municipality in an extraordinary and unexpected position, affecting its ability to meet financial obligations. Despite these challenges, the municipality took immediate and local steps to ensure that essential municipal services were activities were not disrupted. We appear before this committee committed for transparency, accountability, and constructive engagement, while outlining the interventions to restore financial sustainability and stability. I have a background of uThukela is one of the districts among the 11 that where it has 3 municipalities that uThukela is servicing. Then the progress since appearance before the Joint Oversight Committee, which has repeated the expert in President Natal municipality, appreciates and respect the oversight work conducted Parliament as a sphere, conducted by Parliament as a sphere of government. In response to matters raised during the Joint Oversight Committee, municipality has developed an action plan, which is a standing item to all senior management committees. This action then outlines issues raised by the committee and actions currently being taken. Responsible officials within the municipality and anticipate dates for the deliveries. This comprehensive action plan is available, consists of a portfolio of evidence aspects for reporting. Let me just go straight to the attachment of the bank account and one of the questions that were asked to respond to. What about May 2021? the RASP consultant CCL, which is called the RASP, was appointed under the consolidated bid by the 2016-2021 administration for repairs and maintenance of water infrastructure. During the period, uThukela District Municipality was under Section 139 and failed to honor various payments to RASP. In April 2025, RASP approached the District High Court at the payment of services of signatories. This application at the High Court, the municipality entered into a payment arrangement which RASP for a total sum of 137 million owed to RASP for the goods delivered and or service rendered. Due to the dire financial position of the municipality offered to pay RASP in small manageable installments in line with the budget funding plan of the municipality, totaling to 24 installments over a period of 7 years. That is the financial payment which was made, and that was going to be finished by the year 2023. Further, due to the financial position of uThukela District Municipality, these payments were made carefully to coincide with the children share marks. That is due December in March. Okay. With the first installment in June, which was supposed to be on the 15th of December 2025. RASP agreed to this arrangement, which was then reduced into writing and was made order of the court. Due to the careful alignment of the payment, the installments due to this careful alignment of the payment of these installments to equitable share months, unfortunately, uThukela District Municipality was faced with an unprecedented crisis of not receiving its equitable share allocation on the date, but only received it on the 18th of December 2026. It's delayed. This delay in receiving the equitable share effectively meant that the due date of the 15th December 2025, where the first installment of 3,000 rand was due, could not be met. The municipalities sought indulgence to make payments earlier in the year, which was the 9th of January 2026, which was agreed to by the attorneys of RASP. However, the municipality only made payments to RASP on the 13th of January 2026. This payment was not rejected, but was accepted. Proof of payment are available. However, on the month of January 2026, on the 20th, RASP approached the registrar and procured the writ of execution and later sent a letter to the sheriff instructing the sheriff to attach in all the bank accounts of the municipality without notice to the municipality. On the 21st of January 2026, the uThukela District Municipality lost control and access to its bank accounts, that is the FNB, Standard Bank, as well as ABSA. To date, in excess of 130,000 has been transferred out of the bank account of the municipality. Upon realization of this occurrence, uThukela District Municipality immediately initiated engagement with RASP, who is the service provider, with efforts to try to resolve the matter. The matter has since been involved in the Plein Street High Court and was heard on the 9th of March 2026, the day when the Minister of Cooperative visited to uThukela District Municipality. The municipality approached the court on urgent basis, which was granted, and the court found it in favor of the municipality at end of the application pending penetration part B. To date, only 4.6 million rand has been returned back to the municipality of the 130 million. as per the order of the court, since the court said they must return all the monies. The last action is since lodged an application for leave to appeal the judgment. The bank account as of Friday, 13th in which on about 14 hours have been frozen. Remember, they were frozen since 2023 January until March 30th. Then, as we speak now, the municipality has access to the accounts. It's able to transact now. Then the matter remains active in court with a tentative date of the 19th of March 2026 as the date to hear the application for leave to appeal as they draft. The municipality has instructed its attorneys to strongly oppose the application and have since filed papers with this effect with the intention of opposing. There was a crisis in February, Honorable Chair, that the employees would not be paid their salaries. So let me just go straight to that. As alluded to, the attachment of the bank account presented an immediate and unprecedented financial paralysis, effectively creating a risk where the municipality will not be able to pay employees' salaries for the month of February 2026 and for payments of its other financial obligations. During this crisis, the accounting officer was confronted with an unprecedented challenge of inability to pay employees' salary, which by implication effectively presented a situation where service delivery was going to be disrupted. Lives of people will be put at risk, and business operations affected. It has been affected in the form of lack of culture and of service delivery projects by communities and also by employees, because that was anticipated that was going to happen. Due to this challenge, employees were paid before the 20, some were paid on the 25th and some on the 24th. Due to this challenge, then they well before the 25th, through their unions, had started mobilizing, preparing to down tools and protest. The accounting officer was supposed to act on the best interest of the government and its resources. The residents of uThukela and the businesses followed the following process to ensure that despite this crisis, a total of over 900 employees received what was due to them. On the date that it was due to them. So they were supposed to be paid on the 25th, plus minus 900 employees. And uThukela managed to pay the employees. At the outset, the municipality wishes to inform the committee that it did not utilize a private service provider for the payment of salaries of April 2026. And it was on the social media we shared that the municipality has used a private service provider. That is not true. However, the municipality used its existing legal entity established in terms of the Municipal Systems Act of 2000, supported by provisions in the Municipal Finance Management Act, 56 of 2003, and the Companies Act 71 of 2014. The payment of February 2026 salaries to the municipal entity was undertaken as an emergency operational intervention following the attachment of the municipality's payment. So we use the uThukela Community Development Agent to pay those salaries, which is not a private. This intervention was guided by the MFOMI, which provides that an accounting officer of a municipality must take all reasonable steps to ensure that the resources of municipality are used effectively, efficiently, and economically. In this context, the accounting officer acted to protect essential municipal operations and ensure that employees responsible for service delivery will be remunerated. The chapter document section 25.
Did I miss the name of this entity?
Development agent.
Have you got the numbers? Please proceed.
In terms of the MFMA, section 45 allows the municipality to incur short-term debt for operational inquiry. Further, in terms of the Municipal Structures Act, section 88 provides that a local municipality on request of the district municipality in whose area that local municipality falls may provide financial, technical, and administrative support. It was on this basis that Inkosi and Langalibalele local municipality was requested support. The use of the municipal entity, which is uThukela agent, was also consistent with the provisions of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, section 76, which recognizes municipal entities as legitimate mechanisms through which municipalities may perform municipal functions or support service delivery. The municipality strongly believes that its use for the entity was permissible in law and was guided by the relevant legislation. The emergency arrangement enabled the municipality to secure short-term financial assistance to meet its payroll obligations. This intervention was subsequently submitted to Council for ratification. Council resolution is attached. The municipality has since started the paid back money is borrowed, proof of payments attached, the benefits divided. These as follows. Employees received their 2026 salaries, essential municipal services, the municipality maintained operational stability during a financial crisis. uThukela municipality is currently experiencing financial distress and is effectively operating in an insolvent position. However, municipality currently enjoys support from the National Treasury together with the Provincial Court under Section 11 for intervention. The municipality is implementing strict cost containment measures. The recent attachment by RASP attorneys has effectively made the situation less. Cash position as at 11 March 26 is now 179 because RASP has not returned all the monies, only 4.5 million, and then is contesting the matter to be making appeal. It's working contrary to the court order. RASP attorneys has just says as of 13 March 2026 in excess of 116, currently not in our bank account despite court order, as I mentioned. Directing on the court order was directing payments within 48 hours of the 9th of March 2026, which the RASP did not comply with. Total creditors as at 28 February 2026, inclusive of ESCOM and water boards, is 8,052 million. The municipality is presently operating under an unfunded budget, with financial projections indicating the budget will be funded in 2029 with the budget. The municipality is implementing a financial recovery plan aimed at restoring long-term financial sustainability. The municipality has further engaged on revenue enhancement initiatives, deducting from salaries of employees and companies owing water accounts, non-renewal of employees' contracts, and Council has recently placed a moratorium on new appointments except for critical positions. We have put the list of the creditors, top 10. Total creditors as of 28 February, as I mentioned, is sitting at 8,052 million. That includes Eskom water plots. The one who's topping the list is DWS, 1,076 million. Indian water, Indian Natural water, 1,051 million. RASP, who took us to report for standing at 137 million. The Alfred Donor, with 89 million. Langalibalele, 58 million. Inkosi, the service providers, Eskom, Salga, as well as TNP, as indicated on the list. Towards the conclusion of this presentation, Honorable Chair and honorable members, uThukela District Municipality acknowledges the serious financial challenges currently facing the institution. Despite these challenges, the municipality has taken a
Recording
decisive
stopped.
step to stabilize operations, including implementing a financial recovery plan, strengthening financial management and post-containment measures, engaging creditors to enter into long-term credit arrangements such as local municipalities and others, ensuring continuity of essential services communities, especially during the critical time when the bank account was closed. Services were not even disrupted. Honorable members and honorable chair, colleagues, the people of uThukela, dependent on the sphere of government, our responsibility is to stabilize the municipality and ensure that the service delivery continues without interruption. I therefore call upon the government to provide the necessary support to ensure continuity and to provide more funds to deal with the service delivery backlog. As we all know that the infrastructure that we have at uThukela is aging, so many times we repair these pipes, which is not helping the uThukela community. They might have put PVC pipes so that it's and just spend the lady opening the nice on the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. May I request, do you have any comments coming from the COCTA? I'm not sure if COCTA is here or virtual. Okay. Oh, yes, possible. Move the mic straight towards you so we can hear you.
I think on the platform I've got HOD and the district and college and which I think it was completed. I will try to summarize all the reports of which I believe it was.
So who's gonna speak, you or your HOD? You will. A delegated. Okay. If you see the smile from the HOD, confirming that we're not breaking the protocol. All right, proceed. HOD, show yourself. How are you? You're muted.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Normally in a situation like this, if the HOD is present, the HOD must then create and then introduce the one who's going to do the response.
I will comply with that, Honorable Chair, with your permission. I want to indicate, Honorable Chair, that indeed the province, together with National COCTA, have been seized with these matters. I can confirm the statement made by the Mayor, the Honorable Mayor, that on the 9th of March, the Minister, the Premier, our MEC were in uThukela and had extensive discussions with various role players on these matters. And there was an agreement that the pending the court decision, there would be another engagement to see whether the matters are being resolved or not. We now know that the matter has been partially resolved. That is the freezing of the account, partially in the sense that not all the monies were returned. So we are expecting the principals to meet again to see how best to support the municipality going forward. Honorable Chair, I can confirm that indeed this is a municipality that is financially distressed at the moment. And as presented by the mayor, they owe various creditors quite a sizable amount of money. On top of that, the Department of Cooperative Governance at National has put them under cost reimbursement to protect their MIG because of these various challenges. They've also not performed in terms of expected levels against the MIG, which has put them at risk of some of their money being stopped by National Treasury. Chairperson, the major challenge facing this municipality is that it is largely rural and it is unable to collect revenue from the services that it provides, namely water, which then puts their operations under severe strain. However, I, with your permission, will request DDG Katide, who is personally there, to provide further details, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let's invite the DDG to take it forward from there. Please proceed, possible.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the presentation will just highlight the critical financial challenges that the municipality is experiencing. One, the municipality does not have a CFO. I think we want to highlight that as a result, the MEC decided to select the acting CFO. I think it has been quite a while now, and we hope that this matter would have been finalized by them. The cost coverage ratio of the municipality seems to be a challenge. I think that is lawful. We are looking at the creditors beyond 30 days at 852 million rand, scope of the bill of rent. The water port debt is sitting at 151 million rand. They still remain with the unfunded budget. We also noted that the government debt also is sitting at around 52 million rand, which is a concern in terms of ensuring that the municipality is financially viable. The UIFW, the opening balances, you can see them. The total is 1.3 billion rand for the import. The slide 6, I think, the challenges and remedial actions. As indicated before, the unfunded budget seems to be the source of the problem.
Are you using the slides you gave us, or you got a different setting? Sounds like you changed your mind.
So on slide 6, Chair.
Excuse me?
Slide 6.
Slide 6.
Yes. Challenges and remedial actions.
That's open. When you talk over the slide.
No.
Remember, see where the slides are. Okay. Proceed to, let's try and see where this.
The unfunded budgets. The Department of Provincial Treasury has approved the funding plan over a period of 8 years. for the likelihood is that we can take the municipality 8 years to from the funded budget. That is a concern that has been raised by the cabinet, Provincial Council, from the 10th, but also the NEC one for buildings when he met with the mayors, he also raised this concern. And the Premier indicated that he wants to see all municipalities that have worked on the project so that at least a formal discussion with Treasury can be engaged to ensure that this discrepancy is addressed. It's a concern from the Provincial Court, especially from the NEC, that we should revisit this approach of having long-term funding plans being approved by Provincial Treasury. The collection rate is going automatically to be inflated as far as we are concerned, and because automatically they have to fund the budget, they will make predictions that will not materialize. We also believe that the cash flow statement information is understated. Possible solution? We insisted that the council should not approve an unfunded budget. We also look at the revenue enhancement strategies that needs to be considered by council, and we are busy supporting the municipality of that. We have instructed the department, the municipality, to develop a cost containing measures. There was a structure before, and we have requested that it be resuscitated. We've got a Section 154 expert support to the municipality that is there to actually support them. We also believe that the credit control policies should be implemented and monitored on a constant basis. We are also appealing that the cost reflective tariffs should be considered by the municipality so that they can influence the revenue collected of the water trading service. We are also highlighting one critical issue in terms of the poor audit outcomes. The municipality has for quite some time obtained the qualified audit report. On this one, we are highlighting critical issues around the inadequate quality assurance on AFS as submitted to the AG. This poor safekeeping of the record seems to be a problem because they cannot respond on time. And the inadequate leadership oversight responsibility of audit and program plans. It's of no use to approve the plan, but not actually ensure that it is. The recommendations that you are making.
Can I just check, why did you send this presentation?
I confirmed with the team that they received it.
Just name one person on the team.
And there was a lady and the gentleman confirmed that they received
Which one? Does this call that one?
at the meeting.
The meeting.
No, it's the one from Inkosi, Langalibalele.
Kasi, Zinuka wemzango.
There was a presentation hosted on the group from uThukela from the kids.
It's Inkosi. It's Inkosi presentation. So who did you send it to in your own emails?
They can verify it.
So you didn't send it yourself. So somebody sent it. Do you know who?
To check with the.
That's why we wanted the HOD to be the first one to speak. Because we need someone who's going to commit to say, I have sent the presentation. Now, if it's given to you, but he has not given to us. HOD, you have it. Sorry?
It says Inkosi, Langalibalele.
HOD, Yuma.
Kabazel.
Yes. Who did you send this presentation to?
Kabazela, the presentation was sent by the office of the DDG,
Which DDG?
DDG Katide.
So it's his office that sent.
Yes.
Now we don't have the presentation. We've kind of been persevering, but we're not allowed to proceed without seeing the document that is being referred to. Now, if it's not you, then let's go back. DDG, somebody should have sent it to us, they didn't. Can you do that? Can you send it now whilst we're waiting and tell us who you're sending it to? If you have a problem, we'll bring you an email address just now. But you can't proceed without having a document submitted.
Sincere apologies, Chair. We will correct that just now.
You can proceed. Can you have the slides? Can you have the slides put on the screen so we follow the same slide? Proceed, DJ.
Slide 7. The number 4, that is poor cash flow management and financial viability. We reflect on the inaccessible bank account due to the court order, of which has been fully covered by the municipality and the HOT.
Are you fine, members? Not yet. Oh no, then you wait. You wait until you get it. So we'll wait until everybody's got it. Are we making any progress? Members must confirm receipt. Put it on the screen so we can show on the screen for the whole group. Okay, you can proceed, DDG.
Item number 4 on slide 7. The inaccessible bank account. Due to the court order, I think that has been covered very well. The grants not cash backed is a concern that we have, especially since the bank was frozen. Otherwise, the municipality had managed to actually reinvest in most of their grants. The poor revenue tax collection, I think I've covered it in the previous slide. And we are also insisting that the cost containment measures should be considered and the referencing of the grants. Slide number 5, the UIFW has indicated before that it's sitting at around 1.3 billion. We are making these recommendations that the municipal manager should ensure that the investigations are conducted regularly and also including listener reports and making sure that those recommendations are implemented through the MPEC better investigations and the writing of. On government debt, number 6, we are recommending that the provincial departments should sit with the municipality to ensure that data cleansing is implemented so that any dispute arising out of that can be resolved. I must indicate also that one has previously indicated that the Premier had a meeting last week and he made a decision with the crisis cabinet that all departments should commit themselves and to make sure that the data cleansing is undertaken so that at least by April, a full report is submitted to the provincial executive. The cash flow problems, slide number 8. I think we have covered this one, that the minister as well as the MECs for Cooperative and as well as for Edge convened on the 9th, and they made a commitment that within 21 days, they will come back to the municipality. Not only to resolve the issues of the frozen account, but to also deal with other basic service delivery issues that have been reported by a number of stakeholders, including the chairman as well as the league.
When you say department, whose department? Is it court?
The case of them.
Okay, but so no mention treasury yet. Now proceed. I'm just checking if I missed out. Proceed.
Thank you very much. The next slide. What support have we provided as Cooperative? On a quarterly basis, we facilitate government debt engagements where we bring all relevant departments that have got a direct impact on the inspection together with the municipalities, and we try to resolve issues. We have also supported the municipality by developing the terms of reference for the municipality to establish the revenue steering committees, and we form part of those steering committees. We have also facilitated disputes between uThukela, District Municipality with Inkosi Langalibalele on the amount that is due to Inkosi. And those engagements are still ongoing, as much as they have not yet yielded the desired control. We have facilitated engagements with the business chambers, with the municipality, on the ongoing sensitive challenges and activity that is imposed by the business sector of moving out of the district. So these basic service delivery issues not resolved. We also attend and participate in the MSEC meetings of the district municipality to provide hands-on support to governments if there is a need. We do assessment on the audit action plans, including for the district, as well as sit down and actually make sure that before it is submitted to council from the oversight committee, it does actually respond to the budget of the OQ. We have facilitated the engagements to ensure that the audit steering committee meetings are established in terms of the legislation, but also the members of the audit committees are monitored on the market basis to ensure that they fulfill their responsibilities. As indicated before, the MEC facilitated a meeting between the service provider that is frozen and uThukela, as well as the mayor of uThukela district, to ensure that the account is not frozen. Unfortunately, that did not materialize. The next slide. We are looking at developing a recovery plan that will be submitted in the next meeting of the Minister of DECO, so that by the time we go there, the MEC is able to engage the MEC for Treasury, Provincial Treasury, and the consolidated report is submitted. That meeting will materialize before the end of this week for the officials to prepare such. We are requesting that the municipality should ensure that they come up with solutions in terms of the upcoming payment of salaries for council allowances and for creditors that are linked to service delivered. That is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Can I just get DG? DG, I didn't quite follow and you keep getting a bit distracted. Are you happy with all of this? Any concerns that you've got with the management of this issue? Did you? So HOD, Luma?
Thank you, Kabazela. Kabazela, as indicated, this is a long-standing challenge. And as indicated by His Worship the Mayor, the municipality had been put under intervention for quite some time. And sometime last year, the Provincial Executive Council had removed the municipality from the intervention, and as it has happened, it does seem that the municipality is still facing major problems. We have been guided now by the national minister on how to deal with the matter. And yes, provincial treasury is involved and closely monitoring the municipality together with us, Honorable Chair. And I think
what did treasury say? Because as I was listening, there was a minister of Cooperative nationally, there was provincial MEC. For Cooperative, there was provincial MEC for economic development. There was no MEC for Treasury. I didn't hear there was any official from Treasury. You are saying they are involved, but your DDG did confirm that in fact those are the ones. So what did Treasury say? And who in Treasury?
Well, Treasury has written to the MEC for Treasury has written to our MEC on this matter, particularly on the question where the Inkosi Langalibalele municipality had given money to the district. And in their letter, they have classified the transaction as a loan to the district. And in that letter, they indicate that in terms of the MFMA, it is not permitted for one municipality to loan another municipality money. Our MEC has requested an engagement with the MEC for Treasury. That request was sent a few days ago to discuss the modalities around this particular issue. And yes, they have involved. The letter we received was communicated to us by the HOD of Treasury, Chair, but it's written by the MEC.
Your presentation didn't tell us that, and now that I'm asking you, telling us Treasury is not happy. Why is that the case?
It's an omission, Chairperson, I admit. It's an oversight on our part. We should have included it, yes.
Flashing. It does sound. I said, HOT was. No, look, we do find it quite problematic the way we are dealing with it. We don't have to ask you. This is a financial matter, and there is no involvement of Treasury in the visit. There were 3 ministers, 2 provincial, 1 national, and there's no one from the province. Then, as an afterthought, you drop the line that no, the Treasury is on board, but we do know you're not telling us because only now you're actually opening up. And that's because we also are aware of it. That's why we're asking you. We could have actually been misled. That's the concern. Let me hold it at that for now. Let me get the members to start raising the issues, and then we will go through it. I just thought that the omission was too glaring to leave. So let's come back. Whilst you are there, could you do us a favor? Let's see whether we can get either the HOD of Treasury or the MEC to join us on the line, so we could be chatting as we go along. But in the meantime, the members are going to start the discussion. Honorable Abuskachne, let's just focus on these financial issues: RASP, loan, debts, all of those issues. Let's focus on those. Abuskachne.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will start with the question that you've raised while the presentation. Why Treasury is not here and about this loan that you were talking about. Can you confirm to us if part of that loan was a 10 million rand from bond view trading? That is not a non-governmental and a non-financial service and not being approved by the council. Is that maybe the reason why Treasury is not involved? That's the first question. And then I want to go back to a few things that doesn't make sense to me. And we've raised these questions when we were in KZN. You've answered on some of them, but I still have a concern. And so I just want to quickly summarize things that you gave us. You said that all these financial issues has been sort of resolved and without interruption, but the municipality is still a distressed municipality. It still has unfunded budget that will only be corrected over 8 years. Revenue collection is still a problem, so there's still a problem. And there's no CFO, it's an acting CFO. So to me, in my oversight role, nothing that you've said gives me a reason to go and sleep and think everything is well in the municipality. And what further concerns me is the fact that some of the basic things you didn't answer because there's still no compliance. So therefore, I'm going back to the same things that I've asked previously and some of the other colleagues that has not been answered. And I'm starting with RASP. You said that there was not enough money in the account by the 15th of December to pay the first installment of 3 million rand as agreed. Why do I have a letter that says from the MEC of Treasury in the province that stated that on the 15th of January, on the 15th of December 2025, there was 12 million rand in the municipality's account and you could have easily paid the 3 million rand. Why is that information? And who must I believe now? That's a question. And then further on, to go back to that, first of all, is that whole deal of 137 million rand that was done with in court with RASP put before council according to section 33 of the NFMA. It's not something that we go to court this morning and decide it this afternoon. It's a process. So I want to know where's the minutes of the council approve or the resolution put before council to say that you can go into this deal or this settlement with RASP, because in the end it's the people, it's residents' money. It's not your money. The people pay. And therefore, council has to have a resolution. So it has to be referred to council. There's no one. I asked it the previous time, I'm asking it again. None of you didn't reply on that. So it's still something that needs to be investigated. There's no investigation done with anything that we get to us today. It's decisions made by the people sitting in front of us and some other people in COPTA and so on. But there's no investigation done that I've heard. What was the process of each investigation, what is defined, and what is the consequence management of that? Then the fact that that 3 million, first 3 million has not been paid, resulted in a further 31 extra, 31 million extra, which is actually will in the next audit most probably be triggered in another fruitlessly wasteful expenditure, because it is based on the fact that you didn't comply to certain steps. Then the money that has been paid into the uThukela Economic Development Agency, so that you can pay the salaries. That's also been done without council approval, according to section 45 in the MFMA. That's another one. And then I would like to know, you are cash strapped in all these things. Where did you get the money? Where did you get the funds, the millions that has been converted to that account? Did it come from, where did it come from? And apparently you're talking, you gave the municipality an amount of 16 million, but in the meantime, some other sources it was 20 million. And then I would like to know if some of those resources were obtained from one of your local municipalities without the council approval. And the local municipalities where you most probably obtain it from is Inkosi, Langalibalele municipality. Is that true or not? And if it's true, why did you not share that with us? And is that something that you can do, should do, could do?
No, I'm gonna ask you to hold on and come back, because you're gonna run into a problem where the questions are so many, we end up not hearing the answers. So could we just summarize them quickly so that we can focus on those and leave the rest when we come back?
Thank you, sir. In summary, the RASP, the first payment, the money was in the bank. You said the money wasn't in the bank. The Treasury said there was money in the bank on the 15th of December. Why did you not share that with us? And why is the Treasury assured that there was money and you said there was no money? And first of all, none of that sort of deal was authorized, and no resolution was taken by the council for going into this deal with RASP. Second thing was that, first of all, not first of all, the money that was paid to uThukela into that development trust fund, where did you get the money from? Was it 16 million or was it 20 million? And was some of those money, did you get it from one of your local municipalities also without a council resolution? Then I started off with a question about the loan that we were talking about when the chair asked about Treasury's involvement. I would like to know, was part of that money, 10 million, got from Bonvita Trading, that's also organizations that not approved, it's also not with council approval. Those are the basic questions, and all these questions, Chair, based on the fact that the correct procedures has not been followed, and that it is none of these things have been investigated.
And because you in your presentation, you refer to attachments. We don't have those attachments. So as you proceed, yeah, where we don't have the attachment. So to click from the magistrate. Proceed.
Thank you, sir.
You could start the response in the meantime. You could start the response in the meantime.
No, thank you, Chair. While the chairperson, the honorable chairperson, was speaking to the HOD, I just raised my hand and was trying to inform this house that the treasurer was represented on the meeting which took place on the night by the officials. There was the lady in Arusha and the other gentleman, name of my name is Truvela. So they were present on the meeting on behalf of the church. So the responses to the questions which were asked, I would request that this municipal manager as well as the CFO respond to that, because they are dealing with these issues on the day basis.
No, we start with the council resolution. We can go to the rest of the issues. Let's hear about that.
Yes, we have the council resolution. It's unfortunate the attachment has never been circulated, but I request Mr. Soka. The council ratified the action that was done by the management.
What was the action?
Of making payments to the employees.
Of making payments to the
employees.
We're interested in the loan and the use of the entity.
The resolution covers both the loans as well as how the, because the loan was for the payment, so there is a resolution that they wanted to pay.
Because Maslinda is involved in the resolution. They didn't.
And then
Now, members will wait for the resolution. So, as the answers are coming, we have got the imposition of the resolution. You change it. Let me see. Resolution. Okay. Members, have a look at that resolution. We've just posted it. The only challenge with it is that it is so much of a counting shorthand. So it leaves us outside the door. It just says that the loans taken up under delegated authority be rectified. Now, if you're in the meeting, you know exactly what they're talking about. If you're not in the meeting, you don't have a sense of what they're talking about. And the number of issues for us is exactly what is in there. So have you got more information about it so that we can read this resolution with comprehension? Yes.
Chair, on this, if I might come on, my understanding of ratified means that the decision was taken, the deed was done and afterwards it came to council. It was not before council for approval. That is what ratifies means.
It means exactly that, and the reason why I would like us to see the story before that line. That's why I say it leaves us outside the door, because the issue is what was going on before this agreement was done. So we need that information, because otherwise we don't understand the resolution. And unfortunately, the nub of the issue is exactly what did the council agree to. So can you get that information? You could then get the rest of the responses, but can you get that information so that we know what we're talking about? As it stands, if you say to us, Inkosi, the resolution says we agreed, that's all it says. That's what it says. We agreed. It doesn't tell us agree that A gives money to B and C should take money from so and so on. It doesn't tell us that. And you'll understand later why for us it's important to understand this. Because as we start, all we're trying to get is what was happening, because information we asked for is not quite the same as what we got. As we move along, the information keeps looking, it sounding different. So let's get the responses, but where can you get the information these are the last two lines, but we want to get the information that actually gave rise to that. So you can proceed.
Oh,
Sorry, Khalid.
Yes, Chair, maybe questions to you, Inkosi, in the declaration. Mhlawumbe ukuze Inkosi ikwazi ukuthi iphendule kahle iphelele konke nje mhlawumbe ngangena entweni ye-resolution. Okay.
Yes, Kamanis.
No, sicela ukubuza Nkosi, because one, indaba yenu yemali yesithukela yonke kakhulu. So interested ke manje ma-solutions. And then you are saying that, now it's been resolved by the council of the 20th. Yes. But funeke uqale la ukuthi nize niye kule council is because of your own evaluation, or is because of the letter from the MEC of Finance, because they wrote you a letter, I think, on this 26th of February, and then he said to you he needs answers because he was citing that you took illegal decisions when you were transferring the money, when you were applying for the money from the development agent. And then he was very explicit in terms of how illegal was it. So are you responding in terms of that letter? Secondly, there's a pressure from Abasebenzi Municipal, of which MM wrote a letter to respond to Abasebenzi, saying, I think on the 6th of March, today is the 17th of March. So I think 10 days, 11 days ago, whereby the MM is also acknowledging that we are still having problems. Again, the speaker is the alleged chair, of which it needs to be clarified here, we are frustrating this municipality. The meeting that you are saying that it was resolved on the 20th of March, the meeting was supposed to be before, I think on the 17th, I'm not sure, but we're going to correct it. And the meeting collapsed on the very same meeting that you were supposed to take the resolution. When the meeting collapsed, you issue another meeting to take place on this date now, on the 20th, virtually. And then you also didn't attach the agenda for the meeting. So when you realize that you call the meeting at 12, that's why this decision now is become vague, because it seems as if the speaker is also not protecting the municipality. So all those are the answers that will come to this resolution of the council in order for us to be very clear. Thanks, Jane.
Yes, Inkosi.
So, yes, my response to the resolution, the matter comes to council as an item where council has a different matter. So the item was presented, was told. It's just looked at that item which was debated on the council. So that's where we got the resolution.
When you look at Inkosi, so that you don't have to do a dialogue.
Yes, if the manager say require amendments, trying to bring the deliberations they go in, can provide that. When we set as a council, we set as a council to ratify the achievement that were made by the government as the council. Yes, the meeting took a decision after the action was happened. So it was not because of the letter from the treasurer. When the letter might have come, but the session of the council, when we look at them among standing orders of the council, there's a period that we should really invite that we should comply with the would operate out. So we speak on the council, not because of the treasury letter, because it was supposed to say to do ratification, because the matter was very urgent.
Speaker, you seem to be interested in responding. Please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Dr. Zena, and all leadership. The team, everyone. Chairperson, we have a special council meeting on the 17th. Then there's a council resolution. We take on that day. The meeting, we have a quorum because I have 33 councillors in our municipality. On that day, we have 18 councillors on the meeting. So we have quorum, and the councillors will debate the issue, and we agree to or request to accounting officer to do anything to protect our municipality about the issue of RASP. Thank you very much.
Awuphinde umarket.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, ngomhla 17 February soba ne-special council meeting la engangizo-informa khona ama-council about the issue of RASP, ukuthi u-RASP wathatha i-account ethu. So abasebenzi ngenzeka bangaholi on the 25. Ama-council athatha i-resolution on that day ukuthi i-account engafisa umuntu siyacela umuntu abenze imizamo yokuthi abasebenzi bayahola ngomhla because sasingathi ukuthi-ke abasebenzi akufanele bengaholi ngomhla ka-25. Uyabakhona inhlangano owaba ne-forum namakhansela awu-18 ngoba nginama-councillor awu-33. So my quorum is 70. So it means money no 18, so saying quorum. And I'm going to debate the issue from that day of Milana. Then in 27 for the 27 special and Saban, I was asking for the council meeting. We are just in touch. We are going to come now. I support the project is the resolution.
Ikhayela ngingakuzwa kahle khona namanje ngingakuzwa ngifuna sisizwane ukuthi lento eshoyo lembizwe uSpeaker uthi ngibe nomhlangano nobiza ngokhansela ngawatshela ukuthi kunenjalo angizwile kodwa ukuthi wawune report wena noma yabe kumeya ukuthi bani wafaka i-report eshoyo ukuthi ingane yini kodwa ke usufike ekugcineni la uthi amakhansela asethatha isinqumo sokuthi hayi abenze abangakwenza abasho ukuthi hamba uthatha iloni abasho ukuthatha imali ifake kubantu bathi yenze ongakwenza. So ngizama ukuthola mina ukuthi ukuphi la abathi khona ngizani lokho enakwenza kufanele ukuthi umuntu oplanayo ukuthi okay manithi mina ngizongakwenza bese yabuyezo ukuthi sohamba soboleka imali usibanibani siyifake kubani sithi uvumani noma niphike bese bayavuma leyo ukuthi kuthiwe hayi ngizake ningakwenza bese kuthiwa yona sinqumo esithathiwe ayifani nalento esibuzwa uTreasury ukuthi likwenze kanjani ngoba nawe awusho ukuthi kwathiwa zothatha imali usibanibani iboleka kubani umkhandlu wavuma manje mase senibuya ithi isinqumo sesithi sivuma lokho kwenziwa akuchazwanga mhla nifika ngomhlangano wokuqala Inkosi uthi-ke niyalibe ne-report nama-minute lixoxe kuyimaphuma lesinqumo thina siyakwazi lokho sizama ukuthola ukuthi kwakukhonani kule nto enathi maningena nayibona yilokho thina sifuna ukubuza ukuthi kwakubekweni phambi kwetafula ezenivume into eyenziwe ngoba lo mhlangano ochazayo awuyisho lento sho umhlangano othi kunenkinga bese umkhandlu uthi hayi bonani ningakwenza awusho ukuthi ambaloboleka ukuthi sivume ukuthi siyazi ukuthi niyayiboleka imali ngoba mangabe kuthiwa njalo lokho engakwenza ake ngeze kuba ngathi ngikwenze kube yihlala kwabe khona umuntu wasukuma ogqekeza ibhanka bese ethi umkhandlu uvumile benizothini ukuthi yabona into engichazayo ngizama ukuthi-ke asingabekelwa ungasenguleli sinikeze ingqikithi yonke ukuthi nakwe kwafakwa manje-ke ngikubuza nje uma ngithi akukuphinde ngikubuziswa yilokho ukuthi angikuzwa ukuthi uthi lokubolekwa kwemali kwafakwa amakhansela avume kubone kwazi asekuphula umthetho osho uTreasury mancane ngifuna nje ukuchaza loo nto ukuthi yini le ngithi na asizwane nawe. I just want to get back to the members here because I've asked that the Speaker to clarify this issue a bit further. The Speaker's clarification is that 17th of February, they had a meeting with 18 councillors, good quorum, and the Speaker wanted to inform the council that there is a financial crisis and employees may not be paid. And the resolution taken was, do anything or everything you can to resolve it. So I'm saying to Speaker, I wanted you to repeat that so that I know I'm not misunderstanding the fact that there wasn't a submission that said do a loan from A to B. And therefore the councillors did not themselves take a decision knowingly, because it's important for us to know that when we then find the letter from Treasury objecting, that what was the matter. Now, Inkosi, the mayor, says this is the resolution. Yes, it was a ratification, which means it was endorsing a decision taken prior to this council meeting. Now I'm asking Inkosi, what was in the submission that you were ratifying? And because the Speaker is saying when they had the meeting, there was no discussion of a loan. That's why I'm saying you can stretch it into a ridiculous way and say, if you went to the council and said, we have a crisis, we can't get salaries, and the council says, do everything you can, without specifying, you can't turn around when somebody breaks the law and go and steals the money. Then you say, but you said so, because that's not what they meant. They didn't say you must break the rule. But it was not clear from the start that what was subsequently done after the 17th is the same thing that they were ratifying on the 27th. That's really what I wanted to clarify. But you can now continue, members. Please proceed.
Yes,
Yeah, let's get to
nami ngicela ukuthi mhlawumbe ngishaye ngomageba ngoSpeaker ngoba Speaker sifuna uku-understanda la once addresses into eningi, one expresses zenye zemali emasifuna. So now uthi ubaba Inkosi uthi cha umhlangano wahlala. So ngithi kuwena umhlangano wafuneka uhlala ngomhla 17 February 10. wakhulapsa lo mhlangano. So waphinde wawuhlehlisela umhla ka-20 February. Why attach agenda this time after uwile lo ngomhla ka-17? Uthe mangabe usuhlehlisela umhla ka-20 awusaconsulti-ke namakhansela manje, suthatha i-decision ukuthi awuhlale virtual. So that's why ke bathi abantu basothukela kwawonokhorridanga wamanipulata i-attendance as they speak. Ila ngiyakhona ukuthi awu-clarify lo mhlangano sephalamende ukuthi did it happen or it didn't happen. So bathi abantu basothukela ngesikhathi uhlalisa lo mhlangano uthi ukhorridile ngomhla ka-20 bewumanipulate i-attendance according to them. So kwasekuvele sezenzekile iy'ndaba zey'mali sezenzekile ama-transaction. Uthi kumbuzo nasenithathe phika imali loku-10% ethi declarani phela la imali okhokhela abasebenzi ngoba kuney'nsolo zokuthi khona ama-companies awu-2 angazi one ibizwa ngesando Pty Ltd okusolakala ukuthi one of you is the management inengxenye futhi ukuthi nihlomule kuyona. Ngabe uSpeaker neMayor kanye no-management yomkhandlu niyakwazi yini lokho ngoba kuthiwa yi-service provider yini le enika imali ukuze nikhokhele abasebenzi. Eyesibili inkampani kuthiwa uBonview naye to supply ama-meter yes lezinto zokagesi. Ngakho kuyiqiniso yini if ke kungelona iqiniso ngoba sithethisana amacala but kufanele sonke se-account ngabe ke na-declare yini ukuthi njengoba sesithatha le decision njengomkhandlu iy'mali sesiy'tholile zokukhokhela abasebenzi. Ikusho lokhu chair because kuneletha ebhalwe manje ngomhla 6 March ebhalela abasebenzi bomkhandlu imali ebatshela ukuthi cha isimo sisemazonzo phansi kwalo masipala but sizokwenza konke okusemandleni as an employer to ensure ukuthi amabhondeni o-SARS nezinto ey'ncane kuzokhokheleka kodwa ngiyaconfirma ngifake isignature yami njengo-MM ukuthi isimo sezemali still sisemazonzo. So ke uSpeaker ke mhlambe engaclarify lapho ukuthi sithini ngempela isimo sasothukela. Singangeni nje ku-presentation yenziwe indaba ezithe ngoba senemibuzo eminingi yileyo ndawana nje. Thanks.
Akungene kule imhlangano uzobuya utele la eduze kwakho
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ngomhla ka-17 February 2026. Isikhathi kwakuwa nonhloko. Iveno uThukela District Municipality Boardroom. Saba ne-counseling meeting. Eyahlala iquorum ikhona. Yaze yaphela i-meeting ayizange cancel. Noma ngithi awuzange umhlangano uhlakazeke. Ngale date ngane-item eyodwa ekwakuzoba sesamakhansela lesimo esingasemkhandleni just one item. Sayikhulumisa sayiqeda. Umhlangano ongangiwubizile okwakufanele ngiwubize within 48 hours ngoku-special meeting owama-standing rules wethu. Wahlala waba yimpumelelo umhlangano. Mhlawumbe angazi ukuthi lokho uthi umhlangano awuhlalanga awuzange angazi ukuthi-ke kubuya but ama-minutes I think azokuveza. Uma ngoba ngithi ngangine-item eyodwa u-item number 7 kwaku-item number 6 lo owawukhuluma nge-item esasizoyikhulumisa ngaleli langa. Then u-item number 7 kwakuwu-closure kwakufanele ngivale khona umhlangano. La-ke amakhansela ayesefisa ukufaka ama-item angekho kwi-agenda. As uSpeaker kwakufanele-ke ngingavumi ukuthi kungene i-item engekho kwi-agenda because mangabe kuzoba ne-meeting we prepared the item esizokhuluma ngawo kwi-meeting. Uma kuwukuthi kufanele kube ne-agenda kufanele ingene before sohlala kwi-council meeting. Angikwazi ukuthi ngithi nge-council meeting then sekufika ama-new item kumakhansela bese ngiyawavuma ngizoSpeaker. Yilapho-ke mhlawumbe la ngingavuma khona ukuthi ngawuvala umhlangano ku-item number 7 ngoba singavumelani namakhansela ukuthi kungene ama-item angekho i-agenda. Umhlangano mhla 17.
Ukuhlakazeka ngokwakho okunjani? Ungabuya ngokuthini lokho? Awuhlakazekanga, kwaxokozela wawuvala noma wahlakazeka ngoba wangasezwani?
No, ngase ngishilo ukuthi I declare the meeting sesiqedile kwase kuphakama izandla. Sekuvalile umhlangano kwase kuphakama izandla ngasho ukuthi umhlangano sowuvaliwe angisakwazi ukuthi siqhubeke nomhlangano. Kusukela ngasokuba uqala phansi umhlangano uma sengithi I declare the meeting ukuthi sivaliwe angisakwazi ukubeka izandla ezithi mina ngifisa ukuthi usihlalo ukhabazela mhlawumbe abe umanager angisakwazi ukwenza indaba esihlalo sekufanele nje umhlangano sovaliwe because i-item besesidebatile item yokugcina ngasho ukuthi yokuvala umhlangano sawuvala umhlangano base bephakama izandla sengivalile base bephakamisa izandla athi umhlangano usuvaliwe siphakamisa kanjani izandla ilapho la akwabe sekubala.
Just wait and let me just appreciate that. No, I just want to take the members to follow the issue because I think it's important. And maybe I'll get to a point. So, go for the land work on which file. So, honorable members, the report is the speaker convened a meeting of 18 councillors out of 33, which as far as he was concerned was correct. Now, that meeting had one item for discussion, but that agenda had seven items, but one matter for deliberation. And according to the speaker, the 7th item was closure. Now, as far as the speaker is concerned, the matter was discussed. When the matter was concluded, a resolution was adopted to say the municipality must do everything they can to deal with the problem. And then the speaker says she declared the meeting closed. Now, the query from Honorable Khalifi was that meeting collapsed. According to the speaker, when they got to the 7th item, which was closure, the members wanted to speak and raise other matters that were not on the agenda. And she then decided she is closing the matter, she can't take the hands, and for her, she can't be expected to take hands to talk about matters that were not on the agenda at that time. That is her response. Now, I want to, before you come in, Samela, I would like to just get back. I gave you the space, man. So when you ask you to respond, you will come back. Yeah. I said the guys in Kosovo. Uma isesinikele isithuba wakhuluma ume ichazele ibandla ngitolike bese sibuyisa imibuzo amakhulu kusele siyokufaka lapho ngoba asizothi sayale sibuye kuwe so ibambe kancane nje sobuya ukhona indawana esihluphayo angiyiqalise ngakubona ngoba ngifuna ukuqala ngakho ngiyiqalise ngakwena nansi into esihluphayo uma kukhona abantu bathi umhlangano uhlakazekile ukucaca ukuthi nifike la manixoxa khona kwaqala kwangezwani umphathi womhlangano bese uyawuvala umhlangano ungezwene engqondweni yethu kukhulu ukuthola ukuthi laba ababephakamisa izandla befuna ukufaka izinto babefaka izinto ezingekho ohlelweni noma babelwa lesamuko esesenzekile ukuthi kuphume isinqumo bethi bengakamukeli ukuthi somhlangano sungavalwa bese uyavalwa kodwa uvalwe egameni lokuthi usihlalo sethe hayi ke sesiphumile isinqumo sekuphelile. Yilo nto thina sizama ukuza ukuthi uma uthi awuhlakazekanga bekhona abantu kuhlakazekile kungenzeka yini ukube kwathi usomlomo mayithi uyawuvala umhlangano wawuvala kanti abantu bebesafuna ukulwa nalesinqumo esithathiwe bona bebesasiphikisa wasekuxokozelwa-ke uSpeaker said hayi ngase ngiqedile mina uSpeaker ngaqeda abasemhlanje bengakaqedi yilokho-ke okwenza ukuthi sifuna ukuyizwa kahle lento ngoba uma kunjalo kusho ukuthi uma ethi somlomo umhlangano ngawuvala mhlawumbe ngokwaSomlomo wawuvala kodwa ngokwabanye umhlangano wahlakazeka ngoba abantu bengakaqedi ukukhipha yonke imibono yabo uSpeaker wawuvala umhlangano kwagcina sekunomsindo yilapho-ke la ihlupha khona le ndaba. Ngizobuya ukuyiphendula. I just want to raise to the members that it's important to clarify this issue. It sounds like a very mundane issue, but actually the question is, what do we have here? Do we have a situation where a resolution was proposed and while people were busy discussing it, it was therefore declared to have been resolved and the members still wanted to debate? And then the Speaker decided to hold the meeting, to close the meeting without the other members feeling that they've satisfactorily dealt with the issue. It doesn't become an issue ordinarily, except when you've got a problem like this. Because if it's got implications, then there are people who might turn around and say, but we're never allowed to speak. And that's why the things went wrong. And that's really the question why I'm clarifying to the Speaker. Now, let's get back then to your question. I was just doing the translation for now. Let's get back to Lapus Kaufman and then Khalid.
Thank you, Chair. I think there is questions that are asked that has not been answered yet, but I want to go back to this issue of the meeting. And I think for us in this committee, in the oversight situation, and thank you for the clarification, is that if there's a discrepancy about what the Speaker and the Mayor says and the feedback that they get from the ground from various people that attended the meetings, and there's a difference in that raises a big concern. Now, my question is, I think there's a clear solution to this. Maybe we are mixing up different meetings. So we refer to a meeting that was taking place on the 17th of February. And then there was a later meeting that was a virtual meeting where the loan was approved. It would help us a lot if Council can, if the MM or the Speaker can provide us with the agenda for both those meetings and the things that would have been on that agenda for discussion, because then we don't have to spend half an hour to try and find out why do we have information that is totally the opposite of the information that we are giving to us. Thank you.
We'll come back to that. We still have to go back to the original question. We just wanted to clear the issue, but the Speaker wanted to clarify it before we can go to the TT.
Yeah, among two system have short legs. So if we are not going to come clean, because here in this portfolio, we want to help you. We are not concerned about how you run the municipality on your own. We are concerned about the service delivery to people. We also speak. Yeah, so if Umaspala is not doing well in terms of service delivery, that's where we come in as a committee. So therefore, coming here and mislead Parliament is going to be a problem on its own. Umake utumhlangano ngomhlaka 17 awufulapsana. So they prove us wrong because Tina were getting information from the ground to say umhlangano ngomhlaka 17 collapsed because the IFP councillors walked out. And it was collapsed by you as the Speaker, a head of institution who's supposed to protect everyone. So just take us through the 18 agenda, as my colleague is also asking the same question. Take us through what was the agenda, what was the resolution on the meeting of the 17th. And then the second issue, why did you call another meeting on the 28th, 3 days apart? Because it seems as if it's a special meeting. The one that you issue, I keep on saying the same thing, club that you wakhipha isimemo salomhlangano ngomhlaka 20 wangayifaki agenda uthema ungayifaki agenda amakhansela apho akubuza emkhandleni ukuthi iphi agenda lomhlangano then also ishintsha ke leyo meeting wasenza virtual ileke esikhuluma ngayo ke la through the chairperson ukuthi ile ye resolution kuthiwa ke futhi kuleyo resolution uyithatha nje seyenzekile into ebizwa nge-transition. Sibuza ukuthi ke nase nithathe ephika imali ngoba kuney'nsolo ey'mala ezithi two service providers has already given you money to pay salaries. Did you declare it if that is true? If it's not true, can you also tell us, because you must not hide anything in this platform in order for the people of Tuke, and I'm sure they are watching as well, to know ukuthi ngesikhathi seniresolve-ke ngomhla ka-20 nathi siyafuna ukuthi abasebenzi baholele, nathi siyafuna ukuthi abasebenzi baqhubeke ba-enjoye abasebenzi, but since iney'nkinga zey'mali, even kumhlangano nikhulumile ngalokho, niyithathephi le mali enaseniyiholela abasebenzi? I'm also saying again, Chair, on the 6th of March, u-MM ubhalela-ke abasebenzi noma ukhosat imali, means to say, usasho ukuthi kule meeting, kule ncwadi yakhe ngomhla 6 March, izinkinga zisekhona. So anikwazi ukuthi nithathe i-decision baba Inkosi ngomhla ka-20 nathi hayi sekusolvekile manje. Andideclare ukuthi imali ninika ubani. But again, 6 March nisasho ukuthi cha zisekhona iy'nkinga kodwa sizo-address izinto zama-bond, izinto zoSARS, izinto zobani. So please, siphenjeleni i-picture eyodwa ngomkhandlu wasothukela in order for us as a portfolio committee sikwazi ukuthi sinincede ukuthi how do we go forward, because kule meeting ethiwa wayiphulapsa wona speaker kwakuthiwa kwakune-item Chair yayithi bafuna ukususpenda amakhansela afuna ukuthi kukhulunywe ngokuthi kususpend u-MM. That's why uspeaker-ke wadecide ukuthi hhayi-ke angeke ngize nginivumeleke ngoba lo item ayikho la according to my agenda communicated. So yilezo zinto esenza ukuthi manje singakwazi ukuthi siye phambili speaker about this issue. Siyabonga.
Ngicela ukuthi u-speaker aphendule indaba zomhlangano, Inkosi izophendula indaba yemali ukuyipromote.
Ngiyathokoza Chairperson. Ngomhla ka-17 ngicela ukulungisa ngey'namba kuqala. Ngomhla ka-17 i-meeting yayi-physical. Yayi-physical, yayi-provincial. Amakhansela ayiphuma konke. Ayiphuma onke ngomhla ka-17.
Hayi ukuthi ayo-18, ibhale wathi sohlokabili wathi ayo-18. Ukuthi ku-wrong now. Ayiphelelayo uthi inamba yakho.
Umhlangano owangomhla ka-27 la ayi-24. Sesizochaza indaba ezithutha ama-confusion ayisasezokwenza.
Asikhombiseke imali nosozwana ngoba so iy'namba sozifakazile manje seziyasifika. Umhlangano wokuqala ngomhla ka-17 uthi abantu babe-18 uthi-ke lokho akurong lokho babe bangani awukhaze babekhona ngeziphi zabo babe bangani. Sodlule lapho ukhulume ngawo izinamba ezinye uzifaka uma usukhuluma ngalowo muntu khona singakizithuka.
Umhla ka-17 umhlangano physical uthukela amakhansela ayekhona, just one councillor lakade lapho lakade apostrazile langingamakhansela u-32 ngomhla ka-17 sizo-informa amakhansela ukuthi i-account ifakisiwe. Umhlangano physical ngaleli langa amakhansela u-32. Then bese kuthi umhla ka-27.
Okay, sithi-ke kulowo mhlangano ngoba kunempikiswano ukuthi waphela kanjani, uzosipha imininingwane yawo khona sizophuma ekutheni wena usitshela okuyikona noma labo abasitshelile basitshela okungekho. Dlula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Umhlangano onge-item yangu-Dr. Chairperson esengichazile ukuthi wawu-inform amakhansela nge-account. Uma sengiwuvala umhlangano uku-item number 7 owakuvala umhlangano.
Usichazile-ke leyo nto. Ngilale ngoba ngithi kulowo mhlangano sinike imininingwane yawo khona sizobona izinto ezazikhulunywa bese siyadlula ngoba la siphikisana khona nawe siphikisana ekutheni uthi wena umhlangano wafika ekugcineni abantu baphakamise izandla usuqedile. Abanye bathi umhlangano kwakunezinto ezazikhulunywa ungakapheli wazogcina usuhlakazeka ngoba indlela owawuphatheke ngayo. Asizongena-ke kulokho sifuna thina usinike umniningwane bese siyadlula dlulela kulo landelayo.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Ubese kuthi lo owangomhla ka-27 yilo-ke esasizofuna.
Awukho-20.
No, umhla ka-20 Chairperson, angimhla ka-20 Chairperson, 27.
Okay. Kancane khona sodlula kulona. Now, Honorable Khalif, just repeat that so that she can close it once and for all.
Bathi 20
Wow, which one?
oqala wawubize physically
17.
attach agenda
Yeah.
waseyibiza ke virtual ngomhla ka 20.
What bayasho ukuthi uzokhulunywa ngayo.
Iyona le account issue.
Okay. All right. Uyawuphika speaker ndawa u20 onke. Ibeka lapho.
Chairperson, angizange ngibe nawo i-council meeting ngomhla ka 20. Kube u17 no27. Umhla ka 17 wawu physically, umhla ka 27 wawu visually, lo onamkhansela u18 wawu visual ngomhla ka 27. Lo wamhla ngomhla ka 17 amakhansela ayiphelele just one council ekade yakho.
Ngena 27 asivale. Honorable Khalif. Laba abathi wakhona umhla ka 20 waqala ungena agenda bakhala wasuyayikhipha uspeak awubacela basithumele leyo agenda mhla 20 qhubeka speak.
Chairperson, mhlawumbe umuntu bese ngisegcineni ukuthi mhlawumbe engibe nayo ibe 17 no27. 17 wawu physically, u27 wawu visual. The two meetings engibe nawo on the report. U17 kwakuzo-inform amakhansela nge-account eyayi-athachiwe ku-RASP. Okuyiyona item eyodwa sasizokhuluma ngayo. Uma sengivala amakhansela kuyiqiniso abakusho ukuthi babethi bacela ukufaka i-item yokususpenda u-MM. I said uzospeaker ngicela ngoba vele sizoba ne-ordinary meeting ngomhla ka 27. On this the item ngicela sifake kumhla ka 27 mhlambe kube nento esho ukuthi ke sicela umsuspenda. Bathi ke bona basakwazi ukuthi ngomhla ka 27 bafuna ukuthi i-item ingene manje ikhuliswe manje asuspendwe manje. Mhlambe ngokomthetho ithi ke angikwazi even noma standing rules angikwazi ukufaka i-item sizokhulunyiswa manje ilapho la kwaba.
Siyabuzwa kulo asidlulele kancane siye kule umhla ka 27 ukuthi i-agenda yakhona yayimi kanjani ngoba sizama ukuthola la ukuthi lo mhlangano lowo into zakhona uhlelo lwakhona lwaluthini. Umsindo osuvela ukhuluma ngokuthi abantu babengaphelele lokuthi abantu babe inani elithile bangathi bagcwaliseka nje bahlafunela bengazange babe uzwile 27 uzwile lo
27 wawuvisual. Mhlambe before ngokuqala umhlangano ngiyengicela i-official inconfirmation i-quorum because sesingene ngama-gadgets. Ngiyengicela i-official eqondene ukuthi inconfirmele ukuthi sesingaqala nangokuqala ngabe nayo i-quorum. Once ngaba ne-quorum inasesiqalise umhlangano. Waqala wawu-visual and angizange ngibe ngizo nexoliso ngalelo langa kodwa ngoba i-quorum anginawo ngaqhubeka nomhlangano. I-agenda kwaku-adjustment budget nokubuka izinto lezi zamaloni u-MM esichazele ukuthi-ke yini abayenzile ukuze kukwazi ukuthi-ke uholeleke abasebenzi.
The ratification le resolution eyaphethelisa ubabuleni.
Mhla ka 27.
Awuyixoxe nje kancane ukuthi wayefaka wathini emasokuzwa ukuthi iphuma kanjani i-ratification ngoba nokuthi uyakhumbula ukuthi ekuqaleni bavele bathi hayi zalo nizokwenza ngakwenza manje uma singene yangena isithi kwenziweni senikuvume kwenziweni.
Mhlambe chairperson ngicela ukuthi ngoba uma sengi-cancel meeting although isuke ikhona ku-agenda i-item ama-item esesokhuluma ngawo kodwa ngisuke senginikeza u-MM ukuthi akwazi ukuchaza namakhansela ukuthi maphi ama-item esizokhuluma ngawo. Mhlambe sengingaxoxa u-MM ukuthi ayichaze ukuthi wayichaza kanjani because Then after 6 months, the MM, the same company councillor, I debated. This is big.
Okay. So, which we see, which you know, the item I need, the adjustment budget or person by Ramalin, all of these.
We adjustment budget yes, na nalo kubo from account to person for sustain.
Okay. Usutini wazo za MM na wajasiba mbele. Okay, we just needed to close this aspect. As far as the speaker is concerned, there is an error in the first report she gave us. The meeting on the 17th had 32 councillors, 1 apology, and it was physical, and all of them were present. Meeting deliberated over the financial crisis and agreed that everything needs to be done to resolve the problem. And then some of the members wanted to raise an issue of suspending the manager, and then the speaker dismissed them and closed the meeting. Then on the 20th, she said there was no meeting, and I've asked that Honorable Kalipe will pick that matter up once there is a record of a meeting called or maybe agenda that was circulated for a meeting on the 20th. The meeting on the 27th was held to deal with 2 issues, budget adjustment and the loan. Now, I've asked what did she tell the councillors about the loan? And the speaker says that matter she called upon the MM to table, so the MM can actually deal with that issue for us. So we will get the MM to deal with that matter. Let me just say, Honorable Speaker and Inkosi, these were just preliminary. That was not really the issue we were going into. It's just that as it was coming, it was clashing with the things that we had been informed, and that's why we're spending a bit of time to try and clarify. It was not really the issue. The real issues, once we read how the matter was tabled, the real issues go back to the financial matters. And that's where we're hoping Inkosi and MM can then go into a bit more clarification. So let me get back to Inkosi, and then at whatever point you can get the MM to deal with the presentation to council and also whatever matters.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. They were in on the account that which was dealing direct with the money that we received. It was discussed in the council. Honorable Kalipo said something about going through and said something about Isando, and she made the wrong allegation on Isando. On the item, the loans were secured as follows. Or let me read the topic of the item. Item to cancel ratification of emergency short-term loans procured to avert total service delivery collapse and socio-economic catastrophe. That was on February 2026.
Because I'm Facebook puzzle. But when I think funded good document ebhaliwe. Mhlawumbe Nkosi ngathi qhubeka ibisithumelela specific wasilandelela ukuthi kwasekufunda. Awumenzele bayithumela qhubeka Nkosi. Sensitive. There are some details Nkosi is talking about. We would like them to be circulated so we can follow it. Let's proceed. Proceed, Nkosi.
The MM tabled a report seeking council ratification of emergency short-term loans totaling 18 million rands. Procured under delegated authority to avert service delivery columns and ensure payment of February 2026 salaries after municipalities' bank accounts were frozen following a claim by a hospitality. The loans were secured as follows: 10 million rand from Conview at 5% interest, 6 million rand from Inkosi Langalibalele municipality, 1.8 million rand advanced by a service provider to finalize next salary payments. Total net payable approximately 7.8 million. MM indicated that the action was taken under Section 45 and 62 of the NFMA and supported by legal advice under the doctrine of necessity. The loans are to be repaid upon receipt of equitable share funds and or unfreezing of municipal accounts. The acting CFO clarified that the short-term loans were not included in the funding plan as they were temporary stopgap measures.
Member, have you received it? It's now in the, if you can check on the group, the heading of the thing says the virtual special council meeting agenda 27 February is the second item, and the details Inkosi is reading are in that thing. It's on item 5, financial implications. It's broken down now into the thing Inkosi is reading. I do want you to follow it because I want you to ask as you've seen the information table. Can you find it? Okay. The item is the agenda of 27 February. Okay. Then scroll down towards the last signature of municipal manager Chile. You will find that the item 5 is financial implications. The questions you're asking are actually there. That's the part you must go into this. Go to the bottom of the thing and then get to the, once you see the signature of the MMU, then you move up. You'll see financial implications. I do want members to see it because all the questions were going around this issue and Inkosi is dealing with it exactly. All right. Okay. Honorable members, are you together? You fine? Just move a little bit up, I can see you just about there. All right. Now, boss,
Councillor, MCMQ has sought clarity with regards to loan not being consistent with adopted budget and loan financial plan, and questioned whether municipal salaries are worth 16 million rand in total. Municipal manager explained that the Isandiso, honorable member, Isandiso company transferred 1.8 million rand in municipal account, which totaled to 17.8 million as the total of the next pay. Acting CFO stated that the loan will be compensated back since it was not factored into the funding plan. Then it was resolved that the loans taken up under delegated authority be ratified. And to that, it be noted that the borrowing are not consistent with the adopted budget and long-term financial plan, which was moved. So these are the monies. There's bond view, there's Isandiso, and there's Inkosi Langalibalele. So Isandiso, I've never seen Isandiso, but I was puzzled when the honorable member said, we take Isandiso. Isandiso, you understand what is our company? It's not. So
the company is Isando, and may the leadership, mayor, speaker, deputy, and CFO confirm that none of them are involved in that company.
Yeah, I need validation. I ushiwo le one councillor raised this thing, we come in. If it will be executive. Ukuthi, but that councillor was saying, lo Sunday, so umsebenzi Sunday, so usikezeke usiqoqela imali. Data cleansing, yeah, data cleansing. Laba ngakho akwazi ukulandelela.
So data cleansing, not debt collect.
Ukwenza kubili.
Okay, all right, proceed. No, it's all right, but because I just wanted to be clear in basic factual terms.
Check ukuthi uma sikhipha amabhili why abantu bangakhuphi. Thola ukuthi ayisewashona just clean that debt. Then bese ke let's collect la ke la fanele akhokhe for umuntu then basilegele we collect trying to improve the collection. This matter was raised in the executive committee. Yokuthi use but we actually come back and say, oh, well, it's no namhlanje which sexual and I am no speaking yakhe. But on that
akasho njalo uthe qinisekiseni ukuthi akekho kunina ophakathi.
Yize ngayihlobisa ngathi ku management.
Yes.
So uchairman sathi mayor wathiwa ngase CFO.
Yeah.
Because mina ngimbathisile ngathi imali yoyisazele Nkosi.
oh
Sekhona.
Kahle Nkosi asidlule ngoba uyiphendule into esifunayo ufuna sidlule kuloko. Umbuzo ubungathi nephakathi. Ubuza ukuthi ukhona yini kunina oyingxenye yale nkampani. Akufani Nkosi ngoba okunye ukukhomba ngokumunye okunye ukubuza. Singomehluko omkhulu. Yeah.
So to respond, it was raised with executive committee's team. But I want to go into again.
Imane ngoba ngiyabona uMaZulu umake uyazika. Let's just take members through quickly. We'll come to you. Just take members quickly so that you don't lose too much. The first issue is that the mayor is reading the names of companies that put in money. All right. Now, in the reading of this, there's Bonneview oh, I lost my opinion. So, in the reading, there's Bonneview and what's the other one? Okay, Langalibalele, okay, which is a municipality. Then Inkosi, the mayor then says the name that was given by Honorable Mkaripi is not correct. Honorable Mkaripi said Isando, and she said the name is Isandiso, which is a service provider that does data cleansing and debt collection that gave them 1.6 million. A Councillor Mkize had asked the question, is 60 million enough to cover the salaries? That's when the MM said, no, there's a service provider that's going to give us 1.6 million. Now, that issue, the Inkosi is saying there has been accusation about which members are part of that company. And he says no one is part of that company. It's the first time now that the name of mayor, speaker, or MM are being mentioned. And it's an accusation that is new. So we're correcting this to the mayor. We're saying, no, the accusation is not directly saying that you are involved. It was a question as to whether any of you in management, including CFO, are involved. There's a difference between accusation and question. So, okay, we clarify that. Then in the past, there was an accusation about the CFO being said to be the one who is part of this company. And he was explaining that, so I stopped Nkosi at that point because I wanted just to cover that gap. So we can finish off Nkosi, then we'll get back to the members. Proceed, please.
Yeah. Sunday, so saqala ukusebenza uthukela December 2024. December 2024. while the CFO was Mr. Story. Who are appointed by the country and have the current CFO. Then current CFO Mr. Story resigned on January. And then we had to get another person. Hence we have the acting CFO, Mr. Ndlovu. His category and Lama accusation which who CFO is the owner of who has bought, but they said CFO has appointed his own company. They were referring to Mr. Ndlovu.
The acting.
The acting. Then
No,
then
sorry, just lift it a bit because your voice fades. And if you can pull it closer, it's fine, but if not, it's okay. Just put it straight to, it must be straight to the mark here.
They said it's Mr. Ndlovu who appointed this Sundays, yet it has got, it belongs to him, they said so. It belonged to him, the company. And then we asked that in the executive committee, Mr. Ndlovu clarified that. Kodwa sasiwazi ukuthi Mr. Ndlovu was appointed to work with uThukela on February, yet Isandiso was appointed on December. Engakabikho Mr. Ndlovu, singazi nokuthi uSithole uzohamba. Well, azange siqhube investigation ukuthi mhlambe they were referring to the then CFO. But we wanted to know from the current CFO ukuthi yini emhlanganisayo. Kodwa bearing in mind ukuthi uSandiso usafika kuqala than yena. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I hope we can close that because it was the clarification on the allegations or on the question of involvement. The current acting CFO came in February when the Sandiso had been appointed prior to his arrival, when the previous CFO resigned, the one who did the appointment. So now we are where we should have started. Now, let's now get the members to raise the call. Did you want to say something else? Who else wanted to say something? Yes, come on.
Greetings, Chairman. Honorable members present, Inkosi, Ngabizitha, our speaker, and the colleagues are part of the meeting. Chair, I think Inkosi has covered a lot of questions, but I also believe that it is at this stage important for us to sort of do a full disclosure of the funds that we got via the development agents. I think it's safe to say this is the development agency of uThukela District Municipality established in terms of the company state by us as uThukela District Municipality. It's funded by us. Maybe 90% of their budget is coming from uThukela District Municipality. I did that. The whole intention of using the very same development agency. One was acting being informed by Section 61 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, which allows the MM to act in a manner that will then protect the asset and also to act with the honesty and integrity and in the best interest of the municipality. I was just discharging the fiduciary responsibilities as the appointing office. Having said that, there were other loans, 4 of them that we got after, but the first people who deposited money into the development agency's account is only Langalibalele Municipality Bonview, 10 million and 1.8 from the Sundays. 1.8 from the Sundays, they are the one who are doing the vendor system for uThukela District Municipality. That's where when people are buying tokens for water in some of the areas, they use the very same company. So they transfer money back to us. That 1.8 was ours. It was the money that was actually supposed to be deposited into the account of uThukela. So it was so unfortunate that the account was frozen. Then we said, please deposit the money into the account of uThukela Development Agency. Other funds that we got, these are the short-term loan agreements we've drafted, and they were also sent to these companies. There are 4 in total. I'll just name them. The first one is LCT Properties, which was an amount of 600,000. The second one was Billintops Trading, an amount of 1 million. The third one was Dimanshe Trading Pty Ltd, amount of 1 million. And then the last one was Vulindlela Prospects, which was also an amount of 1 million. The said funds must also be noted, members, that the 17.8 that we got, we used the very same money to pay the net salaries for our employees. Net salaries for our employees. Then this one, which equates to 3.6, it was then used to pay for the third parties. We then decided then to prioritize our third parties. We started with the payment of medical aids, and then the second one was garnish orders. I think there was a third one, bonds. I think there was a third one, bonds as well. 3 of them that we prioritized using the very same funds of 3.6 million that was left on the account of the uThukela Development Agency. So the correspondence that Honorable Mkhalip is referring to, we were just alerting our employees that the third parties would then be paid in full after we have dealt with the matter in court. Fortunately, the matter set, and we got an order, an interim order from the court. We got 4.6 in our account back. Then you managed to pay the rest of the third parties. But the one that we prioritized are the one that I've just mentioned, with the remainder of the funds that were deposited by the uThukela Development Agency. So economic development agency. So I wanted to clarify that there's also an issue, Chairperson, if I may also be allowed to proceed on the acting CFO. We've been in constant communication with the President Cooperative, and we were in agreement that on the month of March, during the tabling of the draft IDP and budget, we needed to submit an item to council for the re-advertisement of the position of the CFO. So we're in a process with a proper management plan to fill the vacancy. So the matter will then be addressed in that fashion. RASP, no enough money on the account, or there was enough money on the account, which was estimated to 5.2 million. Yes, there was 5.2 million. Noting that on the agreement that was signed, we did mention that we'll use the equitable share to pay the first installment of RASP. Notice it's history now that we got the equitable share on the 19th. So what then happened, there are funds that the honorable member is referring to. It must also be noted that on the very same account, which is a primary account, that's where we normally used to have the money for grants, which is MIG, water sanitation infrastructure grant as well, which is WISA grant, and other grants. So we had invoices on our desk to process them using the very same grants, because we said let's then take a very sober decision to ensure that we inject the grants monies where it is then due. Other people may then say there was money, even if there was 13 million. If it was for grants, meant for grants, we had to pay for grants in another chain. So that's what happened. So it was not the money that was on a primary account that would then be used for any other purpose, but it was only meant for grants. So I wanted to clarify that, Chair. The issue of honorable member also referred to section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, which then refers, I'll just, if I can also be allowed to look into it. We said we did not get an approval from council to finalize the payment of RASP concerning CC. Section 33 refers to the contracts having future budgetary implications to the municipality. That's the main focus of this section 33 that the honorable member is referring to. Having said this, Chair, I think it's also important for me to say this. The taking steps to protect the best interests of the institution taking the very same service provider head on legally, was informed by the delegation system that was adopted by council, that is normally adopted by council in each and every, the beginning of each and every financial year, which then gives powers to the municipal manager to deal with matters of litigations. It doesn't say if there's a matter that requires maybe a sort of a litigation, the MM must go back to council and request the approval of the council. Our reliance was more on the delegation system that was adopted, Chairperson.
So what question are you answering? What question are you answering with that
The member was referring to section 33 of the MFMA. She said the MM did not have powers to deal with the litigation matters of RASP consulting. So I was just trying to address that question. So section 33, which
just hold on. Was that the question?
The question. Sorry, Chair. The issue was raised that in the first instance, the whole deal with RASP was not before council. And then the fact that the money was in the account and they didn't pay it triggered an extra 31 million payment. And none of these things has been approved by council or before council before it happened. That was the question, yes, that the MM is answering.
Do you understand the question the same one? Does it sound different now? Was it okay? What I'm hearing you say is that you went to court on the RASP issue because Section 33 doesn't stop you from doing so. Instead, you have a delegation of authority which comes from the council, which they take at the beginning of the year. Now, the reason why I'm interrupting you, it sounds like you're answering a question that wasn't asked. The question that I'm hearing is that the way you've managed RASP, the contract and the issues relating to RASP did not get properly tabled at council. And on what basis would you continue without getting the support and backing of council in the issue of RASP? Now, I do want us to, you see, there's a big difference, because I don't want you to answer a question based on your understanding of what your authority is, but no one is asking you that. We're asking you a different question. I don't know if you can see the difference there, because if you do, then you can come back to the answer.
Chair, I think it's important for me to say this, that the payment arrangement that we reached with RASP before we even go to court with the name of getting an order was informed by the payment was informed by the funding plan rather that we have in place. We look at the funding plan to say how much can then be paid for us. We said let's split it over a period of 8 years. The first installment being 3 million, second 3, third one 6, 3, 6, the ranges around those figures. So an item, Chairperson.
Just hold on. I just don't want you to lose each other. Just hold it there. I can follow what you're saying. Just hold it there. Let me just move. Yes, on the moment.
Thank you, Chair. Before you explain further, maybe I must make it simple in the way what I actually asked. I've asked 2 questions. First of all, on what basis, what happened that you had to go to court for a 137 million for consent order? Because something must have happened. You have a contract, you have an agreement, and you should have known this is the payment plan, this is the thing. And then they ask you 137 million for service delivered. That is what you said in the report. So I assume there was a contract, services was delivered, and all of a sudden you had to go to court to settle something that none of us know what it is that we had to settle, because we didn't get to that. But let me ask it now so that we can understand the process. Now the fact that you settled for a consent order, that was not put before council, or that's the information that I have. I want to know why wasn't it put before council. That's the first part. The second part of the question, or the second question I raised was, then after that was done, you skip the first installment, and there's the issue of the money that it was in the account that the treasury said it was, and you said it wasn't, because it's different things, and that incurred a further 31 million rand that has to be paid. So these are the two separate questions.
Okay,
And maybe it would be easier to understand and follow the answer.
okay, all right. Let's deal with it now. We're trying to focus so that we're all aligned in terms of how we understand the bill.
Chair. The Council of uThukela, the debt that is being owed to us, which is standing at 137 million. The Council of uThukela was aware that we owing a sales provider by the name of RASP Consulting CC in amount of 137 million. There are items that are normally taken to council. The highest creditors was also part of those creditors, and a decision to pay all the creditors or to a payment agreement with all the creditors served before council, which also included the very same sales provider, which is RASP Consulting. So one was acting based on that all the creditors, which also include the Umgen uThukela.
So was an agenda item which has got that on the.
Well, we might need to go back and check on our archives check, because I think this item that served a long time ago, but surely we'll get those items.
Now let's answer a yes. How long it takes, we can discuss it later. I just want to be clear, we are understanding each other.
Okay.
So the question is, did you report the matter to council? And you are saying yes, and I say, can we get the record? And you are saying yes. Yes. Let's proceed.
So that's how one can respond to the first question, whether council was aware that you owe us 137 million rands. So I think I've addressed that one. Well, the issue of an amount of that is available on our accounts on the 15th, I think I've addressed that one as well. Because I said it's a primary account of the municipality where we normally put in the money for grants, we say PME grant and EPWP grants. So what we normally do, we pay those grants using the very same primary account of the institution. So to say that there was money set aside or reserved for us, that may not be true. But what is a fact on the matter is that we had invoices for grants that we are actually supposed to pay using the very same numbers on our primary account. So yeah, that's the.
Let's get back to the question. The question was, there were two parts on it. You had money in the account, why didn't you use it? Then the question was, what happened that triggered the conflict that made the matter go to court? Something happened. What is it that happened that triggered the matter?
What triggered the matter between ourselves and RASP Consulting was the amount that was not paid on the duty as per the order of the court. Because remember, we said we reached a payment, there was a payment plan in place. We went to court together, we got an order. The first installment was actually supposed to be on the 15th of December, 2025. There was an acceleration clause on the order of the court to say, if you fail to pay on a specific date, this is what will then happen. You'll be liable for the full amount of money, which is 137 plus 11% interest. That's what the acceleration clause is saying. So we did not effect the payment on the 15th, based on the reason that I've just mentioned, that we did not get to the contribution on that particular time. So
what you're saying is that your agreement says if you miss one installment, then they can call for the full payment.
That's what the agreement is saying. And Chairperson, I think it's important to say on our court papers.
Just wait. But your agreement is that you miss 1 month, you pay the full amount.
That's what it says. That's what the agreement says.
When was this agreement signed?
I think it was last year, October, if my memory serves me well.
Where were you?
Was that?
I ran the Alabama. No, you don't do that. You don't do that. I have nothing rumors of course all about that. But don't disturb the person that you are dealing with, and you want them to take your attention away from the committee to yourself. That's not right. And the question is, when was it done, and when did you come into the municipality? Between the contract and your appointment, who's older? Who came first?
I'm older than the contract.
So you signed the contract.
Signed the contract.
Why do you sound surprised that there's such a clause? However, why would you sign such a contract?
Well, I believe, Chairperson, because on the very same contract, we involved even the senior council. I don't want to mention the name of the senior council that we use.
Why wouldn't you mention the council? Why is it a secret?
No.
Why is it a secret? I mean, I wasn't going to ask you, but now that you don't want to mention, I'm interested.
We used the senior council, Sana, who was actually assisting us in drafting the order of the court. Because it started being a draft, then we went to put together to get it as an order of the court. So
wait. You have a clause that says if you miss 1 month payment, you are liable for the full payment. 1. 2, you actually have a contract that had to go and be ratified as a court order. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, that's normal.
Yes, that's correct.
It's normal. Both those things are normal.
No,
And you signed it yourself.
No, not exactly, Chair. One can say, being the courting officer at times,
Sorry?
I'm saying being the courting officer, at times you can be misled. Because when I was, there was this summons, or rather, from the very same company which is RASP, intending to attach our accounts. I had some engagements with the legal section at uThukela first to say, how did you reach to this type of an agreement? Because I don't think we were actually supposed to agree on this, on the acceleration clause of the things, acceleration clause number 7 on the order of the court. But I think, Chairperson, it's also worth to mention that we, on our court papers that are before the court, we're also challenging the very same order.
But I don't want to don't go further. I just want to get just simple basic things. Okay. The first basic thing is the question is, has the council has this agreement ever been tabled to council to understand the implications ever before you started functioning? But the question I'm asking, is it normal to have a court or to have an agreement that's got this kind of acceleration that 1 month you miss, you pay the full amount, firstly. Secondly, that such an agreement becomes a court order. I mean, we've got so many service providers, how many of them are actually ratified as court orders? That's educated.
To answer the question of the chair, it's not normal.
So when you say you were misled, you are actually saying you misled your own counsel. Was you signed?
No, not exactly, Chair.
Okay, all right. Answer. I'll come back because I want you to.
Chair, on this point, before we go forward, I just want to get one in clarification so that we can just explain it simultaneously. You, Chair, thank you, Chair. You asked if the clause is that if you skip one payment, you have to settle the whole amount. I'm confused because what I have is because you failed to pay the installment, the municipality now has to pay an additional 31 million in interest as per clause 7 of the settlement agreement you entered into. So it doesn't sound to me that, and I don't have the clause before me, but you as the signature to the agreement should know if you have to pay the interest and if you have to settle the whole amount. Because then again, I am even more worried because it's confusing info that you're giving us. There's a big difference between if you skip one settlement and in one payment installment to pay the whole amount instead of paying the interest. And that is what the information I have. So you have to please clarify now what is the correct thing. Chair.
So, Direko, I missed your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was a follow-up when the speaker was responding on the issue of borrowing money, because I was a bit concerned because we know that the council has a responsibility to ensure that there's accountability in our municipality. But when you listen to the councillors with regard to this matter, it's like they are trying to justify what is wrong. Because firstly, when you look at the MSMA, I don't believe there's a provision or any option for municipalities to borrow each other money. And if there's no such a clause that is supporting that, it simply means that the transaction was irregular. So the people that were expecting them to hold the accounting officer accountable are the ones who are trying so hard to justify the wrong thing. And secondly, Chair, I also want to check on the side of the accounting officer as to when they pay that money back, which boat that they are going to use in regard to that matter. And now, Chair, what is also surprising is that one of the roles of the accounting officer is to advise the council. And before the accounting officer can sign anything, he must look at those things and ensure that there's a due, he must also check that everything is up to the scratch and is legal. But he comes here and tells us that he was misled. Then it then raises a concern with regard to his qualification, his ability to lead that institution. It then explains the challenges that you are having in municipality. If the head of the municipality who's supposed to ensure that everything is running smooth is the one who comes here and raises a concern about being misled, how do you sign an agreement that you are not sure of as an accounting officer? And Chair, I will also recommend that after this meeting, the matter of the financial laws with regard to this transaction must be sent to the AG, and the AG must exercise the extended powers that we have given to the AG in terms of holding other people personally liable for the funds that have been lost by municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Nkolipi, and then Sompa, then you'll come back to respond.
Yes, when the
I noticed your hand, acting CFO. You will come after. One man dinner is a total.
Chair,
Where is it?
Chair.
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry
it was just follow-ups. I still have questions.
Oh yeah. No problem. No problem. I noticed that I missed your hand. We only follow up. We basically trying to refine the response so that the response doesn't go all over. Okay.
Yes, Chair. When the MM was saying to this meeting that sometimes they got misled.
Yes, it's a bit on screens.
Proceed. They're dealing with the gadgets, not with my ears.
I want you to get me. Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, proceed.
Yeah, I just want to take up where Honorable Dereko left it. When the MM mentioned that sometimes they got misled, that we got very well. Because at the end of the day, he's an accounting officer. So the speaker, so the speaker, Chair.
No, sorry, they think I'm confusing the gadgets here. Continue. I'm fine with it.
So what I'm saying, Chair, when he mentioned, the MM mentioned that sometimes they got misled, that is a real problem. Because of the reason why Honorable Dereko was mentioning that we are very much concerned about the service delivery. When the speaker said she didn't collapse the meeting on the 17th, she further explained that the councillors wanted to place an item to suspend the MM. So the meeting, the speaker that is confirming that it took place on the 27th of February. Let me also just agree, Chair. The 28th, I was confusing. The speaker issued the invitation for the 27th. So there was no meeting on the 20th. But the question, therefore, why on the 27th, there was no item that was wanted to be persuaded by the councillors? So I think the speaker must also explain that if indeed she is not involved, if she is protecting the institution as a whole. She break about that on the 17th of February, there were 33 councillors. So there was a quorum. So it means there was no problem. Any item can be processed in the municipality. So therefore someone is saying, I want to place an item to suspend the MM Why she's not placing the item on the next agenda, the council meeting? Because we asked specifically, what was the item agenda on the 27th? There's no item that wanted to be raised by my councillors on the previous meeting. So now, I'm worried, Chair, about that comment from the MM, because now the mayor went to town to explain about Isandiso, yeah, Isandiso, and he clarified what is the role of Isandiso within the municipality. But when it comes to Bonneview, there is no information provided. So now they are justifying why they went to council to say, no, we have a crisis, we can't pay our workers. So therefore we got money from these two service providers or whatever status it is. So now the question is, the MM does have powers to disclose information of workers, because the information of workers is within the municipality. I'm Klengwe Mkhalipi, born on this day, blah, 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 blah. Now the municipality can't process my payment, my salary. We went to Babuzo Limkis, they went to Sherin to say, please borrow us money. So therefore, it means my particulars are now revealed from the third party. Does he have those powers? Because if I'm listening correctly, he is saying that, no, the reason why I have to take a decision is because it emanates from the delegated powers, section 33, if I'm not mistaken. So does he have the powers to disclose the information that does not belong to those two people? Again, I think Honorable Katie tried to ask, where are the powers derived from? Whereby you go and ask a third party to borrow you money to pay salaries. Chair, this is not the first time we're dealing with this matter here. Remember, we went to one of the municipality, the DPG, they're sitting there, you also concur with us, in Mpumalanga. In Mpumalanga, there is a big company that has captured the municipality. Whenever the municipality does not have money, they went to that chicken company to say, please come. So as a result, the municipality can't take decision now because they are captured by these big companies because of the issues that are emanating from the crisis of the municipality. So that's why we want to understand it. Did you follow all proper procedures? We can have delegated powers, but it does not mean now if there is a crisis now, go and take another fresh resolution from the council in order for the councillors to know, okay, we are here now, we have to discuss these matters, then it becomes our resolutions. Thanks, Chair.
Sumba.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, I'm very worried about this municipality. Chair, maybe I was in the back when the MM started to speak, but I wanted to check. For example, I'm going to take two letters because I'm not going to repeat what they said, but all I just wanted to say that as an individual person, under normal circumstances, if I want to borrow money from the bank, I have to read everything to the understanding so that I must be able to check personally whether I will be able to afford to pay that loan. Now, on the group, I see that honorable member have posted that there is an additional interest of 31 million in the loan that they have been borrowed. I don't know that 31 million, is it for the whole sum or is the money that the interest that are escalating every month? And we must be worried also, as the committee seated here, when municipalities have hired the MMs who are responsible with the coffers of the municipality. Then the MM will come and sit in front of us as the committee to say he was misled. He was misled by who? Because my understanding is that if you are the accounting officer responsible for the coffers of the municipality, your responsibility is, if you don't understand the document that is in front of you in terms of where it affects the financials, you need to get the advisory committee or the lawyers of the municipality to sit down and understand this before assigning and agreeing, coming into the agreement. Now, MM, I want you to tell me who is going to pay this amount of money. Speaker, is there a resolution that comes from that council meeting that says all the councillors agree to get inside this loan? Thank you very much.
Okay, let's get with let's deal with the question first. The way you structure the loan to us, you are saying to us, even yourself, you know it's not usual. So tell us about this, because it's got huge implications and we're not quite getting to a point of understanding why did you sign such an agreement? And the question is your council aware that you signed an agreement that's completely unconventional with huge implications that you've just disclosed to us now? You are saying, and I listened to you, we asked you about whether you did table this issue to the council, and you said yes. You spoke about the number of council of municipality of a number of contracts which you passed to the through the council, and I asked whether you can give us the report, the agenda when those things were tabled, and you said yes, but it will be in archives, etc., etc. Now, from what I'm hearing, this contract, and I don't know if I got the date right, 2024, end of 2024. You were a year before that. Now, I'm not sure. 2024, towards the end of 2024, it's already in archives, and it's so difficult to get. I'm not sure. So the question for me is, why did you sign such an unconventional agreement? And is your council aware of the implications thereof? Because the question that Honorable Labuskakan is asking is that it wasn't just the agreement, the original contract that caused the municipality to be liable. It was a settlement agreement that was subsequently signed. Now, that's not what you said, that's what she's saying. So just clarify it again so that you know exactly where we are on this matter.
Chair, I don't know, because let me first start by saying this was not a loan. The money for us it was not a loan. The RASP was appointed in 2021. They used Regulation 37 of municipal supply chain.
Let's not confuse issues. Let's not confuse issues. You are explaining the unconventional contract that you've just been telling us. So explain that, and thereafter we can move on to other issues, because you shouldn't be tempted to debate. You should focus on giving us facts. So I'm now going to be stricter. You need to answer the questions and not debate, because once you approach it that way, it sounds like you're debating. So what I would like you to do is, you were saying to us, there's a contract, in the contract there's a provision for once you miss one payment, you then can be liable as the municipality for the full payment of the outstanding amount, despite the fact that you've got a long-term payment plan. Then you say that was ratified in court as a court order. So I'm saying, I've never heard that, and you say you also know it's not a common thing. So take us through that, because we want to know, if you got an unconventional agreement in your contract, that council should actually give you that authority to do so. But if you say, no, it didn't need to, it's fine, you can tell us that, that's okay, but we have a different view, but it's fine. So let's go back to that. Then you come after that to the issue of the loan.
Just to answer you straight, Chair, the council was made aware after the signing of the agreement, when it was also actually sort of a court order from the court, that there is this 11% acceleration clause on the order of the court that was signed here, which started by being the payment agreement between ourselves and RASP Consult.
What was the acceleration? 11%? Was it on defaulting on one installment, or it was on the basis of a settlement? What was it?
So I can't remember its content fully, but it says if you miss one installment, say you're supposed to pay on the 15th. If you don't pay on the 15th of December, I'm just making an example with the 15th of December. then you will then be liable in the full settlement of the agreement plus 11% interest. That's what it says.
So, Chair, quickly, does the delegated powers that you spoke about earlier on, does it provide you with those powers? Because it seems that as if you took a decision on behalf of the council, you don't take to the council about this new development, but you are relying on the earlier on Section 33 of the delegated powers. I think this is a point of contention.
Okay, that's one check. I think we need to differentiate between the two. The issue of taking RASP legally head on was RASP going to court. Then the council asked the question whether the MMS was allowed to challenge the issue of RASP. Then I referred them to the delegated function. That's what I said in the first question. So the issue of the delegated systems that is in place at uThukela was used to challenge RASP in court. So that's the issue of the order. I think it's a separate matter altogether. I'm not sure whether I'm something.
So, Gabriel, what's your name?
Mr. Chief.
Chile.
Yes, Chile.
Okay. No, Mr. Chile. I don't want us to feel like we want to play on semantics. Okay. So let's try and separate the issues. The first question was, did you have authority to take RASP to court? Now, you answered that question. And you said yes. You were given a delegation earlier. When the year starts, you get this delegation. Now, from the sound of it, and I think maybe to your credit, I would say, if a matter arises and you have to go to court, of course, you have to tell council. But the first issue you wanted to know on what authority. Put that issue aside because that's one issue we're not arguing now. The issue we're arguing with you is you have an unconventional clause in the contract. I don't know how long you've been a municipal manager. It doesn't look like you have seen many of those in your own life. In my own experience, I've never heard of this, but maybe my experience doesn't count. But what we are trying to ask you is, you agree on a clause that says, one, if you miss 1 month, you are liable to a full payment plus 11% interest, and you sign it. Now, to make it worse for us, maybe for you it's okay because your counsel is here. To make it worse for us, you sign it and then put it in the list of things that the council is going to be told about when it's been done, ratified by the court. Now, the ratification by the court would, for me, have actually caused you to go there beforehand so that you get the authority to get the matter ratified in court before you even commit the municipality, because it's outrageous. So that's what we're trying to get at. So don't get back to the question of the mandate. Well, that mandate issue, we've understood that. Let's put that aside. That's not the issue. These are the issues that we're trying to understand. Now, that is where I would like you to focus. Why would you sign such an agreement? And that's the question we're asking. Why would you sign such an agreement? We're still going to ask your principals if they do understand the implications of the contract, but let's leave them for now. We're just asking a question, why would you sign such an outrageous contract? So that's the question.
Chair, I think I've responded to that by saying the emanating from the engagements we had, the municipality was represented by our own legal manager, Advocate Kat, who was part of those engagements in drafting the payment plan or payment agreement with us. I even said to Advocate Kat, looking at it, the delegate of the matter, please let's get at least one senior counsel to assist us in drafting this agreement. We got the senior counsel by the name of Advocate Nosan, who was also part of the team of uThukela. The team was made up of Advocate Nosana and our advocate Kat, who's our legal manager, who's not part of the team here. So having these people being part of the plan or drafting of the payment plan for RASP and ourselves, one was under the impression that all the systems were good to go and everything, even if the content of the very same agreement was in order. Up until you realize after signing that but there's this clause. We had some engagements with the very same legal man to ask him, but there is this clause that we did not mention when on our engagements when you're engaging on the very same payment plan before it was actually being tabled to submitted to court with the name of getting it as an order of the court.
So just say that again. So as municipal manager, you are not aware of the clause.
I wasn't aware of the clause, Chair.
But you signed the agreement.
I read the agreement. I wasn't aware of the clause.
So you didn't see the clause.
I didn't see the clause.
But the clause is in the contract.
It's there.
And you signed the contract.
Yes, Judge.
And on behalf of the municipality, you committed to this clause, but without reading it. That's what I'm hearing.
No, not exactly, Chairperson. You know, Chairperson, per day, it's a district municipality too.
No, leave the other issues. Let's talk about this clause.
I was just trying to
have a mind. You know, you're a very busy municipal manager. You are in charge of a huge municipality. It's got a huge budget, got lots of contracts, got lots of service providers. You read so many words in a day. We understand that. We're just asking one question. You signed a contract with a clause that says you miss one installment, you are then agreeing to be liable to repayment of the full debt that you had a long-term plan to pay that can be called on immediately, together with an 11% acceleration clause, and you signed it and you didn't see it. Okay, you're busy, you're everything, but you did that.
Yes, right.
Now, let's just look back. Do you think we're being stupid to ask you the question? Maybe let me ask the term stupid. Do you think we are wrong to view it as being a very serious omission on your part not to have focused on the clause and commit the municipality to it? If you look back,
no.
You do agree that this is a serious omission? If you don't see it and you signed it, it's an omission. That means you didn't apply your mind to it. It's a serious omission.
It's an omission, Chair.
Very serious. Serious.
Yes, Chair, it's an omission. Okay.
Hold it there, because all these issues that are being raised by members are basically focusing on that point. That's all what we're trying to ask of you. Now, let's move on, because the implications of that have now taken us to other things. Now, let's move on. Let's deal with the rest of the other comments that the members have made. I'm going to come to the principals here, so that I want to know when they became aware that there was such a serious commitment made to a service provider. But let's deal with the rest of the comments that the members made. Whilst we at that, let's just deal with one other aspect. So tell us about this. Was there on top another settlement agreement, or this was the primary agreement when you're dealing with RASP? This freezing of the account, is it based on a subsequent agreement that you, a subsequent settlement agreement that you signed, or is it all due to the original primary agreement that you actually breached?
It's due to the primary agreement that was breached.
Okay, Honorable Labus Government, I wanted you to, let's clean that up so we can move on.
Yes, sir, thank you very much. The way I understand it, this RASP consultation was an organization that is a service provider to the municipality.
Right.
And therefore, they deliver services and you had to pay them. For them to go to court, something should have happened. So either you didn't pay for the services that you were supposed to pay up to that point, and therefore they went to court, or they didn't deliver the service or whatever. But if the court decided, that's my understanding, and I don't get, I haven't got the answers on that yet. If the court decided so-called in their favor or put you in a position that you, as the municipality, agree for a court order or a consent order to pay this 137 million rand that they say you owe them because they rendered either consultation services or real services or what the matter should be. Then it means that the municipality was guilty of not paying for the services, or that there was a deal that has been done that none of us knows, and that is why they went to court. Now they are in court, and you agreed with you said that council was made aware after the signing of the court order. Now I can refresh your mind with the information that I have, and you can tell me whether right or not. That agreement with the court or in the court was signed in October 2025. Okay. So from October 2025, I'm not sure when was the council, they did it afterwards. So what was the date of that? Was that most probably, the way I look at it, was most probably after December, after the purple strike event. But you can give us that information. So now that from October till December the 15th, you were aware of the fact that if you don't pay the first installment, that clause on the repayment of the full amount as well as the interest is going to kick in. And then it happened that it wasn't paid. And you say because of these different grants and things now, the one thing that I really don't understand, and you touched on that, Chair, is how can you go into agreement knowing being managing that municipality, maybe without the CFO, but yeah, to agree that you have to pay a 3 million rand installment every month if you don't have a quite clear idea that you will have that amount in your bank account on the 15th of December. And I'm not a financial person, but I know if I buy a car and I have an agreement with the bank that I have to pay my 8,000 rand to pay the debt on that car on the 15th of December of each month. I know that my salary is coming on the 15th. Why would I say what? Otherwise, I can't have that agreement. That is the responsibility of the municipality. Then you say, you take these decisions in the interest of the municipality. In the interest of the municipality actually should mean for us sitting here, as my colleague already explained, in the interest of the people, because the municipality's goal is to render basic services to these people. So if you go into an agreement, you didn't pay the service provider for how many months because it went up to 137 million rand, and then you agree on a contract that says I will pay them, and you know you're not going to have that. Who must we then keep? Because we can sit here, Chair, according to me, and that is why I'm summarizing this now from my part. It is clear to me that we will not get the answers. It is also clear to me that none of these things has been investigated and will be investigated because there's all explanations. It's even further clearer to me when you got, and that's another one, when you got to the uThukela thing that you explained to us about, 16 million was disclosed to the council afterwards. Then you gave us a summary and reason. Some of 17.8 was paid to salaries and 3.6 was paid to the debtors. But there was 4 million that was not declared to council, that you only give us on those documents that you went through and say, this one gave us this and that one gave us that. That's all raised so many questions. To me, Chair, and this is what I'm going to close off from my side, is I have great concern about the processes, the legality of what is of the decisions being made, and my proposal for the committee would be, and I don't want to do that without having the municipality in front of me, to ask for a preliminary investigation by the provincial treasury. And if it so have to be by the SIU, because in the end, it's not about you and me sitting here today, but in the end, it's about the thousands of people who are not getting the services. And the fact that the municipality, in spite of all these things, are still a distressed municipality, is still functioning on an unfunded budget that's going to be rectified. And if you failed in December, I am not sure that I've got no assurance from the municipality side in your financial plan, because you have a financial improvement plan that you have to adhere to, that you won't fail in future. That places the municipality just on the back foot more and more and more, and all these things has a direct impact on service delivery. So, Chair, yeah, that is from my side. No questions for me anymore, because it's clear that there's absolutely no consequence. There's no investigation into anything that might be not lawful. It is a lot of decisions taken by a few people in the municipality, according to what I'm hearing. Council is being informed later on, the council signs off on anything that's been given to them, it seems to me. I'm very worried about that as well. And no consequence management. So from my side, Chair, I think there should be a preliminary investigation from the Treasury side in this municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of this was the comment. I'll come to you. A lot of this was comment, but there are a few specific factual matters that I'd like you to just clear. The first one is what triggered RASP going to court was a non-payment. That's the one issue. The second issue is that you have a primary contract agreement, which we have spoken about, and I'm not going to that now. But you have also got a settlement order that you accented to, which is the date of October. Is that the same thing or different thing? Just clarify that for me. We'll come to you.
Chair, we started by having the payment plan with RASP, 137 million. We then decided on a consensus that let's go to court so that we can have an order. Then we got an order from the court.
So this is that the same thing?
It's the same thing.
All right, let's leave it then. Let's get the members.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
If you remember very well, this is not the first time uThukela comes before this committee. And the issue of RAPS was also engaged during our oversight. So therefore, I want to understand from the MN. Now you got your account back from RAPS. The RAPS, the RASP, yeah, from RASP. You got your account back from RASP. Now, what is the status of that agreement? I want to check that gray area. That is number one. And secondly, when we talk about this issue of RASP, who's owning a building, by the way, Chair, a building of the laboratory, as a result, uThukela is using people from eThekwini, and we asked before, is this using the people of eThekwini to come and do the work that was done by RASP?
That's the chemical analysis.
Yes. So you owe us this
Clarification.
explanation, because as honorable member said next to me, she's saying that it's not about us sitting here, it's about the people of uThukela who are supposed to get their water in time as provided by the Water Service Exchange. Thanks.
Respond to me.
Chair, the status of having our account back, it's an interim order. We went to court on urgent basis. On part A to have our account back. Part B, we wanted to get the money back from RASP. So since we went to court on an urgent basis, it's an interim order. The RASP has been ordered to unfreeze all our accounts to pay back an amount of $130 million withdrawn from those accounts.
The question of the status of your original agreement.
We were in full control of the accounts. He then decided to challenge the interim order. He's brought forward the application of
You're not answering the question.
Yes.
Question is the original, the primary agreement. What is the status of that in the light of all these other court fights you have?
Well, I have my colleagues. I think Babung was with your permission, Chair. We can make come.
I mind. If you don't know, that's fine. We will ask him when the time comes. But so you don't know what the status of your agreement, which you as the primary signature.
I think, Chair, the order. I do not remember its content fully, but it says then the separate must then refrain from attaching our accounts up until the matter is said. I'm just remembering one, which means it's not late where you can then freeze our account again and withdraw the money from our accounts. So that's part of an order. I think we have 5 or 6 on the order. 5 or 6 sentences which talks to the order that was granted by the judge.
Okay. You see, open actually see but it's in the suppose ukuthi lesivumelwano nani sayine no RASP siyiphi manje ngoba nina senibophene nisekhona wena uthi icourt ibavimbela ukuthi bathathe izinto but into yakamuva le uza le yakho lo muntu yokuqala into ezasibuza ukuthi ubusuqalile washo ukuthi lezinto azisayini ukuthi awuzibonanga ufuna ukuzama ukuzishintsha. Now isho ukuthini lona isho ukuthi le agreement iphelile ufuna ukuqala phasi agreement entsha noma ikhona le agreement ufuna uku-amenda nge-court. Zama ukuzwa lapho ukuthi nikuphi.
Well, Chair, I'll respond as though the matter is still subject to case.
No. Don't play games. Okay? Don't play games. We're not asking you what you are saying in court. We are asking you what is the status of your primary agreement with the RASP. And the issue of your primary agreement with RASP is one issue. The issue of what the court has said to RASP in relation to confiscating your account is another matter. We're not asking you that. You don't know the status of it, and I'm only reminding because it's you who told me that you want to challenge certain clauses. Now, what are you saying? Are you challenging all the clauses? Are you getting to court to nullify the whole agreement? It's a simple question we're asking.
We wanted to go for an application of a rescission of the agreement that was signed.
A rescission. Okay. Before we proceed, there are 2 hands that have been up. Mr. Ndlovu, you've been very cool. Come in, let's hear. That gentleman next to you, Mbani. Mbani Kamano. Inkosi. Nangamandla. Uzawulandela emva kwakhe. Le nto ufuna ukuyihleba lapha, uzayiphinda sesiyiphinda la kwispeaker soyizwa sonke. Ngena naye.
Thank you, Chair. I think what I wanted to say has been overtaken by this, but that I wanted to give clarity with how we came to the issue of the court order. RASP took us to court, the municipality to court, demanding the payment of 137. The municipality appointed legal team, Farrell attorneys, who in turn appointed senior counsel to go and defend, to try and defend the original debt, 137.
Senior counsel,
To say, it was appointed by Farrell. The municipality is for the.
so recently was appointed to come and defend the case against the contract that he himself advised you to sign.
Before we got into that, he then said, when he wanted to defend the matter in court, because originally the municipality's view was that the municipality is not liable for the 137 million altogether. So the municipality wanted to defend that. So upon interrogating the document, Inkosi then advised that I will not waste my time and go and defend this in court. It's not defendable. So therefore, my advice to you as a municipality is that you enter into a settlement with RASP. And then he drafted all those terms and conditions for the municipality to sign.
Which are?
The one that MM was reading.
You tell us.
The terms and conditions that, in fact, they wanted to 137 million. They came because the attorneys came back to me to say, this is what is demanded. I said, looking at the budget, it's practically not possible. Even if we were to receive equitable share, it means the municipality must close down. So the only thing that you can do is to align everything to a funding plan. They ask, what is the funding plan? What's the term of the funding plan? We then said it's 8 years. Then that's how the 8 years was structured.
You know, I thought you were answering something very simple, but it sounds like we're complicating it. You are saying there was an agreement before, and then you were taken to court. It was in that context that Advocate Museni advised you to sign the penalty for omission of one installment with the full repayment of the 137 plus 11% acceleration fee. You see, what you must clarify for me is that from what I had the MM saying, they had an agreement. To sign that agreement, Museni advised them to sign. Okay. Once that agreement was signed, put that aside. Subsequently, RASP called on the agreement and said, now you have defaulted. You are now liable for all of this. So, am I understanding it wrong?
No, you're correct, Chair. But what I was trying to do is to give the context in the background. How would the municipality got involved with RASP? What MM said, that originally how the municipality, it was an unsolicited bid. That was the first appointment that gave rise to these individual billings that RASP did, which the municipality, because when everyone was disputing to say it's not practically possible because on monthly basis no one was receiving statements. There was no activity.
On monthly basis, no one was.
Under normal circumstances, a service provider, when they've rendered a service, they will send a bill or a statement to a municipality. In this case, there was never a statement. All that appeared was that a big 137, someone is going to court. And when we asked the colleagues that were around the table to say, do you know having received this kind of service? The document was brought up. We received that the employees of the municipality have signed having received the goods. The order was issued to RASP, signed by one of the officials of the municipality. So when that was presented to Museni, he said, there is nothing that I can do to defend you. This matter is not defendable in court. So therefore, my advice to the municipality is that you enter into a settlement arrangement.
Based on the original agreement or based on what?
Based on the original agreement.
So which senior counsel advised you to sign the original agreement?
It's Museni.
So Museni was there at the beginning and came back after when you're now in court?
No, in court it's a different one now.
Who was the advocate in court?
The difference is now. Let's see.
So Museni, when did Museni say that the matter is not defensible?
Hussein was the one that said the matter is not defendable, that advised that enter into this payment arrangement with all those clauses. Then when the municipality now, RASP has taken the money.
So when Hussein said that you should pay based on, when Hussein said you must pay, the matter is not defendable in court, when RASP claimed this, what was RASP relying on? Was there another agreement before this one that Hussein gave?
Is relying on that unsolicited bid appointment, is relying on the work that he has done, is relying on the order that has been given to him by the municipality, is relying on the good receipt note or an invoice signed by an official of municipality accepting that they have received the service.
Okay. So unsolicited bid, it went through the management and you approved of it. Did you table that to the council?
It's that appointment that took place in 2021.
Fine, but that did go to council.
In my interrogation of the documents, that was never taken to council, but it may have. I've asked the colleagues.
That's aware that it went to council.
Yes.
Now that you're not aware it went to council, you are also saying the supervisor of this contract committed that they received the service. Where's the supervisor?
It's not the supervisor as such, but it's all the employees that will be deployed on site that will be working with it will be superintendents, the engineers on site.
There's some boss. Who's their boss? Who's their boss?
The boss is here.
Boss? Oh, okay. So he is the one who can attest to the fact that you are actually liable for the services that RASP says they've offered, that they've rendered.
He can, but I remember that before this agreement was entered into, staff engineers were called in because they were the one that had institutional level to say, do you remember having received this kind of service? We see some of your signature in the invoices confirming. That meeting could not help because all engineers could not assist in terms of.
They couldn't remember.
They said no, they don't remember. Some of them said, look at the signature, wherever that has approved, it means they've received the services.
And what was your mechanism for verifying that work had been done other than the recipients only?
We tried, it became a bit complex because looking at the time lapse, and if you say someone was servicing a pump, because that's what is most of it is servicing a pump. So there's nothing tangible that one could see on site or measure, because we get told now those that were there, there's not even a job order to analyze a job order to say he came to your site as a superintendent, he did 1, 2, 3 on this date, you signed off this, that kind of paperwork that for us that were not involved would be able to interrogate. It was just missing, except to say they just signed an invoice to say we received the services.
Okay, what else did you want to add? I just keep interrupting you, but can I just be less rude now and allow you to finish?
No, thanks, Chair. The other one was to say, but I think it's been ventilated a lot was to guide, because the matter is on the appeal sitting on Monday, to say what point do we engage on issues that are in court? Are we not going to compromise? I wanted the guidance of the House to say, maybe the House can guide to say this kind of disclosure will be necessary, or this will.
So far, do you feel that we have compromised it? So far?
Not yet.
I didn't think so either.
Yes.
Well, not seeing your papers, I don't believe that we could have done anything that would compromise your case. We're not asking about your case. But finish off and let's take the next gentleman.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Danamal, are we back? You busha, you really can't wait. Now it's your turn. Qala uzichaze uzisho ukuthi usibani bani ngabani uzibonge ngemawuthanda. Kodwa we want to know what is your job.
Sihlalo Inkosi uDlamini usibehlele salobamba usebethe semboka semalangeni wamahlobo odla wakho.
Bubunga giyayo manje edlula ka ungene kumsebenzi.
Sihlalo, I'm with the municipality as an acting HR manager. I have been drawn into these matters and I am fully involved with this matter. Into being Sisaga MM kept on referring to an agreement, a primary agreement. There was none. In fact, there was summons where RASP is suing the municipality, and the attorneys of municipalities then feel they cannot defend the case as CFO has said, and then advise that we settle by consenting to judgment. So it's not like there was an arrangement, agreement that was made, and then later on was ratified by the court. It starts with the summons. And I must state that the cause of debt that is on those summons for the 137 million, this leadership of the municipality doubts that cause of debt, and they will be doing something about it, which we may not be at liberty to state at this moment.
You do understand what you told us something completely different. So one of you is telling us the right thing, the other one is not. Just think about it, because you're going to then come back and deal with it. Because you see, there was a question here about the settlement order. And we kept going around to try and get to what is it, and we're not getting out of it. But anyway, let's proceed, because now what I'm hearing is different to what MM has kind of been saying. Proceed.
Lastly, Slalo, would be what is to happen with the status of that court order agreement, whatever the words that are being used there. The reason we are in court is exactly that we are challenging that order. We call it the order of 3 October 2025, which then gives rise to this whole thing that leads to the attachment.
But let's get back, because this is now going to be interesting for me. How long have you been in the municipality? When this unsolicited bid started, were you in the municipality?
No, I was not.
So far as you are concerned, you have a company that came with an unsolicited bid so many years ago and has been sending invoices being paid by the municipality without an agreement, without a contract.
The chair, we've got an unsolicited bid coming from 2021.
Signed by?
Those people that were there at the time.
Signed by municipal manager, CFO, and ratified by council at the time.
At the time, yes. The invoice.
Okay, wait. Now, your neighbor, Mr. Njov, has not come across any information that suggests that this matter was actually ratified, was actually supported in council. Do you have?
No, I do not.
So all you know is that the municipality management signed and authorized services based on an unsolicited bid, but there wasn't any other agreement or any other contract. There's no agreement. It was just their bid that this municipality just accepted and moved on as it is.
That's correct. That then informs our stating that there is something questionable about the whole work itself. Cause of death, I want to say, cause of the beating is questionable.
Okay. What's your role in relation to this contract?
Not in relation to in relation to this matter. I'm supporting advisory role to the MM.
You advise the MM on what?
On the legality of what is going on in these matters.
Since when did you notice that there was something illegal about it?
It was brought to my attention. I don't have the particular date.
Yeah.
In the events would have been
this event of attaching the account of the municipality, that's when I got involved in this matter.
So before 2024, 2025 October, you were not involved.
I was not even with the municipality.
You are not there.
Yes.
Okay, I think let's leave it at that. Yeah. Let's get the gentleman. Whatever this one says. Oh, Melason code. I was cousin now.
General manager responsible for water sanitation and technical services or to that. You're responsible for water sanitation and technical services or to that.
As what?
General manager.
General manager. What's your background training, if I can just ask?
Okay.
Your background training?
I studied civil engineering.
Civil engineering?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Talk to us about this thing. What is there that you can tell us? What is there?
I think the main issue, thank you, Chairperson, was Albuzo Chairperson, is the verification of the work that amounts to 137 million. What did you do to verify that work? CFO did explain the bulk of the work or the bulk of the 137 million. It's work that was done in 2021, 2022, and then the invoices come in 2025, when a lot of activities have taken place post the original work that the company is claiming for, which then makes it impossible to verify. And we could only place a reliance to those that were there when they receive the services or the goods themselves.
Oh, I see. So you were also trying to verify the claims.
That's correct, Chairperson.
The claims that were incurred before you were even part of the whole project.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Okay, and you agree with them when they give you the figure? You agree with the figure?
The 137 million.
Whatever figure.
No, Chairperson. Hence, I could not put my signature on them.
So, what do you agree with? How much do you agree with?
It would be impossible for me to know until we've actually really gotten the actual work that was done, a claim per claim. So it's not going to be practical. We should give with this back figure.
So, in your understanding, why would people 2021, 22, 23, 24, they don't charge and they don't get paid, but they come and give you a bill so far late? What was your understanding of the reason why they would do that?
Chairperson, I think in the probably the agreement of a contractor.
Did you see the agreement?
No. Whether it's a gentleman's agreement, it's a written agreement, but they really does not make sense to go to my 7th of 2021, then come and claim in 2025. Why mean a one passage?
So if I may then just summarize before I allow the members to come in now. From the three of you, you are saying you had an unsolicited bid many years ago. There were some services which were purported to have been rendered. You were faced with invoices that you had no knowledge of, and you are all involved in the process of trying to verify these invoices, and you can't vouch for the for the bill that has been tabled to you. That's what you're saying in short. The three of you. Okay. Now all of this halapalu is about you trying to get away from this problem, but you were not there when it started. You don't know there was an agreement when it started. You know it was an unsolicited bid. You cannot confirm that the services were rendered, but yet you now go to face a bill to pay. That's what you're telling us. Honorable Typos?
Yes.
Can you have the line?
Sorry, Chair. There's things that we are not hearing. Chair, if you get an unsolicited bid, there must be an agreement drawn up.
Exactly.
That accompanies the work that needs to be done and when payment will happen and what payment will happen. Is there such an agreement?
Now, The three said there is no such an agreement.
Now,
The
Chair,
three.
if there's no such an agreement, now you have work that's been done regularly, all right? From the municipality, obviously, these people, and if the work that's been done had to be stipulated in that unsolicited bid, what will be done at what interval, especially when it comes to servicing of pumps and pump stations and those kind of things. All right. Now on those things, they should be registered as well. Okay. Now I know you guys were not there at that time. I understand fully, but there should be registers that confirms this work. Okay. Now that cannot be done either. There's no paperwork here. Check. And then you come 3 years later or 4 years later, and you come give me invoices that I now owe you 137 million rand. What prevented you, and that's why my biggest, what prevented you when I didn't pay you after the first month, the second month, the third month, the fourth month, the fifth month, after the first year? What prevented the action of you taking action then and leaving it for 4 years and now coming and saying, I owe you 137 million?
Can anyone who wants to respond, please respond? Okay.
The biggest question, Chair, this service provider was providing a service to the municipality. Asingakhulumi ngokuthi mhlambe is an old service provider and so on. So the municipality must tell us because they needed this service for the people of uThukela. Angathi laba abahlanza amanzi, amanzi asuke emfuleni and so on and so on. Lo RASP lo une laboratory. So therefore the biggest question that then we can have a clue with what happened. The second aspect of it, Mayor, that must also talk about it. There's a forensic investigation report on this particular issue on the 2023, which we are told was never tabled in the council. So it's also going to help us a lot. Why it was not tabled, and then how is it? What is the way forward in that one?
Okay, we'll deal with the forensic matter last. Any other comments before responses to the questions raised? Yes.
Based on it, what kind of services was rendered for 137 million rand? Because now it becomes a question to me, was any services ever rendered?
Okay. So let's deal with all of those queries. Yes, Katja.
Chair, thank you. Let me start with the last question. I think the service that the service provider was doing in the municipality is repairing pumps and replacement of pipes. It's just about pipes, nothing else.
No chemical analysis of water purification.
No, the lab, it happened that the lab was the municipal lab, but the ranking, it was all facilitated by municipal employees. They were just renting his building. It had nothing to do with this contract, had nothing to do with the lab. Just pure, just to use this.
Okay. So Mthembu, the issue is the advocate who signs up to a consent agreement or a settlement agreement is basing it on the fact that the case is not defensible, and it's not defensible because your submission made it indefensible. That's what I've heard. Am I hearing the right thing?
Chairperson, what we still says that the reason we advocate did not defend it was because what it is also in the High Court because it had paperwork signed by the municipality giving
Who is the municipality?
and there were orders that were signed by the then CFO.
Which one?
The then CFO that was before government.
Dating for how long?
Like I said, it's works that were done in 2021.
So CFO signed from 2021, 2022, the same CFO. Yes. Yes.
During my interrogation, I was extremely worried. So I tried to interrogate as to who would have entered or signed the order, because in this case, there was no contract. So as and when they were transacting or needing a service, they would issue an order. What was troubling that the orders were signed by one person. What was also troubling
Who was?
the CFO.
As far back as what?
As far back as I think 2021.
CFO signed the
All
order for them to go and to inspect pumps,
yes.
not the director of technical services.
So the orders were all signed by CFO. But what I'm looking for, what is missing now for me, the missing puzzle, was that there's nothing wrong with that if the delegation allowed it. But under normal circumstances, when I look at the delegation did not allow, they were not there as some delegations, which meant that if we don't have those delegations, everything goes to NI. We don't have to sign anything and simple in the absence of delegation, the NI that is signed. So that was one thing that I observed.
Was there a director for technical services at the time?
There was.
But he didn't sign.
It didn't sound. But where I wanted to get the director's involvement is the requisition, because the user department or technical services will write a requisition and say, I want to do 1, 2, 3. It's not there. We don't get those requisitions because for some odd reasons they decided to work manually. Now, if the requisitions are, the system is there, they will generate requisition. The orders are manual. They are not pre-numbered. Anyone that can grab that order in the street and try to clear the attitude and that one. You know, the controls are so compromised.
Your legal opinion that the matter is not defensible is not based on the fact that Mutembo signed. It's based on the fact that the previous CFO signed. Is that what it is? And what made the CFO leave?
I don't know. I think when they asked, the question was asked for what became political, it didn't disclose something that there was an investigation.
Yeah, I guess. All right. Can we come back? Can we come back now? Mayor, there has been a forensic report, and none of you have mentioned it, and this report has been submitted to the council, but it has never served the council. Can you explain that?
The report from court was submitted to council and it was tabled.
Right. When?
I don't remember the time, but when it was delivered to us in a very short space of time.
Like last year, this year?
The year before last year.
No, don't worry. If you don't remember, if MM remembers, he's going to tell us. So there is a forensic report.
Yes, it was tabled, and then the recommendations.
Which were?
To blacklist the RASP.
Yes.
One of the recommendations, and to open a criminal case against.
Okay, let's deal with those two. Have those been done?
Then the council tasked the municipal manager to implement those recommendations. While the MN was in the process and then the matter was challenged in court, then the MN has to.
Now, which matter was challenged in court?
The entirety of the report that was given by court, the investigation report.
So
challenge that to court and then managed to stop. Are we saying that in the court?
So there are 2 court cases with RASP. You're saying that because
the recommendation said.
No. A court. There are 2 issues in court. There are 2 court cases in court, as far as you know, with RASP.
There are 2 court cases.
Okay.
There's the one that we were supposed to. This was not uThukela who went to court. It was the RASP who went to court to defend the forensic reports.
Okay.
And the other matter is the one that we didn't do the attachment. Yes.
So there are 2 court cases.
Yes.
Okay. And then
I think Inkosi has responded. While was on the process of implementing the recommendations of the report emanating from the council decision to implement such recommendations, he went to court to challenge the report on its entirety.
Which report?
the forensic, it was in terms
Okay.
of section 106 of the systems as by the MEC for court and the province. He challenged the report. Later on, I'm told by my legal team that court did not pitch up in court to defend in the first place, up until there was a notice of withdrawal on the side of court, which means court was not defending the matter anymore. We've got the notice of withdrawal of opposition papers.
So the matter is no longer in court.
It's no longer in court.
What does that say about the report? Have you then gone to implement it now?
It's impossible, Chair, to implement the recommendations.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Yeah, it's impossible because remember the investigation, the people who started the investigation was caught in terms of section 106, right? So we came in, I think, as a second respondent on these matters. So he challenged Copter, sharing the report in its entirety. Then there was
is there a court order on this matter of the forensic? What is the court order? What is the court order?
Okay.
What is the court order on the forensic report?
Though I cannot remember its content fully, but one of the orders is that Copter cannot take any steps against RASP. Recommendations made by Blitz investigators cannot be implemented. There was also an element of municipal employees on the order. Then the court refused to implement it or to take that as an order. The court said the issue of employees that are part of that needed to be taken into for disciplinary actions must then proceed. But anything that has to do with the RASP consulting must not be implemented. That's what the court order says.
Yeah, this issue we raised before, we had asked for more details on it. Remember when we were in Pietermaritzburg? Have you sent us any of these reports?
Yes, Chair, I had a team that I requested that they must make it when that information is sent to the Secretariat.
That's your team, but
yeah, but I must share with the team, my team from uThukela.
No, it doesn't work like that. If it comes to us, you sign it off. They can't say it quietly behind your back. It cannot work like that. So you haven't sent it. All right. Ngola, Speaker, do you want to say anything, Speaker? So we can close this issue. Councillor from back.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Qinisekisa ukuthi i-investigation report yethu we-cancel 2025. I can't remember the month, but 2025. Number two, the issue of why the item to suspend or the item should cancel. There is a rules and standing rules if there is somebody put the item on the agenda, Langalibalele. So I'm waiting councillors to write this thing when I put on the agenda. I don't know, noma ngibiza nge-motion or noma nge-petition, but into kanjalo ukuthi uma amakhansela efisa ukuthi mhlambe ku-suspend noma kwenziweni amakhansela afanele angibhalele into esho ukuthi-ke yikuphi abafuna ukuthi kwenzeke. Ngizwile nje ngathi basatatazela basakwenza kodwa akakafiki ezandleni zami. That's why
kunesivalo singasambonanga ukuthi uyabuya wenze nje. Yakulungile kodwa ufuna sibe nesazelo sokuthi uyabuya.
noma mhlambe ilungu lokutatazela kodwa nje ukuphuthuma noma ngithi I don't know ngachaza kanjani ukuthi ikhona abayenzayo. I'm still waiting amakhansela ukuthi anginikeze into ebhaliwe ukuthi-ke bacala ukususpend u-MM. Once bayiletha kumina bese i-item ke-agenda.
Okay.
But I'm sorry ukusebenzisa ulimi ngathi mhlambe luyazwela indlela ebhekela ukuthi bayashesha ukudelela bese ukuthi ku-right kweliphunga seku-right.
Chair, thank you very much. It seems to me as it seems to
I'm gonna come to you. No, wait. Not tell boss. Let's get a level staff name, then Khalid, and then we'll come to you. All right.
Chair, it seems to me we have to go back a little bit because it seems to me there's a little bit of a confusion between section 106 report. That is one thing that was apparently withdrawn at one other stage, and that report was in March 2025. But there was also a forensic report in May 2023 done by SD Malloy and Associates. That report never served before council. So what is the reason that the mayor and the speaker and the MM was made aware of this forensic report in September 2025? Now, according to my limited knowledge, if you as an accounting officer, that is the MM, and for that reason, the speaker and the mayor as well, if you have been made aware of material reports, you have to refer it to council according to the MSA section 55 and MA section 62. And that is the reason why I ask now, because I thought in the beginning of this meeting, we will not get to that because I will be clear and quite to the point answers to put my uncomfortable feeling about what is going on here at rest. It did not happen, so I'm now drilling down to this. Why has this report never been served before council? Because it's a forensic report, and a forensic report indicates that there is something terribly wrong. It also came to my attention that...
Sorry, can I just, excuse me, can I just, maybe Dirogo follow up this thing out in a few seconds?
Thank you, Chair. And it also came to my attention, going back to the RASP agreement or contract, that the CFO, the then CFO, did not have the qualifications. And that is maybe where all these sign-offs and figures went on. And that is the reason, when that came to light, that is the reason why the CFO left. Now, that brings me to a further question. How did it happen that a CFO, it's a section 56 appointment, can be appointed without qualifications? So, Chair, that really is a deep concern to me. And I'm sorry to put it as blunt as it is, because I am a member of parliament, I'm in an oversight position. If I'm listening, if I'm a member of the public that is out there in uThukela, where I have to reserve services, and especially water services that I sometimes do not receive, this whole thing that is now unfolding here in front of us seems to me like a deal between powerful people to get money in their pockets that went sour. And there's a lot of covering up, and this is now being put bluntly. I can't put names to it, but I can see what is unfolding here. And really, Chair, I am now at the point that I really need a thorough new investigation that needs to be done in this municipality. We can sit here for 2 weeks. We don't have the authority to take to go and search in your administration, but there are legal institutions that this parliament can utilize, and I think as a committee that takes service delivery to our people very seriously, because it's one of the things that we are lacking in this country at the moment. I think we will not be responsible, we take our responsibility seriously if we do not make sure that we get to the bottom of this, and if our assumptions and our fears are being laid at rest and say you are wrong and there are reasonable or there are fair reasons and good explanations for why these things happen and good explanations for why it was never investigated by impact and these good reasons why the council, who are the political leadership of that municipality, made decisions to just agree to write up things and not investigate things, then only then I as a person, and I think I speak in one or other way, I think the colleagues agree, if I listen to the questions, then only we can be assured that we've done our job in oversight to assure that this municipality is rendering the services to the people that it should be done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will adjust the comment, but I will just allow municipality for 2 minutes on the comment.
The question raised by all members that there's why we did not table the defense report by the again, honourable member. That is not correct. It was tabled. The forensic report, and the council tasked the municipal manager to implement the resolution, and he did that.
Okay, thanks. No, thanks. I want to come into the question in the province. Maybe let me allow them. Maybe they are going to answer me. Cocktail in the province, do you want to speak, or should I allow the honourable member to raise questions?
No, thank you very much, Incoming Chair. I can confirm that on the 13th of March, the MSC did table a report 2025. The MSC did table the report, forensic report.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you are missing the point. The issue is not necessarily about tabling the report. It's about the willingness to act on the report. Because you can table the report as part of malicious compliance and do not do anything with it. So the issue is that the report was given to you last year, and you are now approaching the end of March. What have you done with the report? On the side of the province and the municipality, is it the willingness to act? Is there any consequence management on that? Is there any cases that have been reported to law enforcement? Is there any report from Financial Disciplinary Board or MPEG board, regarding those, regarding that particular report? That's what we want. Honorable Mukhalipi. Okay, Chair, the MM says that when he was about to implement the recommendations of the council on the forensic report, the service provider took them to court. And then you, as the department in the province, you didn't defend. So I want your comment on that one. Why did you do that? Because now Uma's father is saying our hands are tied because the province, the Cooperative, didn't come to our rescue. So there's nothing we can do. So please clarify that what happened, why you did it, because it's your own report. It's an MSC report. Thanks, Chair.
Let's get Mr. Taibosh. Mr. Duma HOD, we note you are there and I see you put your hand up, so you're going to be given the first right of response. But let's proceed. I just want you to be, I've noticed that you are ready to respond. But Mr. Taibosh will be the next one.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Chair, just on, I've been waiting for a while to say, I've lost my train of thought, but it boils down to the.
I can let them respond. You can come back.
Respond and I'll come back.
In the meantime, I also want to check. Do you have anybody from Treasury? I heard the apology. MEC and the HOT are not here, but is anyone else from Treasury? Just for No, that's fine. If you don't have, I'm checking it. That's fine. We'll get the responses. You want to come back for action?
Thanks. Chair, now, here comes this people and they attach the bank account of the municipality. And with that, the money of the municipality, am I right? Okay, now the municipality wins the right in court to get the account back. Right? And these people must pay back the money. So they pay back only 4 million. All right. My question is, what did the court order say exactly? And what did the municipality do to recover the rest of that money? Because just based on that, there could have been legal proceedings, criminal proceedings, and stuff like that go on. Just because of those, the fact that they took 130 or over million, 126 million or whatever, I don't know, I'm not sure how much was in the bank account of the municipality, but they only paid back 4 point something million. They were ordered to pay back the full amount that was in the bank account, right? They only paid back 4 million. What was done by the municipality after that? Thanks.
Thank you. Let's get the responses. Your answer yet? Sorry? Okay. All right, who's gonna respond? Let's get the mayor or the MM to give us a response.
We've got a court date. They've decided to appeal the decision of an interim order. We've got a court date, which is the 19th at 10. We're going to court. We'll find our papers. They filed their papers as well.
That money, was it frozen like they froze the municipality, that's how the municipality couldn't get access to it? Was the money then, after we got the order in our favor, all right, or in the municipality's favor, was the money frozen for them not to touch it, or did they go to town?
Our accounts are no longer frozen. We have access and full control. We're in full control of our accounts with all the money that is available.
No. Yeah, don't.
You understand that?
Honorable David, he's dodging your question straight. Amen. We're not that old over you, but you can play around, but we at least there are some of these games that we invented when we were as young as you. And so we can't get. Now the issue is straight here. The court order says return the money. You get to the account, to the bank, you find they've only brought back 4.6 million. And you sit and keep quiet. What have you done? About the rest of the money, what have you done? That's what we're asking. Mayor, I want to come in. I wanted the MM first, then you can come in, Mayor.
After realizing that they have partially complied with the order, we then went back to our legal team and instructed them that they must tell the RASP that we want all the money back to our account, just pay the order of the court.
So when was this? When was the court order, and when did you talk to your lawyers?
The court order is dated the 12th of March.
12th of March.
Yes.
Okay.
When I put on the 9th.
So issued on the 9th.
Yes.
Okay. And when are you getting your response from your lawyers? Mayor Mapendula.
Thanks, Lord. We are expecting to get the response on the 19th of expenditures of Ratification on the 19th. On the 9th, we have to save the order. Then we the order was saying the respondent is directed to, within 48 hours of the order of the court, to release and put the possession of all the monies withdrawn by him from every bank account relating to that vacant. So that was issued on the 9th. 48 hours. 48 hours lapsed on the 10th. 48 on the 10th. Was it started on the 9th at 2. 10, 2.
Okay. No, we're fine with it. Yabona sakubabaza boss. Abantu bathatha imali yenu kwinkantolo ithi abayibuyise nilinde ukuze ngibuyele enkantolo. Something that you should have considered as an urgent matter to go to court immediately to say, listen here, you were asked to do this, you didn't do it, and give it to us.
Yes.
Why do you want to wait until that date of appearance? Is there anything stopping you?
No, there's nothing stopping us. That's what MM is saying. We just immediately after the
MM is saying the same thing, people.
after the last operation, then we noted down teams that the money, the property concept, that they have not received all the monies. Then they were preparing the papers. Then while they were preparing the papers to court, then they received papers from that is appealing the judgment.
Debosh, can we close these issues now? Any other outstanding matter?
Chair, I just want to remind you, they said just now that lunch is being served and I'm just worried it's getting cold. I don't want our guests to eat cold food. Thank you.
All right. I see what you're saying now. You want to discipline your own chairperson. No. They'll blame you for that. They won't blame me for that. So, any other outstanding matters?
Chair, Honorable Chair, it's HOD Duma.
Going to come back to you. I'm sorry, not being far away. I'm sorry, it's you. I'm actually needing to get a comment from the HOD.
Thank you.
He's not responding. There's HOD on the line. That's the one who's talking. Sorry, Mr. Tum, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to give clarity on the section 106. Where Member Mkalipi says we did not defend the matter in court. In actual fact, it is the department that defended the matter.
No, let's correct the issue. It's not Mkalipi. It is the MM who said you withdrew. MM of uThukela Municipality says Cooperative withdrew. And because of that, I said, so why didn't you implement? He says it is difficult because the court order said they cannot implement any of the issues insofar as they relate to RASP, and they must seize everything forthwith. And Cooperative, which was the primary sponsor of this report, withdrew, and they couldn't do anything as a municipality. I thought you had heard. But let me explain it that way because it's not Mkalipi.
When you're outside,
Okay.
I said
Yes.
to the interim, the department is here, the DTG is here, must respond. Maybe that's what you're saying.
No, in fact, I was here. I actually said that Katita is not going to respond. There's Duma on the line. I forgot to call Duma. I said so. I was here already by then. And the issue is, Cooperative has been named by the district municipality. They didn't respond. You're the right person, Mr. Duma. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, when the report was presented to the Municipal Council by the MEC, and the municipality had started implementing, as they have indicated, RASP went to court. And in their papers cited both the municipality and Cooperative. The municipality did not defend the matter in court. We defended the matter in court. Subsequently, RASP.
Wait. Can you repeat that? Who defended? Who didn't?
It is Cooperative who defended, Honorable Chair, not the municipality.
Please proceed.
At a later stage, Honorable Chair, RASP amended their court papers, their court application, to include a challenge on the basis that the investigation was not done in terms of the KZN Commissions Act. And because there was already a court precedent on that, in other words, the court had ruled on that matter before, the MEC felt it prudent that we should not proceed. In fact, we consulted with our lawyers and they felt that we were not going to be able to win that court case or rather defend it successfully because they've now cited the failure to follow the Commission's Act. It was on that basis, Chairperson, that COCTA withdrew from the case, and COCTA was the only defendant. And that withdrawal only happened about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Chairperson. It's not long ago. I can't remember the exact date, but it is less than a month since we filed that notice to withdraw from the case. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I just check from you? So the basis for challenging your report was a technical issue of compliance with the KZN Commissions Act. It was not the material substance which was contained in the report. Is that a correct understanding?
Chairperson, the initial challenge was on the basis of the findings that were made in the report, which we defended as COCTA. And subsequently, at a later stage, RASP amended their papers to include our failure to comply with the KZN Commissions Act. And it is that at that point that the MEC took the decision to withdraw the case.
Do you have any plans of what to do next? The matter is no longer in court, so whatever we can discuss no longer affects you in court. There's no sub judice. So any plans to deal with this matter?
The court has, in actual fact, ruled on this matter. There is a court order in favor of RASP, obviously because there was no defense. Nonetheless, the municipality is still at liberty to implement all the other recommendations that relate to their own employees, because those have to do with conduct of their own employees in the municipality, Chair.
When you say there was no defense, what are you talking about? You say you're talking about the lateral withdrawal because of based on the Commission's KZN Commissions Act that you didn't defend the case. But what I'm trying to find out is something is wrong inside there. Is there anything that's going to be done about this matter?
Yes, Chairperson. This affects not only this investigation, but all other investigations that are being done in the province. And the province has commenced, and in actual fact, we are in the final stages of putting in place a provincial legislation that governs the conduct or the implementation or the investigations in terms of Section 106, which will then obviate this requirement to comply with the KZN Commissions Act. It is going to Cabinet very soon, the Provincial Cabinet, for ratification before it is presented to the Provincial Legislature.
Thank you very much. Ask a question.
HOD and the COCTA rep, DDG, are you aware that RASP, the former Mr. Mnguni, wrote to RASP on 13 June 2023 and said commencement of work without an official purchase order? Reference is made to the latest combined summons from your attorney and the latest progress report received from your good self regarding the services purported rendered. Emphasis is made to the approved supply chain management policy as well as SCM regulations, which details that for any service rendered, there should be a duly signed requisition by a respective head of department for a service provider to commence with any work, and encourage as well as the expeditious processing of invoices. It is against this background that your company is directed to desist from doing any work without the official documents aforestated. We trust that the above is in order. Regards MB Municipal Manager. So therefore, le company iqoshiwe nje ngo-2023. So therefore, ibuya kanjani-ke manje kumasipala again?
Do you have any information about that? And in the process, can you also just explain why you said it was quota that you throw instead of also indicating that you didn't defend? In fact, you said you defended. It's quota that you throw.
Let me address the second part, Chair. People who initiated the investigation is quota in this case in terms of Section 106. So we believe that they are the one who should then be up in arms in defending the issue of RASP. So, but on our side, as uThukela District Municipality, we're fully prepared to implement the recommendations of the report. But it's also safe to say there were constant engagements between the legal team of COGTA and our legal team on the very same matter of RASP.
But why should only be COGTA? Because you are the one who's losing the money. And your statement is the problem. COGTA is not losing money, it's your municipality losing the money. You're saying it's them who could have been worried, not you. Because, that was it. Ngimzwe kanjalo. Uvumela leyo nto na.
No, ngiyasivumela into enjalo. Uma i-advise ithi ngoba first responded to court, then uma ethi court umasipala awuzange udefend. But I was told ukuthi isikhathini nathi afanele ihlale umasipala was there in court. Our legal manager told us that they were in court in Pietermaritzburg, and the judge said they cannot deal the matter with uThukela, they want court because the first respondent. So we were left behind with that.
Was there any other Section 106 investigation done on RASP other than the one that was reported? There was any other? Members, I think we should close this point. Put the link set. What is the arrangement? If we can come back. All right. I think in that case, can we take a 30 minutes comfort break and invite you to lunch before you start fighting me when I come back home? Was that the fear that my honorable typo should say? Please, on the other room there, we've got lunch served. Please enjoy. Let's give it 30 minutes and then we'll proceed after that. But we're supposed to line this up. When the other one is supposed to take our time.
what we have been saying since this meeting to say that we might be very hard to you, Mayor, as a head of delegation, but it's because we want service delivery for the people. We must all fight for the service delivery to take place, not because we are very personal. It seems as if this issue of RASP is not going to go away, whether you win in court or not. So I want to pose a question to you to say, how do you see how to get out of this as a municipality? Because where I'm sitting, as the MM was also, you, Mayor, also as well, you also confirmed that they have appealed. So it's who cannot go in the RASP. So therefore, I think the management of the municipality must have a way forward with how to approach this thing in order for it to come into an end. What is the solution? Interim change. The executive mayor and the team, can you please respond?
No, thanks, Chair. Mhlambe, it's not going to be strong just to respond promptly. If we can be given time to apply our mind, because when matters are in court, then you can apply your mind wrongly. So let us be given time to apply our mind on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhalifi, do you have a follow-up? Yes, the matter? Yes, Chair. I think that once you have went back home and meet as a municipal management to come with a solution. This is my view. I'm not saying it's a committee view, but where I'm sitting, I don't think this matter is going to be solved very easily. Maybe just open it up and get people who have skills to negotiate. Because at the end of the day, we need to negotiate with them and to see how to pay this money back. So explore other avenues. Don't tighten up as I was fighting with the speaker. She is not a speaker of a certain political party. Just engage with other political parties and also maybe try to get people who are professional in terms of negotiations in order to resolve this matter, and it must come into rest. In order for you also, I'm sure a mayor that likes people, who likes to service people, I'm sure you're not sleeping at night. When I was asking why you didn't want the councillors to place that item to do away with the MM, it's not because I wanted the MM to go. I don't know MM, I don't know anyone of you here. But I was just asking because people were saying there was an item in that regard. But coming back now to our senses, whereby we need to service our people, let us explore all avenues. Even if we think that ANC in the council, EFF in the council, or other political parties are enemies, now there's a problem that needs all of us to come with solution. That is my honest advice to you, leadership. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. I think a point is taken. What the Honorable Member is emphasizing on is that you also need to look at the probability of the matter. Remember that you are taking each other to court, but in my observation, in most cases, local government cases, you likely to win the case because somewhere, somehow on your contract and all those things, there are some discrepancies which result to most of our municipalities losing the cases. So what you need to do is that as much as you have a matter in court, if there's a possibility of mediation that may assist both parties, you can also explore that to save the taxpayers' money, integrity of the institution, and ensure that you provide services to our people. And so the other hand at the corner, Honorable Labuskarne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I agree with everything that has been said. I think one of the big issues here is that we were said that actually there would be no financial implications on all these things, but on the other hand, you know, it also mentioned that some of these payments can be done out of the MIP and the political share, which has a direct impact on service delivery to our people. And I would like to see, in spite of negotiations and all these things, I think to be accountable, the contract management is one of the big things that will keep municipalities doing what they have to do to their services. So it was said that the forecast was withdrew out of that 2 or 3 weeks ago, and some of the reports will still be implemented. I think it would be very important to us to see the implementation plan of those reports, and also the bottom line is the municipality is a distressed, financially distressed municipality. That is a direct impact on service delivery. And I think as a committee, we would have to look at recommendations that will support and help this municipality to get into a position where they are not financially distressed, and that is normally through a financial plan and interference or support, whatever you should not call it interference, but by supporting directly from either national treasury or provincial treasury. And if there's no consequence management plan, still staying with my original opinion, that we need some investigations to be done so that there's a clear direction on how then to follow consequence management if there was not clear direction in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Municipality.
Well said and noted on the suggestions put forward to set them into the
Thank you. Members, do you have follow-up questions? Clarification questions? You're covered. Yeah, before we allow Cooperative to speak, I have some questions for Cooperative. We got the report that the municipality is under intervention, and some of the things that were raised during the presentation is that there has been intervention with regard to the municipal debt, where it was indicated that there's that intervention where provincial and national government are encouraged to pay what they owe the municipality. Can we please get a breakdown as to how much does the national and provincial government owe the municipality? And how much was it when your intervention started? From that day until today, how much has you managed to collect from national and provincial government? And how many payment agreements do you have with the provincial and national government in terms of commitment to pay the municipality? Which departments that are not cooperating with the payment plan? And what are the challenges with that regard? And secondly, it's about the financial recovery plan. When you went to that municipality, you knew that the municipality is financially distressed, and your role is to assist them to have a realistic financial recovery plan that will assist them to move out of that particular situation. But when the presentation was done, we were told that apparently the financial recovery plan will be presented in the next meeting or something like that. Why did it take you so long to draft that financial recovery plan of the municipality? What were the challenges? And now that you say you are going to present it, how far are you with that financial recovery plan? And then we also look at the issues of governance and audit failures, where one of the challenges is that there is no accountability. There's a challenge of financial systems that are not in place. Can you please take us along as to, since you have started until to date, which are the material irregularities that were raised by AG that you were able to deal with? And is there any possible solution for it? So I would like you to respond to those questions, and after that you can just make input, then we'll take it back to the chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the questions are noted. Firstly, starting with the government debt, the payment plan, the economy challenges that we experienced, by provincial and national departments in terms of honoring those. Many requested that we provide that detailed report for this meeting. It was covered partially on my presentation, slide 4. It indicated that the total amount that we have in our records is 52 million rands, and that is what by various departments. And in terms of the meetings that we have had, I think the last meeting was last week Friday on the relevant departments. I haven't seen the minutes because of the viewing commented, but I think we provided information in terms of the commitments that were made on Friday last week, and also how they are intending to all those things. As I indicated, the Provincial Executive Content has also requested a report, but it must come from the very same information departments that are already in municipality, because it's not no use for us to facilitate the responsible officials who are supposed to honor on they do application. But I think as part of our preparations as well, which is we have posted the information that broad one and to this week to begin we should start actually providing the commitments that are coming. But in most instances, when we compete with municipality, the starts with it, we picked up that the billing system is being challenged. They're including the same municipality that is formed. So, and also they're holding it to for them. Think that it presents for the next question is around the financial recovery plan. You will recall that the municipality decided to under expenditure. So that is not the plan that we had had to be collapsed when the decision was taken to remove the municipality. We are working through the growth because immediately after that they introduced 41.4 expenditures, which we are all piggybacking on it as the municipality is one of the top 35 of those municipalities that are in this displaced. So it is the plan in place. We are continuing to monitor it. In consequences, we are also providing the project that will provide the people to the so that we can do this. The only problem we have is the drive. If there is no CFO, it's of no use for us. Definitely, we will be able to drive that. But also from our side, if there is no one about that, will be accepted in the storage to drive that process, become the challenge. So that is a standard block that we have to work. The issue of natural
Thank you, Deputy. As we wrap up.
I'll just highlight some we have a few issues. I think we had 6 qualifying matters on our previous audit, being the water losses to above the norm. The issue of majority of the issues are on the revenue section. As UTTG has alluded to the fact that we still experiencing some problems with our revenue section. Another issue was ESCOM invoices that were actually not verified. And then we also had another issue, which was the liabilities and consumer data and credit balances. together with the general expenditure on the electricity that just mentioned that ESCOM and the local municipalities that are license holders. So those are the issues. I'm just highlighting the qualifying matters now.
Thank you very much, honorable members and honorable chairperson. Good afternoon. My name is Inkosi, currently acting as the engineer in the department. And I just want to apologize that I hope my colleagues did send the message that I was committed in another meeting with the committee. We were presenting on the in terms of giving the cabinet committee an update on the progress of the intervention that we are implementing in that particular space. I've been brief, but I also came into the deliberations. I can only note just to indicate the members that our minister was in the space on the 9th, which is last week Monday, and met all the stakeholders, and then we assist also as a department on the together that they're experiencing. We are going to be coming nearer to this municipality. As you have noted, the province, I think they told us also that there was an intervention and it was uplifted, but the situation is continuing to persist. So the posture we are taking as national is to come nearer to the municipality, and then the details, we are still working them out. We will definitely be able to share with them. The minister will make those pronouncements at a particular time. But we can assure the honorable members that we as national Cooperative are definitely going to go nearer to the space and support the province in supporting the district municipality and its local aspects.
Thank you, Dr. Chair. You can wrap up the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, Mayor, Speaker, and the delegation from uThukela District. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the responses. And we want to also thank the head of department plus the representation from Cooperative provincially and nationally who are here with us. We want to thank you again for your participation in this whole process. The Honorable Direko and the other members before have already focused on the matter that got us to invite the municipality in the first instance, and that is to address issues raised by the Auditor General in the report, which are concerned around unauthorized, irregular, fruitless expenditure, and wasteful expenditure, and the question really being, how do we address those issues? The Cooperative team indicates that they have been involved in looking at how to deal with the issues of financial recovery. In all essence, our concern is the fact that as the municipality stands, it is without a viable revenue system. It is also having a challenge of an unfunded budget, and over the period, we all concerned about the fact that right now it's bankrupt and it's unable to honor even the basic responsibilities such as the payment to the employees and the third parties that are linked to the employees. So from that point of view, we all are concerned about that situation. So we would like to first direct that a proper financial recovery plan be tabled for us to see how we're going to be dealing with the problem of financial recovery, revenue generation, including the strengthening of all your systems. Obviously, part of what we have here is a procurement failure that landed us with an unmanageable contract. And the issue at the end is how do we turn the municipality around at that level? That will be the first issue, and we hope that within the next 3 months we would have received a report to that effect. Secondly, we also need a report that tells us how you are dealing with the issues of consequence management and accountability in relation to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. All of these together require us to receive a report of how you would have dealt with them so that they also get addressed. So when we come to the next audit cycle, now these issues will still be factors in your qualification from the Auditor General. I would say those would be the first two key issues, which were the reason why we have been going this oversight program. It is a matter of concern that not only ourselves and the Auditor General and the Speaker, the whole of Parliament has committed that we will get involved to deal with these issues and ensure ultimately that we end up with a situation where there is a marked improvement in the audit outcomes come the next financial audit cycle. The third issue that we would like you to address, the way you have dealt with the financial crisis has landed you in some transgression in terms of the financial management system of government. And to make it easy, I will not just give you my view. I'll just read through this letter. And this arises from two things that you have done. One is borrowing money from municipalities. The second one is depositing money in an entity outside the prescribed municipal accounts. Now, our conclusion on this matter are going to be based on the letter that I'm going to be reading. You are aware of the letter. So, this is the letter from the MEC in KwaZulu-Natal. And I'll only start from the section 65 of the MFMA places a direct responsibility on the accounting officer to ensure that all municipal monies are paid into the municipality's primary bank account and that withdrawals are effected strictly in accordance with the approved budget's applicable delegations. The routing of municipal funds through a separate legal entity's bank account undermines prescribed cash management controls, compromises transparency and audit trail integrity, and potentially constitute a direct violation of Section 65 of PFMA. The reported actions further suggest possible contraventions of Section 11 and 12 of MFMA, which strictly regulate the withdrawal and use of municipal funds. The use of a third-party account to settle municipal obligations may amount to unauthorized withdrawal of municipal funds, financial misconduct in terms of Chapter 15 of MFMA, and deliberate circumvention of internal controls and council oversight. Should it be established that the transactions were undertaken without lawful authority or in contravention of a prescribed procedure, the expenditure may be classified as irregular expenditure and or fruitless or wasteful expenditure. The liability provisions of Section 32, read with together Section 171 of MFMA, may become applicable, including potential personal liability of the accounting officer or any official who authorized such actions. In terms of Section 61(1)(a) of MFMA, the accounting officer of the municipality must act with fidelity, honesty, integrity, and in the best interest of the municipality in managing its financial affairs, and any financial arrangements that exposes the municipality to further legal and audit risk may constitute a breach of fiduciary duty. Any deliberate redirection of municipal financial flows through UDA for purposes of avoiding attachment may amount to contempt of court, expose municipality and its officials to further litigation, and exacerbates the financial and governance instability of the institution. If council did not formally approve the use of UDA's bank account for municipal payroll, this would constitute a failure of governance oversight in terms of Section 52 of MFMA and the collective responsibility of council under Section 4 of the Municipal Systems Act and Section 44.44, subsection 2 of the Municipal Systems Act obliges council to exercise municipalities' executive authority and ensure effective, transparent, accountable, and sound financial management. If council did not formally approve the use of the UDA's bank account for municipal payroll and related transactions, such conduct undermines council's statutory oversight, responsibility, and governance of the authority. Additionally, in terms of the Public Audit Act, the Auditor General may identify such conduct as material irregularity, potentially resulting in binding remedial action and a certificate of debt against the responsible officials. Considering above, we are therefore directed to submit to the NEC's office within 7 days of receipt of this letter a comprehensive written submission addressing the following: a detailed report of all transactions processed through UDA account on behalf of the municipality since the attachment of municipal accounts, including supporting bank statements and authorizations. 2, on whose instruction were the transactions authorized and which officials processed them. 3, the legal basis relied upon on the utilization of the UDA account. 4, certified copies of council resolution, if any, authorizing such arrangements. 5, confirmation of compliance with statutory deductions, SARS, pension, medical aid, UIF. 6, legal opinion obtained regarding compliance with the High Court order. And lastly, clear steps taken to regularize the municipality's banking arrangement and financial position. Failure to provide a complete and satisfactory response within the stipulated time frame will be regarded as non-cooperation, and Provincial Treasurer will consider further measures. Now, I want to leave it at that because that's what the MEC is asking of you. All you can say is that when you submit these, we would like to see the copies as the portfolio committee. So that's the first issue about this letter. The second issue about this letter is that we have mentioned here in our discussions that the way this matter has been handled makes us believe that we actually need to report this to the AG, which in this case will now be done by Treasury, and we will be engaging the AG to find out how they are handling this matter. Because we do believe that the way the matter has been handled has got transgressions that could actually potentially invite a certificate of debt, which means someone would actually have to be charged by the Auditor General for the release of funds in a manner that is a transgression to the MFMA. And so that is one aspect. The second aspect of it, and I hope, can I also request Inkosi, as the mayor, to send us the minutes you were reading. The minutes you were reading were not the same as what you received. What you received is an agenda. What you received was the minutes of that same meeting that Speaker was talking about on the 27th. Now, that is just for information. So if we just share that whilst we're still around here. Now, the importance of those meetings and the querying the way we were going about it, it's because we're going to leave it for the Auditor General to make up their mind as to what the meaning of the resolution is. From where we sit as the committee, we actually believe that the municipality did not authorize, the council did not authorize the loan and the use of an outside party, of a third party account. The question that is going to be discussed is whether contained in your agenda, submission, and minutes is sufficient evidence of what could be said to have been an authorization by council, seeing that it was a retrospective ratification. And the question is ultimately, would you say when the municipal council was completely unaware of the details, that by agreeing on what already has been executed, they knew what they were agreeing to? Was if they do, and then this attracts a certificate of debt, it binds them on onto the co-liability, culpability on this matter. So that is why we've been asking all these questions to the speaker and asking for details and so how you approach this matter. So that is the reason. So we're therefore saying you will comply with what the MEC is saying. You will then share with us the minutes, but the rest of the issues that the MEC has requested. But be conscious of how we're seeing it. The way we're seeing it is that the approach to the matter transgressed the MFMA in a manner that qualifies for the Auditor General to issue a certificate of debt. And the ratification, depending on the presentation, the record, the discussion, it may be clearer whether in fact the municipal council, in taking their decisions, they were actually agreeing to the details of what had been done in a manner that is adequate to say they take responsibility for this. Because should there be a need for a certificate of debt, then all those councillors will have to be bound. It will become a legal issue, and we will actually be interested in where it goes. So I put that issue aside. Then I want to move to the main issue that has caused the problem. I heard Honorable Mkhalipi apologizing to Inkosi that they were hard. To be honest, because I don't believe that we were hard. I believe we were coming from different points of view. Somehow, in my mind, I think uThukela District Municipality, the delegation may not have understood this matter to be as serious as we were taking it. Hence, we end up having to quibble over a lot of issues that could have been dealt with as preliminary introductory issues and move on. However, I'm not making a point about that. All I'm indicating is that with all the problems that the municipality has, the one that sits in front of us as being the major contributor to the bankruptcy of the municipality is the RASP program. That agreement with RASP is what has precipitated a lot of problems. Now, the nature of the evolution of the contract is a huge problem for us. To start off with, to have a contract that has survived so many years and so many managers, such that as we sit here, none of these members here have any idea where this contract comes from, except they know that there was an unsolicited bid. And the first effect of that unsolicited bid is the fact that if you look at that bid, there's no one here who has come across a contract. Unsolicited as it was, it does now constitute a contract of service provision with the government. There should be a clear sense as to what are the services, who organized, who supervises them, how frequently, what was the cost at that time for the service, and at which point, do we review this, and all the necessary checks and balances that would protect the municipality and ensure the municipality get the services. None of that exists. And I can't blame any of you because as I've gone through everybody, and none of you know exactly what happened. You have no idea what is this thing. Except that it's a big thing that's actually gobbling the funds in front of you while you're managing. Now, that's the first problem with it. The second problem with it is the way it was executed. How do you have a technical operation whose regular activities are overseen by someone who's outside the technical services, and there's not a strict a scrap of paper that shows technical service team having taken responsibility for, except the CFO. So in the course of all of this, the CFO has to be investigated in terms of what role they played in this man. That is the former CFO to whatever he is. Now, having said so, it then puts a new problem in the sense that the verification of the invoices that have been submitted has bound the municipality to a debt without anyone being able to independently verify the authenticity of the services that they are claiming to have been rendered and are charging for. Now, once you got that situation, you then have what everyone here says to me, your hands were bound, and in terms of advocate Losana, you had no choice because the case was indefensible. Somebody put the municipality in a situation where the case was indefensible, in a situation where none of you are able to confirm that, in fact, these services could be verified, confirmed, and that such invoices were actually properly authorized. Now, we're not putting a blame on you on that. We're saying that this ogre, this huge monster in front of us, is what this has turned out to be. So then, of course, we have a strange situation, which are now unfortunately implicates you, Amen, that you've got a settlement that one does not actually seem to have been shared and reported to the municipal council ahead of time, so that they would then, with their open eyes, agree to the outrageous terms of the settlement. And secondly, that those settlement fee terms were actually signed, and as you look at them, you actually feel you've been misled. Unfortunately, anyone who's lower down there can be misled, but the municipal manager takes responsibility. So it implicates you from that point of view. And then, of course, the other challenge with this whole issue becomes the whole problem of a legal advice that binds you to terms that are so destructive to the municipality, and that takes you to court, and you have to end up signing onto those terms. But to prove that you were wrong to agree, you are now putting them on for challenge in court again. In the same instance, you are now having to go back to go and challenge it, meaning it shouldn't have been done in the first instance as a problem. So with that, you now got a situation where you have a service provider who seems to be having a hold over one aspect or another, or some management or other in the municipality at some point, therefore forcing the municipality to be in a difficult condition without anybody really standing up to protect it. The way that this whole contract has run, the way that the invoices were signed, the way that the agreement, the settlement agreement, the court agreement was done, all of them. And the last one for us being the question of if the court has ordered that the service provider should forthwith pull back, return the funds withheld with immediate effect. The fact that there has not been any action on them, from where we sit as a committee, we believe that in fact that should have been an immediate thing. You don't wait for a 24-hour period. You wait for as soon as the time they were there, the lapses when they were supposed to have returned the money, they didn't. You have to rush back to court and say, no, this is the court order. This is now contempt of court. This hasn't been done. To wait for a legal opinion and a return date, which is another so many days later, sounds to us that there's a sense of reticence from the municipality, who instead of should have rushed to court to protect itself, is actually quite content to let the transgressor to continue the way that they've decided to hold the municipality at ransom. Now, all of this is happening in a situation where already in 2023, there was a letter issued by the former municipal manager stopping this company from ever dealing with this municipality. But they proceeded. And this again is in a context of 2 forensic reports that have been done, and one already ordering that we should blacklist this municipality and cease operating, doing any operation with them. That now lands with the current municipal manager. That the fact that it was not done, it's difficult for us to understand. Okay, you should, as the municipality, have gone ahead with some of these issues, and then let's get them to deal with you in a subsequent court order. But there might be an issue of argument between the legal opinions. They were not lawyers, but what we're saying, we believe that there should have been action at that point. Because there are these small instances where things could have been done, but something different happened. So from that point of view, we do not believe that this matter should be left as it is. So we are now going to be calling upon Treasury to be the one that does the investigation. And whoever else they want to deal with, there has to be action, investigations and action on this. The extent to which you have dealt with your employees who might be implicated in this matter remains your matter. From the point of view of the committee, this matter needs to be referred for further investigation, and this time around we're going to be inviting Treasury to be the one that must investigate this matter and conclude it. So Treasury is going to deal with the issue of your addressing the issue of your financial irregularity insofar as the opening of the account and the loan, but at the same time we're going to be asking Treasury, in fact we'll be approaching National Treasury, that they must be part of driving the investigation into this whole issue of the RASP. Then at least we can get somewhere where the municipality will be protected and where we will also be able to know what exactly are the service providers justified to receive as compensation for what work that can be proven as what they would have done themselves. So from that point of view, we believe that this matter, unfortunately, because this matter is much bigger than yourselves. as the incumbent. The issue predates you, but we're not comfortable with the way that you have handled it. We think that we needed to have stronger action. We also believe that it's not enough to actually leave you as the municipality to deal with this issue. We think that we need to get at national level, the national treasury to join in with the provincial treasury as we actually deal with this matter. So that's how we look at it. And ultimately, we're going to have to share all of this with the Auditor General. Having said so, I'd like us to then close this matter and hope that with all of the issues that we have raised, we will receive from you those reports when they are due. We will obviously be in contact with all those that we believe, those departments that we believe need to deal with this matter. So from that perspective, we want to say thank you for spending the time with us. You realize that when we were discussing this matter in Pietermaritzburg, there wasn't much time, and we had to stop the further questions and so on. Some of the issues that were raised then, which we didn't hear much about today, we hope that when you give us a full report of what's been happening, we will know. For example, the one argument was you did not yourself bring RASP back. It was brought by Umgeni Water, and there were all of those issues. We don't want to quibble over some of those minutiae, but we should say when we come back, we'll be able to understand what's happening. So it remains for us to say thank you for the whole team, both those who are here and those who are with us in the virtual platform. We did get the apologies, and so we accept that there was participation from Cooperative, both national and provincially. We also do have an apology from the provincial MEC, who indicated that they were busy in meetings at this point. But nevertheless, they've shared whatever information that needed to be shared. So we're really grateful for that. And we want to say at this point, the committee concludes on this matter. And in gratitude, we would like to relieve you of the time you have been with us. We would like to release you, and you are therefore excused. And thank you very much. Travel safely. We'll have a 5-minute break as we invite the other team to come and join us. And safe journey. Bye-bye.
It was then resolved that ordinary council meeting.
Proceed.
A meeting with all political parties whips was held on the 3rd February 2026 to engage on the matters, and also on the 17th February 2026. It was then resolved that ordinary council meeting would be held physically, and in some instances will use visual platforms. Ordinary council meeting that would be held physically. Public notice will also be issued on municipal communication channel inviting public. There are no challenges preventing resumption of physical meeting. From now onwards, in all channels for the sitting of council and all council committee will be utilized. And the second one was issue raised by the committee. Mayoral Cup status, accountability, and budget in the implications. Respond to the issues. The municipality had a strategic planning session on the 21st and 22nd May 2025, where IDP and budget were discussed at length. Mayoral programs were part of the budget that was presented at the session. The ordinary council meeting was held on the 29th May 2025, where IDP and budget 2025-2026.
Sorry, Chair. Oh, sorry to disturb you, man. People online are saying there's no volume, Chair.
No, has that not been corrected? Just check, because we were alerted.
Chair, we can hear now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sorry about that. Please proceed.
Thank you. The ordinary council meeting was held on the 29th May 2025, where IDP and budgets 2025-2026 and RASP were adopted. An amount of 500,000 was allocated in the budget for the Mayoral Cup events. The special program unit, which is within the office of the municipal manager, developed a concept which was to coordinate the events and expected outcome for such event. The unit appears as per the following municipal organizational structure. All logistics were discussed by team. These are the teams that I mentioned, led by a municipal manager. I won't go through to this one. The concept and the requisition was sent to the supply chain unit for processing and issuing of requests of quotations. The municipality has an accredited panel of service providers for events coordinators, and the request for quotation was issued out to all service providers on the panel as per the specification from the end user department. The following is an extract from the initial concept with all logistics expected as well as specific prices for the event. Concept of the Mayoral Cup event, Mayoral Cup Tournament 2025. The purpose of this program is to promote social cohesion through sports and igniting positive competition amongst the youth of Inkosi Langalibalele municipality. According to the SDP-IP, one indicator has been identified to enable sports section to contribute towards achieving a social cohesion amongst citizenry within Inkosi Langalibalele municipality area or jurisdiction. The indicator is follows. 1. Hosting Mayoral Cup. Targets hosting was successful Mayoral Cup. Mayoral Cup games October 2025, November 2025. What level? On the 4th October 2025, Mayoral Cup should start in the month of October, for October 2025, and the final will be held in November 2025, where existing teams in all 24 wards of the municipal area will be participating in the tournament. The local football and the netball association will assist in identifying the existing teams. The two codes targeted for the tournament is soccer and netball. The soccer targets males. The soccer targets males only, and netball targets females only. The tournament will start at what level until two teams, both in soccer and netball, will advance to cluster level. At what level it is anticipated that the tournament should be taking place on the 4th until 12 October 2025. After all the wards have completed, the wards will be clustered according to the 4 clusters as follows: Roscoe cluster, Ndamonhlobe cluster, Wimbezi and Central, and also William cluster. On the 16th of October 2025, the draw for cluster games should be held at Escorts Council Chamber, and the subsequent game will be held from 21st October 2025. Each teams emerging from the 4 cluster will then joined by SAFA, ABC Motsepe, and Regional League that were playing at High League. That would include Champions FC, Young Elephants FC, Gom Gang FC, and Connection FC. Cluster level, October 2025. Cluster 1, Ndabamhlope. The Ndabamhlope cluster will comprise of the following wards: Ward 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16. Whereas 6 teams for soccer and netball respectively will be competing for position 1 and 2. The cluster will eventually send 2 squads, male and female, that will be formed, will represent a Ndabamhlope cluster. Cluster 2, Wimbezi. Cluster 2, Wimbezi stroke town. Ward 8, Ward 9, Ward 10, Ward 15, Ward 17, Ward 18, and Ward 23. We form Wimbezi town cluster, whereby 7 teams for soccer and 7 teams for netball will be competing for position 1 and 2 respectively. Male and female squad in each of the court will be representing Wimbezi as the cluster at local level. Cluster 3, Winen, Ward 19, Ward 20, Ward 21, and Ward 22 will form Winen cluster, whereby 4 teams for soccer and 4 teams for netball will be competing for position 1 and 2 respectively. The 2 winning squad in each court will then advance to local level representing a Winen cluster. Cluster 4, with the scope cluster. In the scope cluster, there are 6 wards, namely Ward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 24. That will be participating in tournament made up of 7 teams for soccer and netball respectively. These teams will be competing for position 1 and 2, which will then advance to local level. All clusters will play in one day, which the table below indicate the full details, and consequently the squad will be formed to compete at the local level. 18 October 2025, Saturday, Los Scope Cluster, Venue, which after sport ground, on 9 o'clock. Then on the 18 again, Winani cluster is attending the sports ground on 9 o'clock. Then the central cluster, including the Wimbezi Machine sports ground on the same day. The Down cluster, Venue Umjesi High, on 9 o'clock. Local level, local level, October 2025, the two teams that had advanced from cluster level in soccer and netball, which is total, is 8. It's 8 teams will be participating in the quarterfinals, which are scheduled for 11 October 2025, and the venue will be at the sport ground in Winning. The 2025 Mayoral Cup semi-finals and final will be held on November 2025 at the Wimbledon Stadium. Then a program of actions. Activity, official launch of the tournament, inclusive of municipal department of sports, sports, arts and culture, sports confederation and local federation, soccer and netball. Date 2 October 2025, venue is called Town Hall. Commencement of games at what levels? 4 October 2025, what base venues? Netball. Oh, I'm sorry. Commence of the games at what level? Soccer and netball at zone at what level? Then date 4 October 2025. Venue what is venue? Meeting with 4 clusters and make a draw. 16 October 2025 is called Town Hall. Winners at cluster level, locals and produce a top 8. Meeting with winners in quarterfinals and makes draw for finals. Mayoral Cup quarterfinals at Pangwini Sports Ground. Mayoral Cup semi-finals and finals. Then budget allocation. Description. Prizes at what level? The amount price at one.
Total.
It's 144,000. Prices at cluster level total it's 52,000. Then incentives for the top 8 teams: soccer position 1 to position 8, soccer and netball position 1 to position 8. It's 94,000. Then chair, I asked CFO to make a breakdown of that 94,000. I do have my own breakdown, but I know that the committee, when we sent that report, there was no breakdown, but CFO he makes the breakdown. The breakdown is, but Chair, you said I must mention the total price. Price at local level, semi-final and prices at local level, semi-finals and finals. Soccer position 1. Okay, I'm sorry. It's 83,500. Then gold medals, gold, silver, and bronze, 7,000. Referees and umpires, 15,000. Commentators, 10,000. The grand total of all the prizes, including logistics like tents and chairs, sound system, and catering, it's 405,500. Marquee traded sounds catering for councillors, officials, and stakeholders during cluster level, quarterfinals, and local level. It's 80,900. 80,950. 80,000 or 80,500. 80,593. I'm sorry, 80,593. So quarterfinal, the total is 486,009. Oh, 93 rand 50, 8,693 rand 50. The above document concept was approved by the municipal manager and the events continued. However, some of the proposed dates were delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, which led to the quarter finance, semi-finance and finance being held on the 25th January 2025. I think you changed. It was the end of my reports.
Okay, members. Right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Let's get members to deal with the issues.
Thanks, Chair.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. Last time we met in Peter Marisbeck, I was the one who asked you why are you still continuing with it. You promised me with your smile, saying that you are going to correct that. I remember that one very vividly. But after that, how many meetings have you called physically? Because none of them, and you must not come and mislead us here. And we want the reason. We explained to you very nicely to say that even if you are guided by the act or whatsoever is guiding you in terms of the law, but it can't be. There's no COVID now. People of Langalibalele, they want service delivery, they want to interact with you. And then you agree with us on that day when we explain to you how important it is. While you don't even have to explain to you, you know better than us as members of parliament. But you continued to hold the meeting physically. One, you are frustrating councillors. You are suppressing councillors on the virtual platform. You are only allowing a councillor of a political party to speak. There's even many articles whereby the other councillors, especially on my party, are frustrated. They went to the municipality, they don't know what to do. And we spoke to you, Mayor, Babu Mayor, but Mayor, we spoke to you nicely to say, once you assume a leadership responsibility, we are mayor of everyone, regardless political party that are also in the council. So we want strongly to check with you. The reason why you are called here, we have so many municipalities that we have interacted with, but because you didn't honor what you promised us during the oversight in case of any in January, said, no, come and explain yourself. And it's not going to be a very nice thing now, because we don't want to be lied to. When we speak about things, we are not speaking about those things because we want to, or we are bored, we are representing people. That is number one. Here, before you, there was a uThukela District Municipality. And please clarify this thing, which act did they allow you to give them money? And then which council resolution that allowed you to take money of Inkosi Langalibalele residents, and then you give it to uThukela District, and how much? Secondly, when we raised this theme of the virtual platform chain, did you act on your speaker when you went and addressed people, especially the political party, to say what is the reason why the councillors are demanding to meet physically? There is a video, you can play it here if you don't have, but I know that you have, because he was addressing the political party where he belongs. And he said the reason why those councillors, they want physical meetings is because there's food. So did you act on that one? Because this is very out of order. He's not a speaker of the political party, he's a speaker of the council. So it's unfortunate that he's not here today. And I'm not sure if it's the person who said he's sick. And then he also tell us today about his sickness. We are not saying that he's not sick. So my question is, did you act on him? Why are we acting MM? Where is the MM whereby he was before with the portfolio committee? And please clarify if this is true, that the MM or the person who was the MM, Mr. Mtem, is no longer with the council. And then it seems as if, you are going to clarify to us that you pay him, you bought him out for 11 months or 7 months. It's between the two, 7 months salary. Did you budget for that 7 months? If not, so it means we are going to have, we are not going to have an MM for 7 months because we didn't budget for his salary, for his, the reason to buy him out as well must also take us through. So, and how much did you give it to get? Please say, or just break down for us, how much did you bring it did you give it to uThukela? So there's 7.5 million that you said it went to a law firm. Which law firm is that? What was the reason for that? And then when we engage you regards to the issue of Mayor's Cup, I think I remember very well when the chair was also zooming into that report, and the mayor is very passionate about these things. Now there is a poster that you I think you have also given them the money. I want to go to that poster. And then what is worried me, Chair, is that that poster is having a logo of the municipality, 26 July 2025. The venue was Loronda, I think it's a tavern. And then why do you have to have a poster in the tavern? You don't know the La Ronda. It's a La Ronda venue, 26 July 2025. Whereby Inkosi Amagqokama, Njabulo Langa, Menzi, Mayoral Cup, Amatuke music experience, according to the poster. But there is a logo of the municipality there, man. And then we are told that it is in the tavern. So coming back to the Mayoral Cup, the mayor is still taking us through. But the councillors are saying they are still sticking to their old story to say they were not involved. They were not told anything in regards to this Mayoral Cup. And even after we have engaged with you, to say this money is too much. 500,000 for the Mayoral Cup while you are struggling with the service delivery, it's unacceptable. So now, you also said on your presentation that you participated in Salga. There's a story that suggests that you hosted Miss Langalibalele event and missed it. And then you awarded a new vehicle to a winner of this Miss event, or is a Langalibalele event, and then without a council resolution. And then the coordinator of this event was paid something like 500,000 as well. And then the car that was won by this Miss Ntontoni of Langalibalele was even branded with municipal logos. And then there's a Soweto Derby. The mayor spoke about it at William Tennis Court on February 2026. Please share with us how much did you spend. There's a white event that was funded by the municipality with no council resolutions on the 18th of October 2025, I guess. This Mayoral Cup event, the mayor misled us, according to this information, saying that each ward received 20,000. The services to organize Mayoral Cup amounting to 250,000. The service to do voice promo for Mayoral Cup amounting to 149,000. The service of event coordinator for the Mayoral Year and End program is amounting to 590,000. The event of coordinator for Winning Ngoma amounting to 495,000. Several mayoral marathon amounting to 150,000, and there was no such event. I think the municipality is going to clarify us. And then there's also an allegation that suggests that each and every councillor, I think we have 47 councillors, and each councillors were also getting a tracksuit, Adidas. And according to this information, that Adidas tracksuit per council is costing 10,000 rand per council. And when you multiply that 10,000 rand multiplied by 47 councillors, that's almost 500,000. Could you also be clarified about that issue? The General Manager of Technical and Infrastructure does not have necessary qualification for the post. Can you also tell us about it? There is an allegation that municipality utilized the fund of the municipality that's supposed to go and service people of that area So you are having a school program whereby you are just taking the councillors of a political party, and then you said to them, let us go and give 20 pairs of each of school shoes by the certain political councillors, and then you don't involve other councillors. And then the WhatsApp group that coordinates councillors, the admin is only one person from the management. I can't remember if it's not a mayor, definitely sure I've remembered, or is the MM, but is the only one who puts messages in the WhatsApp group. I think it's the one that I talk about, because I also read your name there. And then those councillors, they are just there as spectators. Even if they want to raise issues, there's no platform. One on the visual platform, if they want to talk about their issues, they are not allowed. You just dictate to them. When they come to this WhatsApp group, it's also not allowed as councillors to talk. So if the municipality can just tell us what is wrong, where must the councillor process issues? Because some of the decisions that we are taking about this whole event that I'm talking about is not processed in the council. And in that Salka Games, yes, I'm saying that each tracksuit was amounting 10,000 rands. A plate of food was 650 per council. 650 per council. 47 councillors, each one of them, they are eating a plate of 650. What is that in this poverty? Thanks very much, Chair. Let me just stop.
Too many questions. So we won't proceed. I'm going to get you to work your way downwards. Start with the soccer, the Mayoral Cup, and answer those questions, and then deal with the. Let's start with the virtual meeting. I see that you put it in nice English. Nothing now stops in the use of all modes. Very sophisticated English. Uti niyekele nihlangana ngifuna ukuzwa ukuthi not from going forward usuka iqalaphi going forward. Asitile ngaleya mhlangano ngoba izikhalo esizithola kwamalunga ezokuthi le mhlangano le iyabavala abanye bangakwazi ukukhuluma. Futhi abakwazi ukuba nesiqinisekiso sokuthi lo muntu ongenile abangenanga oqala kungena abantu abangayishini. Okwesibili, ayikho inkinga yokuthi kubhalwe abantu abakhona bengeke ngoba kudinga ufake igama lebhajethi. Yobe abedlule kule yokuqala bese kubuya kuza kule mayoral, so sesezingena izinto.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the issue of visual meeting, unfortunately, the Speaker of Council, as I said, is not well, but I will try to answer because one, I spoke to a Speaker about the meeting that was held on a committee meeting on the 27th. Then he convened the whip of all political parties. That is where they agreed that the ordinary council would sit physically. As I said, Chair, maybe we must admit that asibenzanga le ubulungiswa to uspeak ukuthi imithi ama-meeting funa beseqalile ahlala physical. But as I said, Chair, that a Speaker convened a meeting of all political parties, then they agreed that the meeting will sit physically, especially the ordinary council meetings. Then
asibophe sizwe ukuthi uthini ngoba sahlukana lapha umbeke kanje ezwakala ukuthi hayi ayaphela nje masenihambile ngokuqhubeka masibuka la kule response iqala ngokuthi ayikho engandivimba ukuthi uma kuyaphambili kodwa ayikho echazayo ukuthi sesivumelene ngibone nenze njani. Ikhona i-presentation kaCooperative. Angizuzihlupha kakhulu ngayo kodwa bengofisa abangene ngilabo ofisa ukungena khona. They don't have to go through their presentation. Kodwa-ke la sibuka nje ukuthi ngiyabona yini ukuthi inkinga eyokuthi akhona amalungu abona sengathi ilungelo lawo lokuba ingxenye yomhlangano. Khona la kuphazamiseka khona ngigcina ukuthembeka kokuhlala kwemhlangano. Hhayi ngoba kuwukuthi ayikwazi ukuhlala imhlangano ngezulu. Kodwa kuwukuthi sengazi ukuthi hhayi sekuphinde kubuya lokhu sokuhlala phansi kuhlangane. Now leyo isho yokuthi kwahlangana nawo kwamawili iyaxakaxaka ngoba thina siyithola kuwona la ukuthi amanye ama-parties awavumelani nayo. So okay-ke noma singenandaba nokuthi i-party iphetheni kodwa kubalulekile ukuthi loku usukukhuluma nje mase siya phambili sizoba nesiqiniseko esinganani sokuthi ngizoyibuka kahle lento ngendlela ehloniphekile, hhayi ngendlela yokuthi isiqedile ngalabo sobo siqhubeka ngendlela yethu.
No, kuyezwakala nje mhlambe-ke umuntu ngoba esho ukuthi even on the 27th, I'm the one who was responding with question that was raised by the Honorable Mkhali ukuthi ama-meetings azohlala physical. But Chair, as I said, ukuthi ahlanganile ama-political parties, nami ngicela ukuthi ngenze isibopho sokuthi uSpeaker izomdonsa ngendlela ukuthi sicela abize physical council meeting.
No, Chair, it can't be. Well, why should say anything? Matter state, 27th January. It's March now. And then you think when we call you in front of this committee, we're going to call you after 5 years. I'm saying to you, we called you because you did not honor what you promised during the day. And you are worried about the people of Inkosi Langalibalele. That's why we're calling you. No, we can't take that. Tell us what preventing you to call a physical meeting. Please tell us, share with us. They are listening. Your people. You are not a mayor of virtual. You are a mayor of the people. People, when they go and vote, they don't vote on the virtual. They vote there. And then you become a mayor. You celebrate. Now, why you don't want to meet physically and to process issues that are affecting the community?
Ungakaphenduli kasicele umphathi womnyango ukuba uduma abaphawuli. Wena Mthembu.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo, ngibingelele once more. I wanted to advise the committee, with your permission, Chair, that the MEC met with some councillors of Inkosi Langalibalele on the 9th in Ladysmith together with uThukela, where they raised this issue again. Subsequent to that, the MEC instructed me to write to the Speaker and ask the Speaker to convene a meeting within 7 days. So I have done so. That letter, I think, went yesterday, if not today, but I did sign it. That meeting will be attended by ourselves as Cooperative. We will then submit a report afterwards to the committee to indicate how the meeting had progressed. But we will be advising the council there, particularly the Speaker, on how to deal with this matter going forward. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Members, let's hold it with that to get the feedback from the Cooperative department. Thank you, HOD Duma. Thank you very much for that. We'll await your further report. Please proceed to the next one.
No, thanks, Chair. The second question, which is allowing us to give uThukela money, will be on that one, which I'll ask our acting or CFO to give answers on that one.
Imali sizobanika. Ngiyafisa kodwa ukwazi ukuthi le mali ibolekisa nje umeya ubengazi ubeyazi umeya kunesinqumo somkhandlu umkanjani achaze sewudlulile lapho.
But through you, Chair, because Honorable Mkhalipe, he even mentioned the act that we used to assist uThukela. That's why I said
Uyayilokho manje nje ngithi uzokuphendula lokho uMM okumthetho. Mina ngisafisa ukwazi ukuthi uyawazi nomhlangano owathathwa ngokuthi umeya ube nolwazi lokuthi nemali ebolekisiwe mawuthi uyazi ngamuphi umthetho mawungawadlulisa bazokuchaza bawazi kodwa sifuna ukwazi ukuthi wena wazini wena okuvumile.
yes, yes, Chair, I do. But as I said, I will ask CFO to assist me on that one.
You will assist after. First, you must explain how did you get involved? How much of this is part of? How much of this are you part of? Were you the one who actually convened the council and tabled the matter a request to the municipal, to the council? Were you approached? Did you participate? Did you lead the process of this discussion? Where do you fit in this whole thing? We'll get the details of the acts later, but let's hear, what do you know? Where do you fit in this whole thing?
Chair, on that one, as I said, Chair, I know we assisted uThukela with the amount of 6 million. But Chair, as I said, I don't want to get in details. That's why I asked my CFO to get in details, because when maybe before that, Chair, I know Chair is asking about the council resolution. The fact is that there was no council resolution, because it was the 24th of February. There was no council resolution, but after we ratified, told the to ratify that decision be made on the 24th.
Just the last bit then. So how did you come to know of it? Were you approached by the mayor of uThukela? Were you approached by the speaker? Were you approached by your CFO? Were you approached by your MM? Who approached you?
Approached me, but even the mayor of uThukela phoned me. Fortunately, I wasn't in the right space when he phoned me, but I saw the missed call. Then acting MM phoned me. Then I went to his office. He was with the CFO. But to answer you, Chair, the mayor of uThukela did phone me.
No, that's fine. Look, I want us to deal with issues up front like that. Because you see, the question we're asking ourselves, if there was something that's illegal about it, who will then go to be affected? Now, at least you know, you discussed it, whatever the situation is, you discussed it and then you moved ahead with it. But we want us to be upfront and open about what actually happened here. Okay. You don't beg, that's fine. Let's get to the or the CFO.
Thank you.
You can switch on off.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Let them respond. Both of them are going to respond. They can proceed, and then just to confirm you are acting. And
once again, greetings to the Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, our Honorable Mayor and other colleagues. Yes, I'm the acting municipal manager. I've been acting from the 17th of February 2026.
My current position is Director and General Manager Corporate Services. The issue of the loan to Together, I was approached by the CFO, who was also approached by the CFO of Together. He came to my office. I then phoned the Honorable Mayor, requesting him to come to the office so we could discuss the matter. We then got guidance from the CFO in terms of the legislation that we could issue that loan. Yeah, so we then agreed that we will issue that loan. Due to the time factor, we could not go to the council timelessly. And yes, I think that's where my role was. And then we did pass the CFO to do an item to council. And hence, I'll request him to then give us a full report in terms of his report to council, outlining the legislation and why we gave those monies to Together. Thank you.
So you were briefed by the CFO and you are briefed, but did they talk about what the laws say about it?
Yes, Chair. I indicated that I did, when the CFO was in my office, I then called the mayor so that we had a discussion around the issue. He then outlined the laws that govern the giving a loan to Together municipality.
So who was doing that?
The CFO.
CFO. Okay, what did he say the law say about it?
He says that well, he's got the report. He'll answer.
No, I just want to know what he told you.
He just told us that it does allow us to give municipalities that are within the Together District Municipality.
The law allows you?
Yes.
Okay. No, there was no council resolution. The council resolution came after.
Yes.
So that was clear. So can I just check also? In this matter, Mayor, have you received any letter from the MEC? Have you received a mayor from the MEC?
Yes, I did receive a letter from the MEC for Finance.
Yeah. Can you send us a copy? While he's talking, send us the copy. Thank you. Okay, CFO, you can proceed. Just switch off the one.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to Honorable Chair, honorable members, PTG, and all participants. On the 24th of
so that still one time.
species of the CFO. Yeah. Okay, on the 24th of February, I got a call from CFO from Together. That was around 2 o'clock. And then they requested if we can assist them. They have a challenge. They have to release salaries in the afternoon. By the time I was in my office, then I said, no, I can't take that decision. Whether it is legal or illegal, we need to report that to MM. We also need to inform the leadership of such request. Then Mega left me with this and then went to the acting MM's office. When I reached him, he said he has already received a call from MM of Uthukela. Then I stated that's why I'm coming here. That's what I've received a request from the CFO. And the matter was if we were to assist, because there's this court order where the account is frozen, is not going to affect us if we allow or if we give them that support they are looking for. I think in that instance, we actually and then on legal manage to our office. This is when you receive, when she reaches the office, it is customary. And then what she advises that she would want to see first the first issue before she can say anything. So then uThukela submitted all the stuff. So we're still sitting in the acting in office. Then after that, I think after a lengthy discussion, then the mayor came in, reported that he has also received a point they're requesting a financial support, to put together, as uThukela was about to release their salaries, but it didn't have money due to the account that has been frozen. It's one of the issues. Two, also highlighted that there were rumors that they might vandalize the plant around water treatment plant, which might affect the service delivery, and also that which also might affect the operations, especially on the companies within the island. Those companies were in a sense specifically because they operate on the normal use of the water. Because even if we were to disconnect their services, we normally inform them that we are going to disconnect services of uThukela because of non-payment, so that they will be aware of such and prepare themselves to store more water. So that is how then the issue started. Once we were discussing, I think the decision was that at the end of it all, you need to assist the island, uThukela. And if we assist uThukela, we need to specific and why are we assisting them. And the issue was, if we assist, we will only be able to pay the amount which will only be equivalent to imagine services that, which was what, so that we try and protect the disruption of the work. And then by then they said the salaries that we cover in water services, emergency strike will not increase.
Can you make this pre-disclosure? You can hardly hear what you're saying, so it's very tricky now. Pull it closer towards your mouth so you can hear what you're saying.
So the issue is then we can only be able to, if we were to pay specifically those that on the emergency workers, which is water services, to avoid the disruption of the water through the island. That is when they get requested that if we can only allow us 6 million. I think the first request was that they will give us their payroll to pay only for water services, which we could not. And then they said, okay, then give us an account, which we can put them 6 million. They will release after the next tranche, then they will pay us back. Then again, we ended up putting on the matter on the same day that we will assist the uThukela. And in that instance, we only looked at one section of the Act, Chapter 5 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, 107 of 1988. where it talks about section 88. Section 88 reads as follows: cooperation between the district and local municipality. Section 88(1), I'll only read 1 and 2. Read as follows: district municipality and the local municipality within the area of the district municipality must cooperate with one another by assisting and supporting each other. Subsection 2A, the Act of District, on request by a local municipality in its area, may provide financial, technical, and administrative support as services to the local municipality to the extent that the district has capacity to provide those support services. Subsection 2B, a local municipality on request of the district municipality in whose area that local municipality falls may provide financial, technical, and administrative support services to that district municipality to the extent that the local municipality has the capacity to provide those support services. But the issue is then, if we were to provide such support, do we have enough time to inform a council? Yes, we realize with us, but it's not a council. By then, it was then reported that we then submit a report to council for ratification of the decision that has already been taken to support the council uThukela without a formal resolution. Is when then afterwards a report was sent to council specifying the same, and the council then ratifies the decision. Thank you, Chair.
So we signed the agreement.
Yes, the agreement was signed by the three of us.
What are the terms?
The terms were, let's see.
You will also send it to us. While also I'm here.
Okay, let me maybe read the full request which came from the second. It was sent to the
long? Is it long?
No, just for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was sent to the mayor, Councillor Niaza, by the mayor of the district. Inkosi. Then the subject request for temporary financial assistance in the amount of 6 million. uThukela District Municipality by formally request temporary financial assistance from the Inkosi local Langalibalele local municipality in the amount of 6 million. The district municipality undertakes that the repayment will be effected immediately upon the release of its bank account. We kindly request that you use the following bank accounts, which was stated: a number or name, uThukela Economic Development Agency, Bank, FNB. We would appreciate the urgent consideration of this matter, given the time-sensitive nature of the salary payment. Signed by Mayor of the district, signed by also Municipal Manager of the district, also signed by the acting CFO of the district. And then on our side, as the ILM, was signed by Mayor, Councillor Niaza, signed by Mr. Chutu, who is next to me, and then also signed by this 24th of February.
Okay. You're going to share the letter with us. You can come in.
Okay, Mayor, because you're a political head, what is your understanding why the Minister of Cooperative was there in this meet on the 9th March 2026? Minister Hlavis.
No, thanks, through you, Chair. Maybe, I don't know if we can answer the question that goes to us. Yes, yes.
What are you saying? You're now having a quiet whispering conversation.
No, Chair, I wanted to ask the.
I heard the question. Is the answer that you are agreeing, and I'm not hearing it.
No, I said through to Chair.
No. The last bit, that's the bit I didn't hear.
Oh, I said, what is his understanding? Why Minister Hlavis was there in his hood as the political head on the 9th of March? I wanted to know if he does have some clarity why the minister visited them.
You said, I didn't hear what you said.
I said through the chair. If you agree, it's fine.
No, that's fine then. Because I thought you were agreeing on something which I had missed. You are saying you're not sure you can answer that question. Deal with that in mirror so that you can move on.
Thanks, Chair. On the 9th of March, Minister of Cooperative was in uThukela, but I don't want to get in details because he was in uThukela district. Yes, I was there, but he was there for uThukela district.
Okay.
No. Nina, Inkosi Langalibalele. You went and now case because
just switch off your mic. Just say that again.
Inkosi Langalibalele. So this municipality went and switched off the electricity in the plant of the district because they were owing them millions of rand. So the factories, Nestle and other factories were affected. So there was a big commotion from the businesses and from the people around. So therefore now, how come that you can trust uThukela district to loan them? The money is still disputed, Chair. We are talking about 6 million, but there is a very strong view that it's 30 million. Remember, I even asked you, Guti, what 1.5 million for? Because there is a very strong allegation that you say, oh, you also said you have paid my lawyers. That's why I said, please break it down for us. So now my question is, you are confident to give a loan to people who have been owing you as a result in a humble over the case with Langalibalele. Are you not contradicting yourself? Factories, business people were up in arms until the minister was called to come and calm down the people and the business people. We know very well, man, that was the agenda because people were very up in arms. So my question, how can you contradict yourself like this? 6 million according to you, according to me is 30 million. Now we are saying that no, confidently so we're going to give you this loan. While they have failed to pay services that you are rendering to them. Please clarify the contradiction, especially mayors.
Okay, but let's start with this one. Instead of closing electricity installations, which I'm just talking about that, then you can go on to the rest of the question. Was there a problem of a conflict on the issue of electricity, and did you actually get involved in switching off the electricity?
Maybe the CFO would give the clarity on the one, but Chair, my understanding when Minister Hlavis was in together, that was not about the switching off together. Yes, that was not about that, but it was in together.
You see, you had to rephrase the question. I said, was there a problem where you were in conflict on the issue of electricity with uThukela? And did you get involved in switching off the electricity? I didn't bring the minister purposely because I want us to deal with the issue first. Was there such an incident?
There was such an incident, but I can't recall the date.
What do you recall? What happened?
We do a switch off the electricity for uThukela plant. If I'm not mistaken, or which was German.
Don't do it like that. Just after what you recall, leave the rest to the others.
Yes.
So what I'm asking, you have had conflict on the payment for electricity by uThukela. You have had instances where, as a result of the conflict, you switched off to electricity for uThukela. That's what I want to know. I want to know, has that happened?
Yes, Chair, it happened, but it seems like now it's myself who went out and
you're supposed to tell me it's not you, but you sent your bodyguard to go and do it, or you sent who? I mean, no. You're making it necessary for me to have a to and fro question instead of just explaining the whole thing. Then we know, and then we pass. What happened? That's what I'm asking you.
Maybe if acting can assist me on that one, Chair, because the electricity is under technical departments.
No, we'll get to them. I want to know what you know. You are in charge of that municipality. So if it is said that your municipality has done something, I want to hear it from you first. What did you do? Then the details we can go for them later. But I want to know what is it that you know was done, because you have to take responsibility for what your municipality does. That's what I want for now. Before we can get to the details that in fact it was the CFO's PA who drove a van and then went and collected a technician from the MM's office. And I don't want that from you. What I want is, does this happen or not? Just tell us what is this. Then we can go into the details.
Yes, it happened, Chair.
What?
To switch off the electricity.
So you've got a decision. You've taken a decision that you will go and switch off as the municipality.
Yes, as a municipality.
It's a council decision.
Yes.
Just talk about the council decision.
When there is a police in our municipality that said if so and so is owing us that a particular money, they must pay 20% of that amount. It's a policy, so it's not like when we woke up and then we said no, we're going to switch off the electricity for uThukela. But there is a policy, not only uThukela, but for everyone surrounding Inkosi Langalibalele, or everyone that we supplied electricity for Inkosi Langalibalele.
So as far as you know, how big was the debt, and where was the switching? Did the switching off happen, and when was that? Just in your mind, what do you recall?
The date.
When? Is it in 2022 or is it in 2025 December? Or what? Just give me a sense.
This year.
How many times has it happened?
I'm not sure.
You mean could have happened once, twice, 3 times, 10 times?
Maybe more than twice.
More than twice?
Yes.
Okay. Now, of what you remember, when was it? You can't recall. All right. But it's your policy to switch off. Did you know if there was ever a negotiation from uThukela to say Please don't switch off, there's a problem.
There was a negotiations. As I said, Chair, as a municipality, we do have a police, because we start with negotiating with them. We can't just go out and switch off the electricity, but we negotiate with them first. Then, if a negotiation can be then we get act as Inkosi Langalibalele and the police.
Do you remember when the negotiations were?
Yes, Chair. Yes, we uThukela. Then we ask them because they are owing us maybe more than 50 million as uThukela. So they were in negotiations.
And then there was also a switch off.
Pardon?
And then there was a switch off.
Yes, Chair.
You don't remember when the switch off was?
No, Chair.
Okay, let's switch off, then let's move on. Who's going to take it first? You both answer, but who's going to take it first?
Honorable Chair, from my side, like I indicated, I was acting for a very short period of time. I was not party to the decisions of the switching off. Hence, I'm relying on the CFO to give us a reporting.
CFO?
So, Chair, we've been having negotiations with uThukela constantly. We had the negotiations as far as 2024, the whole year, up until June 2025. And then in June 2025, when they promised to sign a payment arrangement, they failed also. That was an issue. And then what we did, a decision was taken that because they won't be paying, they're always pushing. We then said, let's target the equity share transfer months as a start. We then, because we all are aware of the first tranche, which was in July, we then disconnected them in July. In July, they were owing us around 74 million, 75 million. We disconnected them. And then we started negotiations.
So what does this disconnection mean? What do you
switching off the power supply?
Power supply?
Yes.
What is the power supply?
Their plants work with electricity.
What plant?
Water plants and water.
So you switch.
So we supply electricity to their water pumps as the municipality.
So this is electricity to the power station, or to the water pump purification station.
Yes.
Okay, what else?
We disconnected their office also in the ESCOT, yes.
Okay.
They've got a satellite office. I think it's still disconnected even now since last year.
Okay.
Because we don't have in arrangement.
So they owe you for electricity?
Yes.
Do you owe them for water?
No, we pay them for water.
You pay them for water?
Yes.
Oh, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, proceed. Let's see them.
And then from there, I think they were owing us around 74 million in end of June. Then the first tranche, which was transferred to the state, we then disconnected after we knew that they had still the equity, so they would be able to pay. They won't be saying we don't have money. Then we disconnected, then we went to have engagement with them. From there, we said, of that 74 million, we want 50 million upfront before we reconnect the electricity. So we negotiated, and then we ended up agreeing them paying 30 million. That was July 2025. Then they paid 30 million. Then we went and reconnected There was no much disruption because it takes time for water to run dry completely from the reservoirs. So we knew that when we disconnect, we need to negotiate so that it won't go dry until people don't receive water at all. And then we agreed, they paid 30 million. Actually, they first paid to 700,000. They said that's the only money they have. Then we said no. Then they added to 29,000 to make 29 million to make it put it. Then it was 30 million. Then we received. Then we said we are going to reconnect the services on condition we sit down again and prepare a final payment arrangement so that we know that you pay your debt after paying the 30 million and your current, because the issue was they're not even paying current consumption, let alone the debt, which is years back. And then after that, we started having negotiations. I think my office also with the CFO up until November. And in December again, we knew it's going to be equitable share transfer. Then we said, okay, we'll disconnect when they receive the equitable share so that they come and do a final payment arrangement and also pay. We learned that their equitable share was not paid on time, was delayed. So then we presumed it's paid in December. Then in January this year, 2026, we negotiated again with them, saying we're going to disconnect because we've received the equitable share. It was before the attachment of the account. We said we're going to disconnect if you're not paying this, or even sign up the final the payment arrangement. Unfortunately, they could not, then they disconnected. I think it was for a few hours. Disconnected in January, and there was a meeting. I can't remember what it was, Munimek in Durban, Mayville office, and then that's where it was negotiated again with the cocktail and the district. And we were represented by municipal ministers because I wasn't part of the meeting. Then the cocktail said, okay, let them pay 10%. And by then they were owing 56 million. Then they paid 6.5 in January. They paid to 6.5, and then the cocktail was to make sure that the payment arrangement is done, finalized, and effective. But yet for now, up until now, it has not been finalized. So that's how it is currently.
So how much do you owe them? You pay for water?
The only amount that we were to pay is January. The January invoice, which is around 500,000. And that was to be paid, but we could not release the payment.
Okay. All right, let's come back on this for the follow-up and the choose.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking for. The background that you're giving us, they've been the failures to honor their payment plan. So what makes you to believe that after they've approached you about 6 million stroke 30 million, they are going to pay you back after this history that you have and experience that you have with them? That is my only problem with you. What makes you to believe that this time, once they receive their grants, they're going to pay us back with this history of background that you're telling us? Because you took us through, you told us that you got a phone call from them and then you quickly acted. But we have a history of them not paying, honoring their payment.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, we looked into that, but the issue was, as I said, that we always target the equitable share transfer. We knew this was the first part, 24th. We knew the equitable share would be coming on the 11th of the end of March, which is this month. So we said,
Sorry, Chair, without with due respect, you mentioned when you were stopping their electricity, you were saying we know their payment or their grant is going to come. And then when they didn't come, we go and switch it off.
Yes.
So you can't tell us that you were relying on the grant payment for them because you know they have. Bankilile. No, just tell us the real reason.
No, that's the only reason I have. As I'm saying, we said because there's much, if they don't pay, we'll do whatever we've been doing, disconnect. But unfortunately, get
Okay,
paid.
let's just deal with it as common sense. Uthukela owes you 56 million. Sorry? 80 earlier, then they paid something, went down to 50, and then when you, okay, let's leave the issue. 80 million they owe you. That's your latest. All right. 80 million. To get them to pay you, you have to use strong arm tactics of switching off the municipal, the electricity supply. You do so because you first have intelligence that tells you that they actually do have money. So they mustn't pay others before they pay you. So you, as soon as you know they've got money, because they are not good payers, switch off, then they must come back and plead and negotiate. In other words, you couldn't have left them on their own because you know they won't pay you. So you don't really trust them as good payers and friendly, supportive municipalities under Section 88, where you can assist and support each other. They're actually unreliable. If you didn't squeeze them, you don't get paid. That's what you're telling us. Now, so how come do you feel that you can suddenly summon your MM and your mayor and tell them, listen, give these people money? How does that align? I mean, you know this thing. You are the one who's telling us. So how do you squeeze your mayor and your MM and say, these guys, they've not been paying us, they now owe us 80 million, that's what say, but give them money. how do you know, someone, I mean, something that's touched you somewhere. What touched you where for you to think different? There's a pin code. There's a pin code somewhere. Someone is touched that allowed you to go. And then these guys don't even pay you. You have to squeeze them. Because what are you going to do when they don't pay next time? You want to switch off on what basis? Okay. You only owe them 500,000. And you give them 6 million. They owe you, so in total now these guys owe you 92 million. And to get to 92, you couldn't squeeze them enough to get the 80, 86, but you give them more. Now, you're going to have to tell us, but something doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. The MM is inspired to speak. No, you start.
No, Chair, once in the continue. No, Chair, if the ministry, all three we were touched. Yeah. So things happen at meaning at Interbank. So it's that. And then again, we if no bill is still over, we disconnect for his services because we've agreed to go going forward. The situation of together is in as it stands. But it was if they pay this, the other part will let the court negotiate going forward. But it was if it happens, hope it's engaged to be changed. then we'll open in fact, check, then we'll disconnect their services again. Because they still owe us. In fact, they owe us. It's not 80 because I remember that 80 and 6. So it's 54 million.
How much?
54 million. Yeah, so we were going to disconnect from the unfortunate part here. Gambling worked immediately when they received the account from being frozen. They paid only 6 million and not the debt. So they paid it back 6 million.
So what did they pay back?
6 million.
The 6 million for salaries?
Yes.
So they paid back already? So you no longer owe them?
Yeah, remember their account was going to
Switch on the mic so can you hear.
I'm saying they were their account was gonna be automatically unfrozen after receiving equitable share loans, which was in which because they're gonna receive 160 of the balance that is owed to pay off for us. So they automatically if you like, then it was opened, then they paid them the same thing.
They paid 6. What about it?
Yeah, come there, the other side. Now, remember, RASP, I'm not sure whether they reported that. RASP, when he attached the accounts, he was able to withdraw more than 90 million initially. And then again, the equitable share that was supposed to come was 160. So taking out something million that has already been taken, and the 160 that will come in, so only the portion for us to make it 137 was I think around 4 for something, which I didn't make a notification. Then after that, the account was going to be free because 137 would have been paid at full. So that's why they were able to pay it. I'm not sure about other creditors, but as they paid on the same thing, I think on the 9th Friday was free.
You have just created a huge confusion. And a big problem for them. Sorry. Let's get your comment, Laura. We start with Emman. You want to add anything?
Yeah, no, I was going to add that I think the CFO has covered most of it. But basically what I wanted to highlight the fact that the appeal from Together, they touched or they hinted my conscience. And basically we were trying to avoid vandalism of the infrastructure of Together. We looked at the possible strike by the, or there was rumors of a strike by the employees of Together. And so in that, wanted to highlight the fact that it was not the CFO that convinced us to agree on that 6 million loan, but it was compelling reason that we had. And as it's been indicated, that amount has since been paid.
Can you show us proof that it was paid? What proof will you show us? Open the mic and speak on the mic. There were people who are sitting on the platform who want to hear you. CFO, when you respond, you use the mic so they can hear you. So the question is, what proof have you got that they paid? I'm not saying look for it. I'm asking what is it?
It's proof of payment and the bank account I can show.
Okay, so you will give us that information.
I can print the bank statement and send it.
No, that's fine. You can just pass it to the team here. But it's important for us now to know they've paid for various reasons. I think the committee understands why. let's leave that. Let's move to the next question. Go, Mayor, let's get your comment on this matter. And somewhere along the line, you are going to address us on the letter that was written to you by the MEC. Let's get your comment on the whole story.
On the letter.
On the loan and the letter and everything.
I think Chair, CFO covered that one, the loan of 6 million for uThukela.
I asked you to deal with the letter as well.
Oh, okay, Chair. No, there was a letter that was written to me. I can't recall the dates. Chair, as we said, that we do know that what we did for assisting uThukela was not a blessing of a council, because there was no council resolution. But after we ratified that a decision, because the letter that was sent by MEC, they were, or he was asking about how we loan uThukela that 6 million.
Are we done?
Yes, I'm done, Chair.
But you haven't told us how you're responding to the letter.
Chair, I didn't respond.
Looks like the easiest way is for me to ask and you answer, asking you answer. What do you make of the letter? What do you mean? What does the letter mean to you? What? Okay, you have not responded. How are you going to respond to the
letter? Chair, as I said, that what we did for assisting uThukela, there was no council resolution. On responding on that one, or on that call of MEC, that is why we called the special council to ratify that decision, because we know that what we did was not legislated.
So at least you gave money without a council authority.
Yes.
Okay. So when are you responding to the letter? You have all the information from what you're saying.
Pardon?
When are you responding to the MEC?
I will respond to the MEC, Chair, because the meeting we had, or the special council meeting we had, which was on person.
But you are saying you only went to the council because the MEC was peering this issue.
Yes.
Otherwise, you would have gone without anything being told to the council.
No, not that, Chair. But as I said, the three of us, we knew that what we did is not correct, as we agreed, Chair. We're not disputing that we did something that was not right, but to assist the uThukela and on the vandalism that was going to happen.
When you have done the response, will you then share with us on these questions? Members, let's proceed, deal with the next issue. Other questions to respond to?
Okay, no, yes, Chair. No, Chair,
On this one, I just want to say that I got rule in the matter. Because when you demanded your 80 million from the district, they even issued a statement to say they are going to take this matter to court. So it can't be that conscious appeal to your head when they were saying, please borrow us 6 million. People who are owing you, and then they also have an arrogance and then threaten you to say you are going to approach the court on this matter. There's no conscience. I asked earlier on, I'm sure you're going to respond now, but which lawyers that you paid 7.5 million from why? Say, oh, can you break it down? Because the conscience that you are talking about is money laundering. Thanks, Chin.
Just say the issue about lawyers.
There's allegation of 7.5 million. That's why I'm saying it's not even 6 million. I'm happy that we are going to get a proof of payment, but it's reported that it's more than that. And including a money that was paid to a certain law firm. I don't know why you say SFO is frowning or he does not know. So that's what we want to know. What was the money paid for in the law firm? So I'm saying to you, you deal with this Inkosi Langalibalele on a daily basis. When you demanded your 80 million rand that was owed to you, they even told you that you are going to approach court on these issues of money that you are demanding. So I don't know, I don't even understand where is conscious come from. Amadoda mathathu esithandweni somlilo.
Sorry, just for me to understand your question. The question is, there was a matter of going to court, which was a threat by uThukela. In there? Is in there? In the statement? Okay, all right. All right, let's get the response.
Chair, and the issue of paying a law firm, unless somebody honorable member can state the name of that law firm, maybe it might come back to, it will be easier for me to trace, but I don't remember us paying a law firm in respect to this uThukela issue.
Okay, let's hold that for now. Let's deal with the other questions.
Or the other question is honorable member Mkhalipe said maybe I think what CFO just responded, because she said there was some money that we are paying to uThukela. I think she even mentioned that it's 30 million, if I'm not mistaken, the money that we paid to uThukela instead of that 6 million that was mentioned by the CFO. But what I know is that we only pay, we only assist them with 6 million. Then the issue of La Ronda and the logo of the municipality. It's my first time hearing that honorable member. No, I don't know. I think.
Okay, let's move to the next issue. You have a list there.
Oh, yes.
You wanted to deal with the list. I said we start with those now. Let's follow the list.
Chair, the other one is Miss Inkosi Langalibalele. The figure that honorable member Mkhalipe mentioned is incorrect. But I asked CFO to give us the exactly figure for Miss Inkosi Langalibalele. Then the soccer derby, you said, pardon?
The car won by Miss
Oh, okay. That one I said maybe I asked CFO to give on clarity on that one.
Don't proceed then.
Oh,
Let's deal with the issue of this ILM, the car. And maybe when you are at it, you can then talk about the car and tell us the budget from which that came from, and tell us about the cost of the car, and tell us about the council resolution to buy that car. And I hope you're noting, so we don't have to repeat. And tell us about the purpose of the car. In other words, what should we do about it? Is that a gift or what? And then who is the car registered under? Is it a municipal car? Is it in an asset register? Where is the car right now? Is it in the municipal council garage, or it's in the village? So let's just deal with the whole story then. The mayor says you're going to respond. That's why we're adding questions and we're waiting for your response. You look surprised. You should answer. If you don't know the answers, just tell us. We'll move on. We'll get the answers from someone who knows.
Thanks, Chair. No, I thought it was part of the mayor's package. But in short, I'll only respond to partial questions. For example, is it a municipal car? No, it's not. Was it registered under the municipality? No, it's not, because it's not under my asset as recognized. But the how part of it being bought, all I am aware of was that there was an event of Umis Inkosi Langalibalele with the prizes attached to that function. And then from there, an order was only issued to an events coordinator, who then coordinated everything, the prizes and the venue and all that. So we only paid who events coordinate. So yeah.
How much did you pay?
I was tracking that was because I don't want to say something that I'm not sure of the exact figure. I can try and check it as the committee.
Just as a matter of principle, any question that you want to avoid, you must know, we know that before you tell us.
Yeah.
That you're trying to avoid it. So let's not waste time with that, because we will insist until you give us the answer. So send a message to someone to give you the information. We actually came here to have that answer, so there isn't a way we can live without it. Now, tell us more. What else do you know? Was the mayor said we must send it to you. So please switch on when you speak.
I think on my side, it's only the part, but I'll get the full amount of the budget. And then the other part is organized in the office of the MN. Okay,
now, so that we can understand you, you've got the full budget of the Miss ILM. You obviously must have a motivated submission that you costed and then you ultimately allocated the money. That's normal audit, that's normal budgeting, but we're not giving you a trick question.
Now, when it's a new item, you won't have a base of previous, you then start with an exceptional amount. And then when you continue doing budget.
I wanna do that, you know you're causing us problems. Okay. No, man, you said you must ask him. Okay, you were asking him now. we said, give us answers. You said, no, you must. Now we're giving the chance. So you just cool down and wait. Now, let's come back. Well, Kate, you've been a CFO for how many years now? 15. It looks like 15. It's just about 15. From the looks of it, you look like you've got that experience. So you do not allocate money unless you've got some basis for it. In other words, you could have put 100,000, you could have put 1.5 million. Something tells you what you must put up. That's what we're interested in. What did you have that made you decide how much you could give them? Never mind what you had before. We just want to know on what basis did you actually allocate whatever the amount, we'll get the detail, but on what basis? So you need to say to us, these were the assumptions that were made about this particular new function. And on that basis, you then give them a nominal figure. And then we can talk about whether they fulfilled everything that was on the assumption. But you can't say it's such a new thing because you've already put money there. So we're not asking the mayor, we're asking the man who had the money, what more we keep, what we keep in. So just tell us that, we'll understand that. It's quite another question whether I did that. So back to the answer.
No, thank you. Chair, previously we had Umis Island, and then I think it was the Crown and other things. But they said this time they want to increase it. They get a 1 liter car, those 1.0 car, those I don't know how we call it, but they wanted a car, a smaller car, but this can be part of.
But before then, they had the missile M and put some money there.
Yes.
How much?
I think previously we had 200.
Or 200. That's fine. Now that they were increasing it, they added the car in it.
Yeah.
And then you gave an amount plus minus. When you get the figure, we won't hold you to it, but plus minus.
I think it was around 300,000.
How much?
Around 300,000.
No, that's fine. Because you are just remembering, you may not be correct. It might be 301, it might be 350, it might be 399. That's not the issue for now. Now, so you knew that they wanted to get a car out of this budget. That's what you're saying. Mayor, please come down.
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right. I see your hand is there. Okay, no, that's fine. I'm sorry then. So let's get back then. So you knew that in the past they were doing crowning and about 100,000 would do for that. Then now they wanted to put up a car, a 1 point something, whatever, liter car. Don't worry about the details, but it's a like 1 point something liter car. And then you think you probably put in another 200,000, make it 300,000. Okay. So in your budget, you already knew items. It's crowning, it's a car. That's what you're saying to me.
Yes.
That's what you're saying to me.
Yes.
Okay. So on what basis did you say you don't have any information? Because it's a mayoral program. What were you trying to say? What were you explaining there? Okay, I asked you what were the assumptions you made to come to a determination of the budget for the Miss ILM, and you said no, you thought it was a mayoral program and you don't have any details. But now it turns out you have at least two crucial details that you knew, which you used as assumptions on the basis of which you made the allocation. One is the crowning, Whether that was done or not is another matter, but you build on the fact that in the past it was crowding to the 100,000. Now, there was now a requirement for a car. So there was the second one. So at least we know those two things.
I think, Chair, where I was trying to explain, they wanted to get more details on how was the actually why and all that was it. That's what I was saying. Other pictures I won't have. Because I might have it that there will be a car, but the how part, that's what I was saying. I wanted to get more information.
Let's talk about what you know. And you know, by the way, this was supposed to be a one-line thing where we won't even ask questions, but the more you try and dodge around, the more you want us to insist on the question. So there's one thing which you are going to go and look for, and that is the exact amount. What we are saying is that you will give us that as we sit here because we need that. But what we're trying to understand is what else did you know about it? Now, what brings us here is a simple question that says, tell us about where the money would have gone. Now, you said you didn't know anything. Now, as it turns out, you know that this ILM, Miss ILM, had an issue of the crowning. So as far as you are concerned, the crowning would have been part of the Miss ILM this time around, still.
Yes, Chair, the only additions to the event of Miss ILM that I'm aware of was the car.
Was the car?
Yes.
Not the crowning.
No, I'm saying the addition. Previously we had, but there was no car. The only addition
So you only
in the last Miss ILM event is the car.
Yeah. So the question then moves on. So I was then asking you the question, how much was the car? And you said you didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I said, but you paid the money. And you said, no, you didn't pay the money to buy the car. You paid it to the service provider. Now, that's where I want us to go. What were you paying the service provider to do with the money? That's what I'm trying to get. So this one, I know you paid him. He is the service provider. You'll tell us who the service provider is. But what were you paying the service provider to do?
Chair, that's what I'm trying to get the full information. Because I wouldn't remember all the vouchers. If it was part of this, it would be easier for me because when we part, that's why I'm trying to get more information.
Okay.
With how much and who is the service provider, but instead of invoice, because I always see lots of invoices, so I wouldn't remember out of it.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, just as a matter of understanding, Mayor and CFO, ordinarily, we ask a simple question to pass through a matter because we think it's as simple. And as soon as the principals begin to avoid telling you the truth, you end up believing that there's more that you need to know about this thing than they actually told you. So already now, we're not sure whether, in fact, we will need more information because we don't believe in a simple matter we could be actually is forced to stretch it for 30 minutes on a question and answer when we can't get out simple answers on a matter that should have been a simple matter and we would have passed on it. So we will have to come back to the issue of the Miss ILM. Our issue really on the issue of the ILM, I want to just understand who presides over that matter, Mayor? Who handles that whole issue? Is it your office? Is it the MM? Who handles that issue? MM's office. Okay. MM, what do you remember about this?
Honorable Chair, like I said, the acting period started in the 17th of February. I have no idea of the issue of the Miss Island.
Who was MM before you?
Mr. Tembo.
Oh, okay. Members, don't you think we should hear the story from Mr. Mtembu just now? Yeah, I think so. Tell us about Mr. Mtembu, man.
No, the issue of
You switch on the car, the mic.
No, the issue of former Mr. Mtembu, we parted with him because he
Just give us a bit of background. He was employed by this time, and how long he worked, and then what happened, and then we decided to part
he
ways.
was employed, I think it was 4 January 2023, like 2023, 4 January. What happened to Mr. Mtembu, as I said, we parted ways with him. If you can recall the committee, when we were in Pietermaritzburg, he was on sick leave on that day. Then he asked me if we can have a mutual agreement so that he can focus on his family issues, because that's what he said to me. He has some family issues. That's why he was taking some leaves. Yes.
He only told us about one day when we were with us, he was on leave. He haven't told us how many leaves he has taken before.
I can't recall how many leaves, but he was taking on leaves. Chair.
Just give us a sense. If you took leave once, or if you took leave twice in 3 years, what's the big issue? So how frequently was he? Is a lot of the progress.
Not once. He was taking some leave since January, since this year. So he was
since January this year.
Yes.
Before then, there was no leaves.
There was a leave. Maybe he's taking a leave of 1 day. The last leave he was taking, I'm not sure, but it was 30 days or 28 days. I'm not sure. But that is where we sat down with him. He is the one who was asking us if we can have a mutual agreement. Then we went to a council. I reported that then the council, there is a council resolution for that one. Then escort resolution.
Okay, let's just take it like ordinary people. This man has a 5-year contract. He works for you for 3 years. You got no problem with it. Then what happened this January? That's the time he decided to take 20-something days leave.
In fact, Chair, on December, we do have some problems. That's why I mentioned January, because in December there's a lot of holidays. But when it was January, that is where he started taking some leaves. And then he came to me and said, "No, Mayor, I think if we can have a mutual agreement, it's going to be okay with him."
Based on what?
Based on a chair that he's working under Inkosi Langalibalele, but deep down he knows that he is no longer servicing the Inkosi Langalibalele as he's focusing on the family issues. Me, it makes sense if someone said, "Chair, I don't think that I can service the municipality as I did before." So if he said, "Can you please have some mutual agreement?" I think to me he was honest. because if it was someone else, he was keeping on taking that but he came to me and said, no, Mayor, let's have a motion implement.
Let's hear if members do understand this. We can. Yes.
No, I just want to check with the mayor, which when the council resolution was taken in a virtual meeting, what was the submission? What is the already submission? Because there's a story that even that meeting did not correct. The virtual meeting did not correct. And then if you are citing that it was because of his own reasons, so we are interested to know what should be the submission then. Because now, when you agree that you must pay him 7 months salary, it goes back to what we were asking with the chair. What was the budget? So are you saying that you are going to have a acting municipal manager for 7 months? Or we are not going to have a municipal manager for 7 months because you took the salary for 7 months and paid this person who went out? It can't be. So you must tell us the real reason what happened.
Okay, maybe let me start with the issue of the quorum. There was a quorum because before a council, it was an ESCO meeting. ESCO councillors, there were 9 councillors and they were all present. Then on the council meeting before a speaker fortunately enough, acting MM is in charge in the cooperative services. He's the one who counts the councillors that said, no, we do have a quorum, we don't have a quorum. But before that, a speaker, he mentioned all the councillors that are present. Even if you enter with making an example with an iPhone 17, he will say, no, there's someone who's appeared on the screen with iPhone 17, then that council and said, no, it's Sokolenyo who's using the iPhone 17. So I'm just giving a picture of that ESCO. We did have a quorum, and on the council meeting we did have a quorum. Maybe if
okay, no. You know, we're chairing this meeting. If you think somebody you can tell us who you think or something. Right now, the question we're asking you is, what was your submission to the council? You got a resolution on the MM. Okay. What in council? No, what one dollars?
Chair, even on minutes, in the which we should be counted with MM. Kunezinto ezimhluphayo ekhaya, so wayefike esicela ukuthi kube nesivumelwano ukuze ungezuphazamiseka imikhandlo yaseNkosi Langalibalele. I think chair on that one, nami kwakukhona ukuthi wayengaresign ngoba ukuresign kwakusho ukuthi sasingakwazi ukuthi siqashe umuntu, kodwa kuyena kwakuwukuthi shuthi must offerisha ukuthi akaresign futhi uzoqhubeka lokhu emkhandlweni, kodwa nalezi inkinga lezi naso futhi lo mkhandla usakwazi ukuya phambili.
Look, I don't think we understand each other. Somebody has a problem, he can't continue working, he resigns. Now, the reason why you would make a settlement is when you want him gone, and he doesn't want. It's not because you, if you wanted him to stay and you wanted to go, and there was nothing on his side, You can simply just walk out and go. We're trying to get to understand what was the basis for the settlement and what was the settlement.
The settlement was the 7 months settlement.
What you said, 7 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Who would know? Who of the two would know? You're not the MN.
No, I was not there. That item was in committee. But when the council started, I was there. There was a quorum. I can't remember the numbers present. As the mayor has mentioned, that the speaker made sure that it was only councillors that were logged in.
Councillors.
Yes, were logged in at that council meeting.
Which one?
The virtual, yes. And yeah, so when it was in committee meeting, I was not there, so I'm not aware of what the settlement and how much.
So who advised the mayor on how much to settle for? No, answer it. Let's hear.
The council.
What? Okay. How does your council work? Normally, the council works like this. Somebody brings an item and somebody makes a submission, who is an official, who is the expert on the matter, and then the head of that section will submit that to the MM, who must sign and say, no, I've looked at it, it makes sense, and I agree with the things that are in there. Then you must approve as the principal, who must then walk into the council and say, the municipal administration believes 1, 2, 3 should be the case, and I agree with them. Please discuss. That's how it works. So the MM was not involved. The CFO was not involved. Who made the calculation to say 7 months, not 12 months? Why didn't you give him 5 years? Why didn't you give him the remainder of his term? Why did you not give him 2 months? Who gave you the advice as to how many months?
As I said, Chair, you said the council it should be someone who brought the item in the council. So the item, I'm the one who brought the item in the council.
You did the whole member yourself?
No.
Who did the member?
The council.
Who's the council?
The councillors.
The nine councillors?
Not the now, we're not 9, we're 47 councillors.
I see. You said the 47 councillors.
Yes.
I heard you talk about 9 councillors.
The EXCO.
Or the EXCO.
Yes.
Okay. The EXCO is 9 councillors. They came and found your submission, and you gave them the submission, and they agreed to it.
In fact, Chair, I bought the item. Then they said no. I said to them no. EXCO councillors, approached me about the mutual agreement. That is where the councillors said no. If they wants the mutual agreement, let's give him the settlement of 7 months.
Okay, let's take you step by step. So, firstly, when you went to the EXCO, did you have any paper, anything in writing?
Yes, the item was in committee item. But there was an item.
You had documents with you?
Yes.
Who wrote those documents?
There was a document.
Okay, Chair, can I propose this? Can you send us the document when you're sitting in? Because councillors are saying there was no document. You presented the matter by the word of mouth when they wanted to engage the speaker or volunteer.
That's the main, is that the main meeting?
Yes.
Honorable Mtolo, please join us. Honorable Mtolo is a member of this committee, is on the virtual platform. He wants to comment. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Chair, I would like to check with the honorable mayor. whether was this matter ever discussed at their Troika meeting with regard to the problem of the MM. That's number one. Number two, the mayor actually as the political head of the municipality, if actually he agrees on the offer made by the municipal manager, what informed that if the current municipal manager as well has the problem with the family, will the same if the current municipal manager actually has the same problem that actually the former Mr. Mthembu actually was having. That's number two. Number three, was there any bonus paid to Mr. Mthembu before with the performance of Mr. Mthembu?
Cutting a bit, just say that again. The bonus part, just repeat the bonus question.
Was there any bonus paid to Mr. Mthembu? It could be a performance bonus or any form of a bonus that was paid to Mr. Mthembu before he parted ways with the municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Please respond to those.
Thanks, Chair. The last question, I don't think there was a bonus. Then the other.
You should be a little bit more categorical. This MM was not involved, this CFO was not involved, you were the one who was involved.
No, CFO was one, he was involved because he was the one who was counting that 7 months.
Okay, finish the response.
After the concept, because he was not part of the concept.
But when you submitted, did you put a bonus in your submission?
No.
Okay, that's the answer. Let's proceed.
Okay. Then the first question, Chair.
Gamamal, can you hear?
Yes. My first question was, if the current MM has the will you offer him the same handshake if the current MM actually has family problems? Will you offer him the same handshake?
Okay, let's proceed to respond.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe firstly, the question said if the current MM have the same problem, I'll offer him. I said no. The former MM, he's the one who approached me. Not that, and I'm the approach him, but who's the one who was approaching me that with mayor we can have a mutual agreement. As the acting MM, if he came to me and said, Mayor, hey, I feel like every time ngiyagula or kwenzakalani, might as for kusani bese esho ukuthi mhlambe masingamnikeza. In fact, Chair, MM he said he want 9 months. He won 9 months. Then we negotiated with him because the council said, no, Mayor, just go and negotiate with the mayor for 7 months. Then we agreed with that 7 months.
Okay, so let's get back to how you started this thing. You talked to the mayor, the two of you. So you talk to the MM, the two of you, and then you agree he must leave. Then alone, you go to Exco. And then talk to Exco, but you got no documents. You're just talking to Exco. Is that how it happened?
There was a check.
What was the document and who wrote the document?
Then I'm the one who was signing that item. There was an item. But I didn't put the item because the item is incomplete.
What was this document then that you're talking about? What was written? The page 1, page 2, page 3, what was in the document? All right, well, let's deal with document first and then to go to in committee.
The in committee meeting is whereby we ask the officials to leave, but the meeting it's a recorder if it is a visual. So that's why I think MM said he don't know much about that item because the item was incomplete. So we asked the official to leave, then go on councillor pen.
Okay. So more Kulman, more council. Wakhuluma ukhona into ebhaliwe yini ethi umhlangano uzoxoxa ngokuhamba kuka-municipal manager, isizathu sokuhamba kwa-municipal manager, imali azoyithola yile, and then besiba nama-implications, legal implications, and discussion as to what is the reason why the MM is leaving and so on. A normal document that you put for a submission in council has to have a story about this thing. It's why we palile leon. Why we palile leon the submission. Sorry?
Oh,
yes.
No, Chair, as I said, there was a sick note for the MM. Maybe before the sick note, I spoke to MM, or he spoke to me that Mayor, I don't think I'm able or fit to continue working under Langalibalele as a municipality. That is where I went to an escort, then I reported it with that note.
Oh. All you had was a doctor's certificate.
Yes, there was an item because I must prepare the item. I can't just call the councillors and say there is a sick note. There was an item.
Any item.
The item Chair ngoba usho ukuthi into ebhaliwe ukuthi nami lokho engangichaza ukuthi uMM uthi akasakwazi ukuthi ayikho kumina, but i-item
asenzeka lula khona uzobona i-item ayithi wangena ne-page elilodwa lisho ukuthi nizohlangana nikhuluma ngakho. Wafika ne-page elilodwa i-item ila kuleli page ukuthi
yes
phela.
Yes,
ekupheleni certificate is managed.
Yes.
Okay, ayikho into ebhaliwe enye enencazelo bezini ukuthi waqala leli kusukaphi kuyaphi kuzofika kulabo nokuvumelana kwenu ukuthi kuqhamuka kanjani. Ayikho enye into ebibhaliwe ngaphandle kwalo kubili lokuphethe.
Ingakabikho Chair because kwakuse ngisazofaka kwi-ESCO and we-council. That is where the council yathi negotiate.
The council
put in a 7 months. Kanjalo futhi in council yathi kube 7 months.
Okay, asuke ku-council ungene kwi-exco ungene ungaphethe lutho, uphethe ipage eline-agenda ngala, wasuphatha i-6 sheet ngala. Wakhuluma nabo ku-exco. Waqeda. Awudluleke ngisho.
Then export resolutions refer to the council.
The ESCO resolution yabhalwa ubani njengoba ngekho konke la.
Chair, if bengekho, but as I said ukuthi usuke kulokuza ku record, so committee of which waiting MM u-director kulelo committee ibona bakwazi ukusinalela bese bekwazi ukuthi besenzele ama resolutions.
So wayibhala ku-MM resolution.
no ayibhalwanga and but he knows about the resolutions.
No. Ngifuna mina i-document egcineni amaphepha esizowacela usinike ukuthi ayibhalwa ubani. Amaphepha akhuluma ngokuvumelana kwenu ngokuhamba kwa-manager abhalwa ubani. Okwamanje akakaveli ngoba wena uye u-exco in committee wafika wakhipha lama-officials ayingazange futhi abhale lutho. Wafika ubhala iphepha elilodwa elishoyo ukuthi kuzoxoxwa ngani, walibeka phezu kwetafula abayibona into ozoyixoxa. Wasukhipha incwadi kadokotela asekunikeze yona u-MM ukuthi ngiyagula nansi incwadi. Ila maphepha omabili akhona. Kwase kusala ukuthi kunama-record ukuthi laba abazolalela bazosho ukuthi ubhalweni, ibona-ke abazophuma ne-resolution njengokusho ukuthi bagcinela abantu abazokulalela bakhiphele i-resolution. Iqalelinye ukuthi ibhalwe into ekhuluma ngokuthi ukungena kwa-MM nokuhamba kwakhe nokukhokhelwa kwakhe esibhaliwe. Iyaba khona into enjalo nje ebhaliwe.
Yes,
ibhalwe ubani?
Ulegal wethu involved ekuthenini ayibhale because yonke into besenza through ulegal CFO.
Wekhona lapho kwini-committee u-CFO
wayengekho u-CFO kodwa after ama-resolutions then me myself ngiyafuna ukuza ku-CFO no-CFO bese yawathola ama-resolutions ukuthi and nakho esivumelene ngakho. Ingakho imali kwagcina kuvumelene ngayo yena u-CFO wayesibalela.
Awuyibambe kancane. Ngamandla ngathi ufuna ukubuya.
Yes, Chair. Honorable Mayor, we understand ukuthi awunawo amandla adlula i-executive and you are not an executive mayor. So i-executive yona enamandla wena u-chairperson wayi-executive as i-mayor. Uma kuwukuthi kunodaba olunje oluthinta imali, awunawo wena ama-powers or the-authority siqu sakho njenge-mayor ukudecide kulolu daba. Lolu daba lolu kwakufike kube khona i-ESCO resolution. I-resolution ye-ESCO kube yona etablishwa kwi-council. Honorable Mayor, anginjalo?
Kunjani? Futhi ngenze kanjani?
Into esifunayo ke njengekomiti sihlalo ukuthi ke Honorable Mayor asinikeze i-recommendation eya kwi-ESCO or i-report eya kwi-ESCO, then aphinde futhi Honorable Mayor asinikeze i-ESCO resolution or i-recommendation okuyiyona eyatablished kwi-council. Leyo report fekuba i-report ye-ESCO akuyona i-report kaMayor noma i-recommendation kaMayor, ngoba uMayor akanawo ama-rights okutablisha i-report ethinta umunicipal manager ingazange ixoxwe kwi-ESCO. Yona ke report esifunayo as ikomiti ukuthi uMayor asinikeza yona ukuthi ke kwi-ESCO yafika i-report ifika kanjani, ibhalwe ubani leyo report. Kungabe mhlambe ke i-management noma u-acting MM noma u-CFO wayeyiphathi yini of that report before ize kwi-ESCO, and kwi-ESCO sekuya i-resolution noma i-recommendation ye-ESCO isiya kwi-council, not i-report kaMayor, because uMayor is not an executive mayor. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Ukuthi angimozwa kahle kodwa engingakusho Chair ukuthi ngale ngakho ngathi i-item yaqala kwi-ESCO then yasisuka kwi-ESCO isiya kwi-council, not ukuthi i-item kwaku i-item in fact ama-minutes or ESCO resolutions iyona i-ESCO eshoyo ukuthi no MM singalokhuza singaxoxa naye ngoba isona step sokuqala leso ukuthi ende singaxoxa naye. Then step sesibili futhi nakhona futhi ESCO and council. So abukho ukuthi kuvele kwawo kwami kwaqhamuka sekugcuma sekuya kwi-council. Ngale kwi-ESCO kokubili saxoxa. Even lokho sekuvunyelene kwaya kwi-ESCO kwaphinde kwaya kwi-council.
Angiboni soqhubeka. Angiboni ukuthi siyezwana. Lento siyichazayo ngathi umayana akayizwa uyiqonda ngendlela yakhe. Anginiki ithuba like nibeke phawula kokugcina. Qala ngendlela ngamandla sibuye size
Sihlalo ngingena ngalolu daba sihlalo ngoba uthe mawulibeka wathi ke umeya wayephethe ipage elilodwa afika alireporta ngalo kwi-full council nencwadi ka municipal manager kadokotela. That is my argument, Honorable Chair, ukuthi umeya kanawo lo malungelo noma lawo mandla okufika ne-report kwi-council eyiphethe kanjalo. I-report should have the ownership ye-executive committee because KwaZulu-Natal kunama-executive committees, awekho ama-executive mayors.
All right, ngizwakala. Asize kuwena Mkhalifi, siyabuya siza kuwena HOD.
Yeah, Chair, I think the most simple thing that Mayor ezomsiza ukuthi akhulume nalegal is sitting here. I'm sending a submission, sibone ukuthi one economic submission that. Because as I'm saying, Chair, amakhansela athi akaze kube khona abantu nje eyapresenta on the virtual. Wathi mangabe usho ngomlomo ukuthi this is the situation and then we have agreed ukuthi municipal manager akayeke emkhandleni. Athi amakhansela mesafuna uku-engage wavele wava umhlangano bayospeak. So ke sithi ke asisho ukuthi aqiniseke lamakhansela asitshelayo asisho ukuthi wena futhi awukhuluma iqiniso. Kodwa ukuze nje kube lula njengoba ulatshela u-legal department sinike le submission uzosebona ikhona and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, kahle la inkinga. Into ezama ukuyichaza ukuthi siyasilindele ukungabe umeya wayenza akayiqondi kanjani. Manje asizuvumela nake meya ngendlela oyichaza nayo ngoba sibona ngathi iphumile endleleni. Esizama ukuchaza ukuthi awukwazi ukwenza lokho kufanele ngabe wakwenza. Masithi sizama ukuthola impendulo hayi awufiki lapho. Asiyekeni ngalokho ake sibuyele kwakhokta HOD awucomment sizobe sesiyabuya la size ku CFO ngoba ngisafuna ukuthi lwabala esusa indaba.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to confirm, Honorable Chair, that the steps that were outlined by Member Mdolo are correct. On top of that, in KZN, there is a requirement in terms of Section 105 of the Systems Act that municipalities must submit a report to the MEC before they conclude such agreements. This municipality did not do that, so we have prepared a letter that the MEC has signed off on Friday last week, which we have sent to the municipality. And we've given them 7 days to provide us with exactly the same reports that the committee is looking for. I want to make an undertaking to the committee that once we have received all those reports and we've assessed them, we will then compile a report and send it to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let's come back. CFO. You did the calculation. How much did you ultimately allocate to this settlement?
Chair, what I was requested was to hold a monument and then I made a breakdown the amount which was 103,734. Then they said times 7, which is 7 years. That's what I did, was to put his monthly salary 7 years.
Did you make a submission?
Yeah.
How did you send this information?
Oh, this information was requested from me when they were doing illegal was doing
How did you give them the information?
I emailed this question of itself.
You sent an email,
yeah,
to the legal department.
Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't get involved into what this was for.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we need to proceed. HOD, we would have asked you to investigate this matter in any case. Firstly, the circumstances are unprecedented. So it's difficult to understand how you move from a few days leave to a conclusion that you'll get 7 months settlement. Secondly, what the mayor is describing is completely irregular. And so we don't believe that this process has been done in a way that a process of this nature should have been done. 3, we think there has to be an assessment of whether in fact the MM did deserve that amount and what the circumstances of his departure are, and whether in fact that settlement did have any labor-related or human resource advice or legal advice. And I so assume that by the time you get the details, you will be able to answer all those issues for us so that we'll have a full picture. But the approach that the mayor is suggesting is completely irregular. But nevertheless, let's get the proper report once you've gone into the matter. Let's move to the next issues. What have you got as your next issue on the list?
The next one is the soccer problem.
Oh, sorry. The next one is the soccer derby, raised by Honorable Nkalibalele. I think through your chair, as far as I know, I don't think there is any payment for that as soccer derby. But there is a CFO, there is an acting MM. Then the next one is the Adidas tracksuit. It's my first time chair hearing that there is a tracksuit of 10,000, and if it is such a thing, I think there must be a consequent management as a political head. But it's my first time hearing that. But maybe that if there is a CFO, maybe he can show us that he did pay the tracksuit for 10,000. I do have my own tracksuit. Angazi ngibe ne-train ama-tracksuit ka-10,000. Angazi ukuthi ngabe ethengwe kuphi lawo tracksuit. Oh, then because the plate lika 650, I think kuhamba kwi-package because bekuyinto yamasaka. Maybe if lokudla lu 650.
Oh, okay, so sidlulile kwinto airport. Le nto airplane into ethini umkhali.
Oh, okay. No, it was soccer games, and each councillor was giving a trip suit. And the information that we're getting with the trip suit, which is Adidas, it was 10,000 each. The municipality pay for each councillor, which are for 7 in total, 10,000 per person. And then on the very same event, a councillor was allocated or was given 650 rand per play. That's what I was asking to the municipality.
Okay. Mayor does not have any clue of what you're talking about. Let's note that. Let's deal with the next issue. Does anyone know about this? How much was paid for Salka for councillors? Who knows?
Chair for trade suits and the catering as well as venue. I don't remember us paying.
Don't remember spending money.
No, towards that.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move on. We'll get more information and then we'll come back. We just note what you're telling us. All right, let's look at other issues.
Then the general manager for
the general manager for technical department. All I remember, she said she don't have qualifications. Unfortunately, Chair, I'm not sitting on the panel where general managers but what I know, Chair, is that the qualification verified by SARCA, if I'm not mistaken, it's not even verified by the municipality, but it's verified by the SARCA or maybe some other departments, but not yet verified by the municipality.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Do you know anything about it?
No.
I think my qualifications are verified for this. Forgot the name. Yeah, I think I'm not sure about the other GMs because so was a mix, so we'll get involved.
Let's note that. Let's move on. And the other next one?
The other one, Chair, it's the councillors group. I'm not an admin of councillors group. The admin, I think it's a speaker and the whip of council. I'm not the admin of a group, but I do know that a speaker. I'm not sure whether speaker or chief whip. When Chair, I want to comment on the groups. I don't have an access to comment on the group, but I don't want to say it's speaker because there are two admins on that group.
What group are you talking about? Sokolenyo. Group here. Leo Sokolenyo. Leo. So what is your question?
I know, Chair. There's no.
Honorable member.
The context was to say that the councillors are not called physically. They are only called on virtual. They are suppressed on the virtual. Even in the WhatsApp group that is created meant for communication amongst councillors is muted. It's only the admins who put information. So they don't have anywhere to talk about the council's issues.
Okay, so there's a complaint about the virtual platform. Okay. How far did you go about this virtual platform? we left it. So let's not go back to that now. Because you said you will make an undertaking to go back and tell the speaker. And Honorable Mkalib said, I was down last time, you said the same thing. So Cooperative says they are convening a meeting to deal with the issue, they'll report back to us. So Cooperative must just note that this is the complaint and then deal with it from there. So don't deal with it again, move on. Let's deal with the next one.
Then the last one, sorry, Chair.
Last one on your list. You don't debate. The last one on your list. That's fine.
Yes, the last one on my list. It was the plate 650 plate for councillors. But the CFO said there is no such a payment.
Yeah, but you had already answered that.
Yeah, this was in my last.
It's your last question. All right. All right. Let's get this.
Okay, I asked you, Mayor, about the mayoral marathon amounting 250,000 rand, and the councillors are saying there was no such event. I asked you about your Mayoral Cup, which you said before when we met with you in Modovu. Each ward is receiving 20,000 rand. People are saying that the services to organize Mayoral Cup amounting to 250,000 rand. Service to do voice promo for Mayoral Cup amounting to 150,000 rand. All white event was funded by the municipality with no council resolution on the 18th of October 2026. 2025 KZN and music experience funded by the municipality without a council resolution. A Soweto Derby live streaming at Lambek Park and Winning Tennis Court on the 28th of February 2026. I asked you how much did it cost the municipality, and then it was that issue of the car, of which I'm still going to come back because we dealt with it.
The issue of the car is waiting. The information is coming from the CFO. So the CFO must give us that information. We get it towards the end of the meeting. Let's deal with the other issues. More.
No, thanks, Chair. The mayoral marathon. Maybe first, Chair. Yesterday, we had technically a strategy planning. There were councillors, the ESCO councillors. Then when the manager in the office of the mayor presented all the problems of the office of the mayor, there was a Mayoral Cup, of which the councillor just said they don't know about that. But yesterday we had a technical strategy planning. It's included. As I said, Chair, when we were in Pietermaritzburg, that there was a council resolution. And I stated on the report that the strategy was on the 21st and 22nd. Then the council was on the 29. The councillors, they were there and they were present. From strategic planning, where we planned all the programs, the councillors, they were there.
Which date was this?
Chair,
okay, I said the middle. Was this before? Did the strategic planning happen before we met you in Maritzburg, or it happened after?
That's the May.
Okay.
2025, where we put all the problems, including the Mayoral Cup, whereby now councillors say they don't even know about the Mayoral Cup. And I even mentioned that the Mayoral Cup started at what level? We have 24 ward councillors in Inkosi, Langalibalele, and all ward councillors they participated on the Mayoral Cup. But I don't want to go back. I was just mentioning that we had a strategic meeting on the 21 and 25. Then the council was on the 29th May, where the councillors adopted the all the problem. Yesterday's chair, as I said, yesterday we had a strategic, technical strategic meeting. As for councillors, they were there, and all the items that were mentioned.
Okay, you share that with us so we can see. We don't need to argue about it. So you can give us that. All right, let's finish the other questions.
So I want you want H1.
No, not special.
All councillors.
No, I said ESCO councillors yesterday.
So it's not all councillors, it's only the EXCO still.
No, technical strategic planning. It's ESCO councillors and the senior managers.
No. We're not arguing about that. We are saying the problem is coming from councillors, and you're saying all of them. The thing was tabled. So don't give us an answer if it's irrelevant. When did the councillors take a decision that they support these things?
29 of May 2025.
So you're going to give us a council resolution?
Yes.
That's what we need. Then deal with the others. Now put the mic on.
Yeah, don't forget to debit money. Last time you said it's 20,000 per watt. Now the new information, it says that no, there's a coordinator of this thing, and that coordinator is given 250,000. Can you clarify that one?
Yeah, is there a coordinator?
Can I go back on this one because it's stated there? There is.
Does anybody know here that there's someone who's a coordinator for the Mayoral Soccer Cup?
Chair, most, if not all, of the mayoral events are organized through events of
the service provider. Now, do you have a breakdown of payments that get made for the Mayoral Cup, for the MUSILN, and for any other mayoral program?
We can provide, Chair. Can provide.
If we were to ask that you wait until the information comes here, how long will you stay here?
The challenge is I have to get information from the office, and the offices are closed. Let's wait on the challenge.
And your offices are closed at this time. They'll be only open in the morning. So we should extend this meeting till morning. Now we live in Cape Town, we work in Cape Town, so we're not worried. we live here, so we can be very nice to you and offer an additional invitation to stay on more day. Okay. Because you see, I'll tell you what the problem. We raised issues with you, we're not satisfied, we call you here, we don't have all the information and you want to go back, and we must wait until you come back before we get the information. Okay?
Yes, I was adding to say that on top of that 20,000 that was reported, now it's 250 for an organizer. There's a voice promo that you also pay 150,000 rand.
And if when you ask the mayor looks so blank. In fact, you do realize that you shouldn't even bother him unless you've got a proper document about it. But the CFO, between you not getting information and between you being reluctant to give us, your face doesn't make the distinction. Now, it puts us into a problem because we are not going to just let go because we want to get this information. You see, but let me also say, even if we have that information, where we wanted to go actually, let's look at your budget. How much are you putting onto all these things? That's what we're interested in. So now that we are not able to get there, now let's move on and talk about your budget. How much have you budgeted for these mayoral issues? That was the question we raised in Peter Morrisburg. We didn't get an answer. Today we are not going to go without it. So We want to know the impact of these programs on your budget. Can you take us through that problem?
Chair, the budget is not a problem because certainly payment vouchers only the budget.
What can be a problem? What's a problem?
I'm saying about voucher because I can't keep them.
We're not talking about vouchers here. We wanted to just know about your allocation. What did you allocate? Now, we also want to know what's your real year-to-date expenditure on that budget. But all in all, we want to be able to see your budget and see the impact of this.
One day, CFO is still thinking hard. I think they have taken a decision that they are not going to answer us. Even the acting MM, because we're in cooperative. Definitely, you're supposed to know how, I mean, the GM, the question that we ask you about the GM. Before you're becoming an acting MM, you are the one that is responsible for them. But you just say, no, man, that's me. That's me. I don't think it's true.
I wanted to ask the members, what is our morning like? So we let them go and get the information and then we can finish off the meeting in the morning. It wasn't our plan, but it is a plan that their responses are taking us to. Honorable Director.
Yeah, Chair, I support the proposal because it seems like we are just looking at the sector. And it seems like there's a deliberate effort of withholding the information. So I really support that the municipality must go back and come back tomorrow with all the information that we are looking for.
All right. Yes.
Yes, I agree with the suggestion. Because now it's going to take time if you're going to say they must go back home. They must answer all the questions. You must come back with an answer that suggests that there are still councillors who have not allocated committees. One of the councillors was telling me what I'm speaking. She was sworn in last year, August. Even today, she does not have a committee because the council does not allocate her the committee. Please come with the information as well. How do you, have that situation not resolved?
Can we talk about the committee issue? Unfortunately, the speaker is not here, but anyway, who knows about this committee issue?
Yes, Chair. Chair, I'm not saying the honorable member she mustn't get the information, but what I noticed is that the information he gets is not true. From the issue of the 30 million, from the issue of the Salka tracksuit that is costing 10,000 rand each, from the
did you hear my question though? Pardon? Did you hear my question? What was my question?
Your question was, is there any councillor who is still not placed in the committee?
Okay, that's the answer I would like to get.
Okay.
It looks like you want to raise the other issue. We'll come to that.
There's no councillor.
Okay.
There's no councillor.
There's no councillor.
Yes.
Okay, Chair, if I may ask you a direct question, Councillor Pamela, which committee does she serve in? So we can spare up this thing.
When we were in Pietermaritzburg, after that, the speaker convened a council meeting, then he placed the councillors that were not placed.
So it is true that they were not in committee at some point.
Pardon?
It is true that at some point they were not in committees. It is true that there was a time when the councillors were not
Yes,
in
yes,
committee.
there is.
So why don't you admit that, because the questions are follow up from the issues that we had that time.
I admit whenever we were in Peter
You didn't start like that. You started by saying this member has got information that's incorrect. I stopped you from that. I said, tell me about the committee.
No.
Then you say the member, there's not all the members are in committee. And then she then becomes director. Only then you tell us. But all you needed to tell us was at that time, this was the situation, this is the situation. I would have asked.
No, through you, Chair, apologize on that.
Okay, I accept that. But let me take you back. The list of issues we're raising, we don't have to have correct information. We don't have to. We can just have information and we can have questions. It's not for us to have the correct information. For us, is to get information from you. Now, when we spoke about 650 Rand and the 10,000 Rand tracksuit, what did I say? You said to me, you've never heard of it. Your tracksuit doesn't cost you 10,000 Rand. You don't know where this information comes from. And I turned out to the member and I said, we leave that issue now. We will continue with it. Why did we not continue? Because whatever information she had, once you give us information, I just said now, if you give us information, we'll hold your information. We'll come back if we think that your information was incorrect. And from the start of this meeting, whenever you give us an answer, we will go back if we think that your answer, the answer you gave us first time was not correct. Now, so don't bother where these members get information from. Some information would be gossips, it would be lies, it would be information, it would be social media, it would be media, it would be anything. Doesn't really matter. We ask you, you're going to tell us the proper information, you give us facts, and we will hold on to your facts until we've got different information. So in this case, it's not for you to discipline members to say you must know what you're talking about. We don't have to have information which is known by you to be correct. We just ask you the information because we want to know what's happening. And if somebody gave us wrong information, that's a problem. But we're not going to crucify you because of wrong information. But we can't sit here and contest as whether what we asked you was true or not true. Why? Because you are supposed to give us facts. And then you correct us, then we don't go around with the wrong information. It doesn't matter where you got it from. So I think you need to desist from thinking that you can tell the members what to say to you. These members here are here to find out what is happening. They'll have no information, they'll have wrong information, they'll have correct information. Doesn't matter. What matters is that you give them the facts. And your role is to give us facts. But if you want us to debate, because you're a politician, you can do that. You can have that political debate. And that's why I always tell the members here, don't get into an argument, don't deal with us. Deal with the facts and just deal with the facts and move on, because we can't sit here and throw you all sorts of political stories. And this committee here is very clear. We won't come here and politicize anything. We're sitting here about the public representatives. We don't even care what party who any of you might belong to. We don't care. Neither should you bother as to which parties you belong to. Because we sit here, we don't even care. As long as there are facts that need to be ascertained, that's where we go. Now, I'm taking you through that because I don't want us to sit here and deal with these meetings so we're dealing with each other with attitudes. Now, the reason why I'm saying so is because when you don't get information, we have to make an assessment as to whether the reason why I'm not getting information is because of the attitude or is it because of the practical convenience of being able to get the information. From where we're sitting here, we're not comfortable that the information that we're asking for couldn't have been available. On that basis, we have no option but to sit down and say, what we're going to do is to wait for the information. We'll reconvene. We didn't plan to do that. We didn't even think this meeting was going to take as long as it has taken. In fact, from where we sit, I didn't see that this meeting should have lasted more than 1.5 hours. That was our budget. Not more than 1.5 hours. We'll get information on this and that and that and that. Once it's done, it's clear. But when you start moving around, first you need to understand that when we ask you a question, we will know when we've got the answer. And if that is the case, If we don't get the answer, we're not going to let you go. Full stop. And this is how we're going to deal with it. Unfortunately now, it means for you have to stay over. We really never planned for it. We've got other things for tomorrow. But because of the importance of what we're trying to do, we're going to have to reschedule other things and actually get to wait for the information. Now that's how we're going to have to deal with it. But if anybody thinks that you can actually deal with the committee with an attitude, it doesn't work. That's not the idea. It's not the first time we go through this issue. These are the same issues we went through when Peter spoke. And you should figure out the reason why we asked you is because we realized we couldn't finish all these issues. And some of them were persisting after. So for that reason, we're coming to this meeting for that. But I must tell you, I'm very disappointed that we've actually taken more than 1.5 hours. There are no issues here. But if we can't get the information, we're not going to let go. If it means we have to stay for 2 days, we want to stay for 2 days until we get the information. And that's the point. So let me hear if there are other issues to the members. Honorable Director.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to information that we are going to get tomorrow, I realized that there seems to be lack of understanding in terms of municipal priorities, because it seems like the municipality is focusing more on entertainment and sports rather than the basic services that needed by our communities. Therefore, as a result of that, when they come with the information, can they also please give us their IDPs so that we can check how does the expenditures of your games and what aligned to the mandated and approved budget of the municipality. And in addition to that, we also need a progress in terms of issues that we've raised previously when we were with them, because we raised the issue of under expenditure, which came from the Aegis report. Can they also come with a report, a detailed report of their current spending on the grants that they have received from either national or province, so that we can check if there's an improvement in terms of their spending. And if the other feature that we also want to check on is on their consequence management, because there were some elements of mismanagement of funds. So we also need a consequence management where there were failures with regard to the financial controls of the municipality. And lastly is on the machonist type of arrangement, where they have decided that they are going to borrow another municipality money. On that one, Chair, I also need to check with the municipality if at the time when they were taking that decisions, were they aware that the decisions that they are taking is not aligned with the MSMA? If so, why did they decide on that? And secondly, I need to register this because when the municipality, uThukela municipality was presenting, we saw a strong level of defense from the politicians with regard to this transaction. And as this municipality was presenting now, they made it clear that the executive layer of uThukela municipality was the enabler of this process that has taken place with regard to the loan and stuff like that, because he was the one who called. So on that matter, and the other thing that we also noted is that the decision was taken without a council resolution. Therefore, we also need a corrective measure in terms of that. Where the politicians are part of the illegal decisions, what then happens? I believe that it's where the MEC of Cooperative must also be taken into consideration with this matter and advise accordingly as to how do we deal with this matter. Because I believe that if the councillors are part of a wrongdoing in the municipality, there must be a consequence management. If need be, they must be removed from the councillors list because they have violated what they are supposed to do. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, one of the things that would be very important for us is to give us your kind of just give us a financial landscape. When you lent out 6 million rand, have you paid all your debts? Did you have extra money? Where did the amount come from? And how have you been managing with your debts Because what we're still struggling with is if you've not paid all your debts, how do you prioritize lending money to another municipality? So I'm going to take us through that. Let's see what is it. That was the picture at the time you lent out the money. So, but now that we'll have the time, you're going to give us that information as well. So, yeah, I hope you're noting that, because the issues that are now being raised are the issues that we had actually wanted to deal with when we first met. We shortened the period because we wanted just to get a good sense of how things are. We've got all the time tomorrow. If your presentation takes us long, we'll stay long. If it takes us concise to the point, we'll stay as much as it's going to take us. We're in your hands. Samantha?
Thanks, Chair. I propose that since we have sent our questions to the group, maybe the secretary to the committee send it to them. When they come back tomorrow, we must not go back and remind them. That is number one. Number two, Chair, a good mayor is a good leader. When a member of parliament who's sitting here saying that Pamela Mazibuko does not have a committee, the good mayor won't be saying that this member is telling the lies. A good mayor would be saying, as a political head, I'll check with the speaker, because according to my knowledge, all members are placed. I don't think there is a councillor who can just send me a message and claim that since August, she has sent that message since last week. And I said to her, no, they are coming to the portfolio committee, we are going to find out what is happening. She's earning taxpayers' money sitting at home. It's unfair. So we are alerting you that there is that kind of a thing. The meeting that we are talking about, it was on the 29th of January. You came in front of the committee on the 27th of January. In that meeting, if we are also very truthful to this committee, but with your members, there is also a journalist who went and interviewed the members who were frustrated within the council. It was on the uThukela newspaper, where the councillors were frustrated sitting there, saying that they are frustrated because there's no meeting that is called virtual. We're not saying to you it's wrong for you to be defensive, but because here at the end of the day, we want people of Inkosi Langalibalele to get services. We're equally saying that the decisions that you are taking as a council, you must bear in mind that you must account for those decisions, especially the CFO who's still going to come with the information regarding the issue of the car of the Miss ILM, because the information that you are getting, the person who won ILM, Miss ILM, is a minor, and the car is also covered in terms of the petrol chain. The municipality is putting petrol to that car, and the car is driven by the mother because the child is underage. We are saying, come and be accountable about those decisions, because the chair is saying at the end of the day, wants to know, because there's a lot of money that is involved here. We want to know, as the chair said on the 27th of January, we are very interested to know what is the budget of the municipality, because there's unemployment, there's crime, there's this within the municipality. So therefore, you must come and justify here whatever decision you are taking, if is it assisting the people of the municipality. That's what you are interested on. And the chair is correct. Let me just emphasize, when we are here asking the questions, we want you to verify that information and to say, yes, it's like that or it's not like that. Because at the end of the day, this committee is going to recommend what needs to happen to save the people of the municipality. Thanks, Chairperson.
Chair, since I haven't had a chance to put my question, but I just got two, so maybe we can come back with the answers from you on that tomorrow as well. Honorable Kalipi took all the questions. Mine is about 13 awards to the value of 24.37 million that was done to suppliers that was owned or managed by some of your officials in within the municipalities. There seems to be, you guys are complaining that you don't have a method or the capacity to conduct verifications in terms of where these officials, whether they are government employees or not. There is a conflict of interest giving government contracts to government employees that own companies. So if you can check that one for me. And then also, there's a 26.8 million price tag with respect to consultants, all right, for the merger of Mchezi and Mbabazani to form the current organization. You can check that for us, please, and give some answers for us. Thank you. Only two that was left.
Okay.
You took it all.
Okay, no, thank you. So, I think we would really be also interested in the issue of water. That means probably how are you standing on that? Is everything in order when it comes to water supply? And whatever the rest of the other services, municipal services, are you cruising? Are you struggling? And we also do need to get a sense of the kind of long-term viability of the municipality. Do you feel confident and you can hold on your revenue collection? How is it going? And we need that kind of information, because the real thing that drew us to ask you about this thing was it was just introduction to move on to see if you focus on these issues, how are you dealing with service delivery? Now, we've spent now a lot more time trying to get information about things which we thought were preliminary, really. So if you would just prepare for that, and then we will send you a reminder of the issues. We will meet at 9 o'clock. We will confirm the venue in the night or in the morning. We'll have a meeting. Now, we don't intend to have this as a very long meeting, but if you wish to drag it, we can go up until 1 or 2, because our commitment for the day that's gonna take us out of this would be around that time. So feel free to see how you want to use the time. It depends how much information. If we have to drag information like we have been doing, it's fine. We will take it up to that point. So we don't think that there were major issues that we needed to deal with, except they are serious. But in the event that we have to go through the same process tomorrow, we will understand that we will be ready. So please do understand that now. We were trying to close issues, we couldn't close with you. But if we're going to drag it further, we will be ready for that. May we invite you for lunch across? Sorry, dinner across. At this point, the meeting is closed. We meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow. If you got information ready, sorry, 9 o'clock tomorrow, please send it to us. It helps if you do that. But if you don't, we will wait here and take your presentation when you come in tomorrow. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
So,
The house adjourned.
Sorry?
The house adjourned.
The house isn't adjourned.
Not yet.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Can I just request this? Mayor, why is the two of you? I didn't get the apology for the speaker. What was the reason?
And medical certificate.
No, that's fine, because if you want more people to come in, we'll give you a login thing. They can be on virtual platform, those who are out there. So you don't end up with a problem where you can't find people from your municipality. So we'll give you the login detail that join on the online. Thank you very much. And the colleagues on the virtual platform, thank you very much. We meet tomorrow.